Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on what part of the blue marble that you're on, as we welcome you back to Sporting Monte-Carlo. Ali Nejad alongside Randy Liu here, continuing coverage of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series. Today, it will be time for the 50K 8 Max. Day 2 of that affair. 37 runners going to be coming back. But before we get anything started, I do feel compelled, several days in so far here in Monaco, to talk about some of what happens before we come on the pregame stream. And oftentimes, that entails lunching from a delightful menu that we have for our players here today. And in spite of all of the choices on that menu, our colleague Randy Liu has gone with exactly one selection the entire time we've been here, which is clearly just culinary blasphemy. What do you order every day, Randy?
I can show you if you really want to see it.
I mean
it's
every day like clockwork. This man, by the way, he just pulled that. That's not like a stunt pad thai from a commercial. That is actual pad thai that Randy has now had 9 gallons of since we got to Monaco. It's just a surreal commitment.
This is a great opening, Ollie. Great opening. Can we go to the VT?
We can go to the VT, of course. What VT are we going to be talking about? One of the most popular events that's been kind of taking hold of the poker scene over the last couple of years here on the Triton Tour as well. It was the 40K Mystery Bounty, and this is how it shook out. 8-handed began the affair with the Bulgarian delegation's representative, Fahdin Mustafov. They have certainly been giving our Triton regulars some fits. On this occasion, Mustafov would find his way into a flop with ace-9, top pair, top kicker, up against the overpair, though, for Mario Masbach. They would end up getting it all in, courtesy of an all-in from Mustafov. Masbach holds as the turn and river failed to deliver the needed 9 or ace for Fahdin. He would collect 88,000 for the 8th place finish. And that was the first bounty that Masbach would collect. Uninvolved in this one, though, Sammy the Bull with Queen 10 suited would jam over Triton first-timer Imad Derwish, who dug in with the ace-deuce. Flop top pair, gutty, though, for Bolung, which then added some additional outs, which you could see he was pleased about on the turn, having connected with the queen, but no queen, jack, or 10 on the end, let alone the heart for a chop, and that would do it for Sammy the Bull, finishing in 7th for 121,000. Then Steve O'Dwyer would get after the blinds from the button. His 2 7s would run into Vyacheslav Buldigin's ace-king. Buldigin was the covered stack, not by a wide margin, though. A pivotal pot for both. The ace-king failed to improve on the flop. The turn added outs, but the river brought none of them, as O'Dwyer would shower the Russian. 6th place finish for Buldigin, 166,000. 5 then remained, and only one man would claim victims from this point forward. Mario Masbach, an opener from the button, a queen 10. Jacks for Axel Halle of France. He would spin the wheel with them. They served as blockers on the king 9-7 board to Masbach, but somehow a jack would roll off on the turn. Halle not drawing dead, of course, against that king eye straight, but failing to pair the board on the river, as he would say, au revoir. 216,000, courtesy of 5th. Second bounty collected by Masbach thus far here at this final table. And now, with pocket aces, the coldest of decks paid a visit to Steve O'Dwyer. Kings jamming over the top of the open, and they could hardly believe it. Steve, not one to show too much emotion, even he unable to process just how unfortunate this spot was for him. Did have a pull at a king twice, but wasn't there. So O'Dwyer issued the GGs, 272,000, courtesy of 4th. Third bounty for Masbach. 3 then remained, and Mario on the button with an ace-jack.
All in.
Would open to the minimum with the blinds at 200, 400. Soiza would choose to jam from the small with an ace-5, and saw the bad news as he was dominated, but paired flops are good for chops. 5 would have been a clean winner, but then the jack on the turn iced it all as Soiza drew dead. GG's issued by the Malaysian, as in turn, Triton issued him a check for 333,000, courtesy of 3rd. Heads up then.
Easy call.
Easy call.
Imad Derwish.
All right.
Ushering Mario into a call after jamming with just 8 bigs. His 8-5 suited was 2 clean cards. Mosbach was a healthy favorite, and once it came 10 high, he remained that way. But note the couple of spades. Top 2 pair on the turn. Still on the hunt for a spade was Derwish, unable to complete it, as an amazing amount of sportsmanship was exhibited by the Triton first-timer from France. He would take down $484,000, while Mario would waltz his way back to Austria with $718,000 and a whopping 10 bounties, which is worth heaps, Randy.
Yes, you know, on average, we did the calculation. They're worth $83,000 apiece. But if you want to really get into it, it's $40,000 minimum for the smallest envelope and $400,000 for the big one.
So we're talking about a minimum of a $1.1 million and change score for Mario, even if he gets incredibly unlucky and pulls nothing but minimum envelopes. But it could be much more than that, as there is a $400K bounty available. We'll have some fun with that a little bit later. Bring it to you on stream. I'm going to be emceeing it, my favorite part of each and every festival. But let's talk a little bit about Mosbach, because he is among the newer faces on the Triton poker circuit, and yet he has all of the sort of, let's call it, knowledge base of his Austrian compatriots. I know Fedor plays under the German banner, lives in Vienna, though, along with Ibinger, both of them obviously incredibly proud of him. And I do believe they went out and burned the midnight oil a bit, celebrating his victory. Also, his fiancée, Amanda, responsible for that Arkansas jersey that he was wearing the other day, couldn't figure it out. How did that work its way into Vienna? She hails from Arkansas. And when I asked him, Randy, what did you do between the last festival and this one to explain how it is that you've now made your second final table, he said, I got engaged. No, solvers don't tell you to do that kind of stuff. But, you know, pays a little bit of respect to the idea that balance that I think Fedor and the mindset coaches talk about a lot maybe has some real merit.
There's definitely real merit, because we see a lot of players, they go to all the different festivals, but they play every single event. It takes a lot of energy, and you can easily get burnt out, especially if you don't run so well at these stops. So it's good to kind of step away in that little break, or especially probably right after the festival, and then the coming weeks right before, you know, get right back into the programs and try to figure out what are the best ranges, how to attack this player, and so on. But it's just really great to see Mario do well. He got so close to winning his first title earlier, getting second, right?
To Dan Smith in the
Dan
Invitational.
Smith in the Invitational, and getting to secure that one must be extra sweet.
First ever Triton title for him. Fiancée Amanda, incredibly proud. Some great pictures came from there. Not to be overshadowed, though, Imad Derwish, who again continues the theme of each and every Triton festival, new faces emerging and leveraging their newness to some advantages. He enjoyed every single moment of it. Obviously, 2 cashes in 3 events. Lovely outcome for him so far.
For me, it was very refreshing to watch. Yes, he was a Triton newcomer, but he was very chatty. He was talking every single hand, never took a break, and he even called O'Dwyer the problem at the table, who didn't really like that one too much. But during the heads-up play, he even offered to Mario, hey, let's just show one card, whoever wins the hand, and Mario snapped, agreed to it, which was lovely. And, you know, there was some kind of debacle on just figuring out what you might have when he saw a top pair or a mid pair in some shove spot. So it was really fun.
That is really, really fun. Obviously, love to see things that create even more entertainment for those of you at home. Hope you've been enjoying things thus far. More enjoyment will be coming, as I mentioned, in the form of the bounty, mystery bounty draw, which will be taking place. 14 players managed to collect bounties. Jans Arens, a good chance to jump the pay ladder, as he's got 4 bounties despite a 21st finish, which was good for just $83,000. Michael Soiza, 5 bounties. Sammy the Bull for Imad, going to be back on stage as well. He did collect 1 bounty. And Axel, despite finishing 5th, 0 bounties for him. Okay, let us turn the page then. Action not going to be slowing down one bit. Day 2 coverage of the 50K 8 Max is what we're going to be bringing you, and we can dive into the Triton Poker Plus app, where plenty of the deets on that event will be available. You see, 37 runners will be coming back to play of the original 90. 136 total entries. 23 places will be paid, so we are 14 from that $89,000 min cash, 7-figure score of $1.5 million plus, going to go to our eventual champ, and just over $1 million to second place. So a lot of these guys who might have been deflated by that front-loaded schedule, having maybe gotten buried to the tune of $750,000, $1 million, depending on how many bullets they fired, chances to get even in this one.
Very easy to get even because, you know, in the later stages of the week, you know, we got the smaller buy-ins, but more people are entering these tournaments. Familiar faces that frequent all of the Triton stops have shown up to play this very event. And like you said, 1.5 million up top is a lot.
Well, you talk about familiar faces, none more familiar to us here at Triton perhaps than the very endearing Elton Sang, who has brought chip leads in day 1 and day 2 of the Invitational, along with day 2 of the 100K to the party. Again, he is the chip leader here. Is he going to be able to turn things around? He might feel a bit snake bit.
He might, because, you know, in those 2 big events where he got really deep, you know, he made a play here and there that might have been he not too confident in his decision, right? And wasn't able to kind of cruise to the top. I don't think he's going to make any more mistakes this time. Third time's the charm for him.
Yeah, not fair necessarily to call them mistakes. The one that jumps out, which was very close, and there was some real debate as I talked to Elton about it. He sought some, you know, counsel from some of the pros. The Queen Jack in the big blind against the Jack 9 suited shove three-handed in the 200K Invitational, a spot which could have left Dan Smith not at the top had Elton made that call and held on. But we do move forward and digress. Player of the Year implications also on our hands here. Jason Kuhn, a name that we're used to seeing at the top of the leaderboards, been a less frequent occurrence thus far here in Monaco. In third, hunting points and some cash.
Also, he's got Danny Tang right behind him. These are 2 players who've announced themselves as going a gun for that Ivan Lau Player of the Year award. And, you know, I think Chris Brewer's a little bit of a sleeper hit. He's the guy who also plays all the games, willing to battle. So, and they're at the top of the chip counts. They're going to want to collect points while they can.
Yeah, Kuhn in 3rd overall, Tang in 4th overall, Brewer, who you just mentioned, in 6th overall. Let's see if they can stay up toward the top of the leaderboard and work their way into the cash. Not to be overlooked, we touched on Fahdin Mustafov in the VT earlier at the top in the highlights. Part of that very talented Bulgarian crew who is making a mark. Again, he finds himself toward the top of the chip counts. He currently is in 5th, 1.27 million, carrying on where he left off after winning the 30K for his first title. Let us then focus on the individual tables if we can. Efforting the blue table here for Kuhn. Well, see if we can zoom in on that. Seems like I'm having a little trouble with it, but you see it out there. There it is. Kuhn, 53 big blinds, going to be the mayor of this town. Boyka, that's a name that we haven't been talking about, going to be to his direct right. And scanning out there, Antonius, a guy who's been really dry. You know he's going to be hungry here in his backyard.
Oh, he's hungry, right? And especially because he bricked out a lot of the earlier events. But also you see Dan Smith, he's running, you know, winning the first event. He's feeling good going into this with a healthy 39 big blinds.
Absolutely, rightfully so. Marta Rosian, Axel Halle, and our man Seiji from Brazil also rounding things out there at that table. Going to flip it over then to the red table and see what we have on our hands there, Randy.
Yeah, if you take a look, we immediately see Paul, who hasn't made a big splash. Did, I feel, a final table bubbled one of the events earlier in the big one. But Mateos looking to kind of try and get that win here at this stop. You know, he was just so close, but tough competition. Haxton, Kim, Bodigan. Every table's tough.
You know, Brian Kim is a name that I think we got a little bit used to talking about after his performances in Vietnam and London, respectively. Not really making much of a splash in terms of the stream coverage for me. Not sure if you've observed some of his navigations
I haven't been able
thus
to
far.
This trip.
Yeah, feels a bit foreign not to be talking about that, man. Haxton also going to be at that red table, so plenty to feast our eyes on as when we get things underway just moments from now. The blinds will be 10 and 25,000 with the 25K big blind. And he's scanning down toward the bottom of the chip counts. We do find 4 players with 10 or less big blinds, Randy.
Well, you know what they got to do. Roll the dice and try to not crap out.
Yeah, there are casinos here in Monaco. We try not to be casino ourselves, but when you are short stacked like that, maybe it is time to grab the dice. Those names, João Vieira, Richard Young, Lun Lun, and Orpin Kisachikoglu, shortest stacks in the room. We'll keep our eye on them, see whether or not they can spin up and loosen their collar. So then, just about 10 seconds away from getting things underway here in day 2 of the 50K 8 Max. We will send it into the arena and hope you enjoy what we have on tap here today. There it is. official tip counts brought to you by GG Poker. Kiat Lee, Mayor in Redsville. Jason Kuhn, Mayor of the blue table. Boyka, the aforementioned at that blue table, will be the short stack there. Vyacheslav Buldigin, shorty on the red table. So the players will go to work. There you see Rodrigo Seiji of Brazil. Haven't really called his name. And that's because he has yet to cash here in 5 attempts in Monte-Carlo.
Good time to fight. Pocket queens.
Dan Smith, of course, won the 200K Invitational for his first Triton title. A whopping almost $4 million for that W. He's paddling downstream, unlike so many of the others. Ace-10 for yesterday's 5th place finisher, Axel Halle.
Actually, flat calling here in position, ace-10 offsuit.
Yeah, that he is.
Nice opportunity for Jason Kuhn to come along, this baby suited connector.
He agrees. Price is right from the big blind. He will close the action. And we'll take this flop 3-handed. King 7-4, all hearts. One overcard to the queens, which are still good, but the second nut flush draw just in case for Dan Smith, who has it checked over.
It's a bit troublesome when you see the overcard, but yes, you're right. That queen of hearts is certainly helpful. You might actually slow things down. Try not to inflate the pot.
5 seconds. Check.
I think it makes a lot of sense 3-way to play passively too, just because it gets trickier on trying to figure out where your opponent's at. No heart in hand for Axel. Can't really take a shot at it.
So a round of checks and an 8 on the turn, which provides a gut shot straight draw to Kuhn's 4s. Not going to cut it.
Maybe Dan Smith tosses in some chips now just because there are some gut shots that are present. Checking certainly fine too.
Dan agrees.
Good chance we're going to see a river card with all 3 players. Would be really out of line to start betting now if ace-10. Nuts.
Ace of hearts on the river after 2 streets of checking, and Smith does make the nuts. Axel hits the ace, but no heart.
So clearly, since he's got the queen of hearts, he would like to get most value against jack or 10 of hearts. It's probably unlikely Axel's holding that, just because you would expect him to usually have suited hands pre.
5 seconds.
So maybe he can get it from Jason. Although both players don't really have a good piece. And the problem for Axel here is, sure, this is a bluff catcher from time to time, but he has to worry about Jason in the big as well, so quickly mucks it. Jason can really never call. If he was to play, he'd have to check raise bluff this type of hand, but it is kind of tough to do so.
I'll take the over on kind of tough.
He might be just asking how often Dan Smith is nutted here with the queen of hearts. Figure it's possible he's out.
So Dan unable to get any post-flop action, but didn't really pursue it until his hand was made. Want to give special acknowledgement to those of you who are streaming our coverage live, be it on the Triton Poker Plus app, Twitch, or specifically YouTube, that Randy and I do keep an eye on throughout the course of our stream. Many of you have been committed and with us since the onset of this journey here in Monaco. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, all we ask is a like and a subscribe. Mouse over and click. Goes so far in helping us to continue to provide you with the finest in streaming poker entertainment. Suited one gapper for Antonius, and he entertains a raise to 50,000.
A one gapper for Jason Kunin small. You can't really defend the small too wide because it allows the big blind to kind of squeeze you a bit. Rodrigo Seiji. He's in. Gonna definitely tread lightly as he's got the offsuit ace, no kicker.
Does flop bottom pair, which is in front of Antonius.
It's actually really good for him because sometimes he hits aces up on the turn. His opponent either has the ace or tries to represent it. Technically, though, it is a dry texture where Antonius will usually take it down on the flop with a bet.
Seconds. Bet 60,000.
60K, the follow-through sizing from Patrick in the face of the Seiji check. Seiji, by the way, 0 for 5 thus far here in Monaco. Rodrigo makes the call, and that is a comfortable turn for him.
Yeah, one of the very few good turn cards that doesn't improve him. Maybe he comes in with a lead just to kind of kick out random equity.
No, does come with the check. Patrick, by the way, also 0 for 5 thus far here in Monaco.
I suppose maybe Seiji didn't want to lead the turn against this stack, which might just jam flush draws on him.
Check.
10 on the end after the check back from Antonius does put him in front, as the hearts do get there.
This is going to be troublesome if this gets checked to Antonius, who's going to value bet this 10.
Sure.
The way the hands played out will seem like a 10x or nothing situation. And the thing is, Under the Gun probably doesn't have that many 10x's in their range, which would make Seiji want to call a bit more. He could just bomb it if he wants to. So rarely is he behind.
Bet 120.
So he's going milky.
Not a bomb, but a little firework. As played, it could very well feel like ace-deuce is going to be a winner from time to time in Rodrigo's mind, but the bet check bet line too, Randy, oftentimes we see attached to a hand better than ace-deuce.
It's not a common bluff line. Definitely possible. His hand does look like ace high a lot, so he might have convinced himself, but does get away. Lost the minimum.
Seiji getting away from it once he was behind, making the good fold. Antonius will haul that one in, and he's going to look for a pretty healthy haul here after failing to cash in the 200K, the 125K, and the 100K. Multiple bullets in those. Came up empty in the 30K 7 max and the 40K mystery bounty as well. Tough to get up and go to work in stretches like that, where, unlike in most jobs, you clock in, you get paid. Poker, you can go weeks, months, heck, sometimes over a year without being in the black.
But it's pretty easy for Patrick to get up from work, right? It's just around a corner.
Yeah, lives in Monaco. Does Antonius. Has for quite some time, by the way. Remember my last trip here, 2012-ish, I want to say.
I was going to say it's at least 10 years. I heard this news so long ago.
Patrick took me out to Buddha Bar out here, a little like nightclub, sushi spot, had a blast.
Okay.
And on the topic of blasting,
Blast this one in.
Boyka's pocket fives have ripped it. Seiji's ace king will be happy to do the same. And nothing cooking for Antonia. So on their backs, Seiji the covering stack, Boyka at risk. For 2 thus far here in Monte-Carlo is the Belarusian Boyka. Played the 30K 7 max and the 40K mystery bounty. This is 3rd Triton Festival. And the 5s are holding on the 9-7-4 board. Ace on the turn, though. Disaster for Boyka, who cannot find the needed help on the river. Rodrigo Seiji claiming a victim. Early stages here in day 2 of this 50K, as once more Boyka is denied.
It is what it is. Sometimes just gotta win those flips.
David Yan, by the way, already out in 37th. Orpin Kisachikoglu in 36th. And now Boyka joins them in 35th. 34 remaining. 23 paid.
About 1/3 of these players won't be making any coin.
It's so depressing when you say it like that, Randy.
Why?
I don't know. It's a lot of people that are going to be sad.
1/3. Someone's got to be sad. One of us can be sad if you want. How those markets going? You going to be sad, buddy?
Everybody relax. Bell rings in a couple minutes.
5 seconds. Oh.
Seiji now up to almost $1 million in chips. Good for 37 bigs.
Antonius and Martirosian playing roughly the same stack in this blind versus blind potential confrontation. Standard practice is to limp, but actually, we're going to pump it up. It should appear to look strong based on the stack sizes both have. Does give it up.
Doesn't make a meal out of things. Martirosian does. Get out of there. Flipping it back over to the other feature where we find Vyacheslav Buldigan and Adrian Mateos up front. Jack 8 into the muck. 7s, though, for the Conquistador.
May I ask, what is the translation of Conquistador? Is it like Conquester?
Yeah, I think it's a
or
conqueror.
Okay, got
Yeah.
it.
You're in the neighborhood. You got it.
conquered this pot.
Oh dear.
I don't know. Can you
Okay.
conquer just a raise
When
and
everybody
take? Not quite.
folds,
This
doesn't
doesn't
really
feel
count,
like
does
a
it?
conquering sort of
No.
affair, if I'm honest. I like what you're doing there, but
Huh?
Yeah.
that was more like people surrendered. You know? They showed up with white flags,
Got it.
said just take it. Ace Jack for Malaysia's Kiat Lee. Kiat 11th of 34 remaining runners. So far here in Monaco, he has 1 cash in 6 attempts, but it did come in the 100K 8 max, where he finished 19 for 156K.
It's a decent rebate.
6.3 million in career Triton earnings for Kiat.
Got a pocket here. Boarding
Okay.
into big.
I get more all-in.
Trying to apply forward equity, but gets snapped off. Gonna be happy to see he's just up against Ace Jack.
Fives have done all right so far on the day.
Yeah.
Will that continue to be the case here?
No full deck.
We'll find out soon.
No full deck, still looks like.
Flop. Queen, queen, 7. And now the ace, the jack, or the 7 will all work for Kiat Lee. You see Buldigan channeling all of his anti-sweat energy toward the board.
Yeah.
And the ace on the river, unfortunately. One of those cards that he was anti-sweating, and with that, Kiat Lee eliminates Vyacheslav Buldigan. 745K pot headed his way as he seeks to notch his 18th career Triton cash. But for the Russian, it's the end of the road.
Yeah, but don't feel too bad for Boldingen because he's had 3 cashes so far, a 4th, a 6th, and a 14th for
Okay,
some pretty solid scores.
seems that way.
So let's flip it back. Do have top pair versus bottom pair in this BVB situation. Dan
Limp
Smith
pre.
with the bigger stack. Limp pre is right.
The mid-pot Perrier swig, by the way, emblematic of a man who took down the 200K. You know what I mean? He's like, what are we playing for here? He's like, all right.
Oh, there we go.
Just, you know, he's got the tropical shirt going, you know.
I see it.
He might as well show up with some zinc on his nose. Just be like, guys, sun's out.
Is this the 3rd swig? Okay, now the can's going down. Business time.
Is the 6 going to go down, though?
No. He's definitely going to want to check call on this spot just because it's a min bet. He's got a pair. Keep his opponent honest.
$25K ahead. 9 on the turn, bringing 2 tones.
Quite a bad card for Dan Smith, just in case he was up against some straight draws. They do get a piece. A lot of reason for Axel to continue firing. There's a lot of bad river cards with wide ranges, namely the Jack 10, Hearts and Spades come to mind.
Could play the pot control route here, but didn't bloat the thing too much on the flop, so into 125, Axel. Will now bet 150,000, Randy. Surprised by the sizing?
Slide over bet. Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised just because your opponent might convince themselves, I don't want to play for all of it by the river.
Right.
This pot is actually really important to Axel's stack because we're approaching the money bubble. Really
Yep,
doesn't want to
we
take
are.
much risk.
5 seconds.
Fold.
fold.
Smith does get away from the overbet.
We supposed to wait or no? Because the table's breaking on the way.
You would think that if you eat the same thing every day, twice a day, it would get worse over time, right? It actually gets better.
Randy, if you're advocating for people to just find one dish at a restaurant and order it for the rest of their lives, you're not convincing me.
Like, you know how they say if you could just have one meal or your last final meal, what would it be?
Okay, usually that's in reference to people on death row, Randy, but go on with your morbid analogy.
I would choose the pad thai from the Monte-Carlo Bay. Or
Stop.
the sporting specifically.
Oh.
I would. Because this
Randy,
is home.
that's not the best pad thai that you've ever eaten. It's not close.
It is now. Because I've eaten like 20 times, literally.
Well, Artur looking to dine on the field with a couple of threes as he min-raise opens.
You know, these King 6 suiteds have been quite active as of late. Feel like it's the solver's second favorite hand. Default is too flat, but definitely crossing is mine.
And players, once you're at your seat and you're on rack, you may take a 15-minute break. The button has been drawn for seat.
So the King 6 suited for Kuhn does defend and out flop on the Jack 6-4 board. Middle pair, backdoor clubs. Checking with the flow.
This is why it's so hard to play these kind of baby pocket pairs, is you're not really sure where you're at against the wide big blind range.
You're right about that.
Kind of forced to bet and just pray you take it down on the flop, but we know Jason's going nowhere. Also has those backdoor clubs. Helpful.
Check call of 35K and then a second check on the turn. Artur does pick up a gutter.
It's important. Added equity. Still kind of playing a little bit of a guessing game because he could be up against like ace highs, 8-7. Also all the pairs he loses to on the flop. He likely will want to check this one. Hard to get better to fold on the turn.
So the check back, bringing a 9 on the end as the King 6 continues.
It might look
Be ahead.
thin, but I wouldn't be surprised if Jason tries to get a little bit of value on the river. He should expect Jack X bet the turn a lot. And look, he's reaching for chips. This is just world class.
And the size, 55K out of Kuhn.
The 55K bet is to target precisely these type of hands. Pocket threes, ace high, 4X. Something that just might feel like it's got to pay off.
Rosian wants to think it over. Just trying to piece together what exactly Kuhn would be doing all this with.
There's always that Jason Kuhn factor, who you know is very balanced. Can always have bluffs in all spots with different sizings.
Yeah.
I feel a crying call incoming. There we go. Jason Kuhn. Value betting. Third pair.
You know, I just counted, and I was like, oh, I have a tiny bit less than I thought. Thanks.
So a payday for Kuhn as Martirosyan did make the call.
Have a layer of complexity to it, but you could use it, but if you VPIP, you get it back. So it's like a time bank protecting against just
Oh, interesting.
VPIP, abuse. Then at least you could use your 20 seconds to make your decision, throw it, and then as long as you do something, get it back.
Over at the other feature table. Fold it around to the small blind of Mateos.
但係有 ICM 就應該唔使。
Petrangelo defending, coming up empty on a king high board.
A pair of twos, which could give Petrangelo a shot of maybe getting a little bit of value against ace high, but you do see a lot of checks.
Yeah, not quite empty, the pair of deuces. Stop calling them twos, Randy. I thought we talked about this.
What do you mean? They are twos.
They're deuces.
Yeah, but they're also
Deuces.
twos.
Deuces. Deuces.
There's a pot brewing. Would you like me to go back to that?
4 on the turn. Check, check on the flop, and now on the turn as well.
The twos are no longer good.
Deuces.
To the tens. It's not deuces.
Are you trying to compromise with me? Did you call them deuces?
可能一
10 on the river, giving Mateos the lead.
而家改到節目。
Wants to get value.
改得節目。
Any pair. 2/3.
咁人哋訂酒店嗰啲咧，嗰啲費啊，冇訂到多一日。
I guess the question Petrangelo would ask is, if you had me beat, would you bet earlier? Besides, could be a bluff. Want to see the bad news?
$50K. Value bet. Does get paid off. Can understand why Nikki P got a little curious on the end there.
Am I allowed to say ace 2?
No.
Okay, I'll get back to you if I think of something else.
I wish you guys could have seen Randy's face. He felt really rejected by the lack of permission being granted to the ace-2 request. Any combination of a deuce and another card cannot be referred to as other card and then
I got it.
two.
I got it. Table for deuce?
Yes, make a reservation for us tonight, Randy. Tell them it's a table for deuce. They're actually going to give you a reservation for a party of 1 named Deuce if you do that. Just
I
so
see
you
a
know.
slow play. I like it because he's playing this kind of stack where he can still get a lot of value from the opener who might, pick up something. Maybe he gets one of the shorter stacks behind to kind of press and he can just trap them.
Like,
But you're running out.
you're running out.
Oh,
Brazil's
man.
Rodrigo Salawan, the slow player with the aces in the face of the Huang
Yeah.
Open.
Because you're using them.
Open-ended straight flush draw for
It
Tom.
does help a little.
And he
But
doesn't
really,
follow
bigger problem
through
not
despite having massive
That's
amounts
big
of
if they're really
equity, Randy. Is he playing this one as a check raise?
He's definitely playing this one for a check raise. I actually like it because he's supposed to just
the big problem
absolutely
is,
whiff this
like,
flop, and his opponent in
gamers get
position will
confused
often
and
just
it's
bet
like raise
even if they don't
call
got a piece,
10
and he can just
seconds,
pick up
and
extra chips.
You're
You
like-
object, and now you have
you're-
like 45 seconds.
You start arguing with that.
Grabbing those white chips now.
Then there's a discussion, and the dealer's like, we'll call it 8.
Rodrigo's got to be still pretty happy with 2 aces, just because I could easily see an overpair to the 7 taking this line against the shorter stack. You should want to get the money in now before some kind of scared card rolls off.
我夠一杯魚本來。
Also, like, I just have no idea when they refresh. The
Ready
system
for this
when they
flip?
refresh is
Silouan
completely inscrutable.
fired 35,000. As expected, the check raise came into 125. The jam then to 405 with the slow played aces, and that is the hand you don't want to see if you're Rodrigo. Tremendously vulnerable here. And covered. Nervy moments in an almost 1 million chip pot. On the turn. Safe for the aces so far. Can they hold on? Yes, they can. And Hyung. Fans on 2 streets, despite having heaps of equity. That will keep Silouan intact here.
There with the king 5. Could've just fucked him up.
14
Some people would have.
冇脫力啊！
Rodrigo 0 for 4 thus far here in Monaco.
He almost got punished for that slow play, but will be rewarded.
50落啦。
That 0 for 4 stat line, by the way, shared by Hong Kong's Tom Hyung.
Sick.
計到卡咯。
It's funny because John Jaffe, unrelated,
Wolf trying to notch their first
tournament,
cash.
and I was like, no
Top
chance.
two
Like, no
pair.
one's ever talked about it. And then we were saying last night that they're
Top 2 50。
just gonna do one
嗰
probably.
日我睇咗咧，嗰日阿波
What was
話
the buy?
Ollie, I know you want to read the scoreboard, but may I talk about my pad thai one last time, please?
Permission granted.
These bean sprouts are exquisite.
Okay, now I know you're saying that as a needle,
I'm gonna
because
crunch
while
them on
the audience may
audio.
not know this,
Mm.
bean sprouts really should be outlawed. They have no nutritional value whatsoever. They taste like dirt most of the time, Randy, and yet for some reason you find them delightful.
I do. Scoreboard time.
Oh, now you want to change the subject. Boss Paul Pua, 11 big blinds, 265K in front of him. Yet to see him be involved, but of course we saw that exchange just there between Silouan and Hyung, leaving them in 3rd and 6th respectively. 15 bigs now for Tom. Ketley chip leader
Check, be 30.
at this table. 57 bigs.
Check
I think it like might actually be more action with no ante.
Yeah, because you
Overall
just-
chip leader, however,
More
now
folding pre-flop, but
is
kind of more action.
a new member of the Hong Kong delegation, Randy. Danny Tang, 2.1 million and change. Elton slipping to 2nd.
just building.
I feel like Danny has had a lot of deep runs here in Monte-Carlo. Yes, a 6th
Deep
place in the
is
200K for
raise money,
875 and the
but
3rd place in the
shallow.
100K for 1.3 million.
Passive.
On pace for another deep
Yeah,
run.
It's still a lot everywhere. Right? Anyway.
I forget. I mean, like certainly under 50. Yeah.
Here comes Paul Pua. Ace Jack of Hearts, the short stack. Oh, we're going to run into the Haxton Kings.
265。
Bad news, but at least he's got that one overcard to those kings.
Haxton should probably flat rather than reshove to try to entice the big blind to come along.
Call.
Haxton does flat, but the big blind does not bite. So on their backs they go. 580K pot, and the hopes of Triton co-founder Paul Pua resting on this ace-jack suited. Jack in the window's a good card. 1 heart as well. 5 outs for the time being. You see both guys kind of shaking their heads at it. Now
Maximum
that's
fun.
what you got in mind. Haxton identifying the max fun card. Heart draw. Ace or a jack. Is it there? No. Black 9. And it'll be an out of the money departure for the boss. at the hands of Ike Haxton.
Oh, you know we'll see him again.
Boss doesn't miss an event.
Nope.
Doesn't matter how late he stayed up the night before. Doesn't matter how well or poorly he might have done leading in. He just shows up, does it with a smile. Truly an ambassador of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Finished 10th in the 200K Invitational, did Paul, as well as 20th in the 40K yesterday. Those scores good for 315,000 and 38,000 and change, respectively. So then, blinds up. That's something we're going to say every 35 minutes here. 15 and 30,000. Short stacks in the room. Even shorter now.
5 seconds.
This is one of the short stacks. Archer Martirosyan just north of 13 blinds to start things off. Throws in one of those red time banks, the fast action clock. Mainly to decide whether to open rip or come in with min raise. It is the latter.
Smith, for some reason, pausing with 6-3 off.
Cocktails up here, by any chance?
I was just thinking I desperately need some caffeine.
So I'm with you, brother. Some
Nice
Americanos.
timing.
Jacks for Axel Halle. That's the hand that actually sent him packing yesterday in the mystery bounty against the Queen 10 of eventual champion Mario Mosbach. Turned a set, which gave Mosbach the king high straight. But no PTSD on display. 3 bets, 255,000.
Yes.
Yeah, trying to hook in this Archer Martirosyan, who has 2 9s, which can definitely play back.
2 milk, 2 sugar, just the way you like it, right?
Yeah, oh yeah, exactly. And some honey.
Although, I will say, it appears strong when the 20 big blind stack 3 bets you when you open from undergun with the shallow stack. Oh, but Seiji's got ace-queen suited.
Ooh, and this from the small blind. Could it feel like an opportunity
600.
to rip, Randy, or would that just be too much to push forward? He comes in 33 bigs deep.
I think it might be too much just because the other 2 players should be playing snug. 30 remaining. It's what, top 23 that pay. And he has to get through 2 players who are appearing strong. And still the big blind, too.
Oh my god. It melts my heart, man. It melts my heart. I mean, come on. How sweet are kids?
Obviously, the under-the-gun raise of Martirosyan on its own looks strong. And then the willingness of Axel Halle to attack that raise.
Kids are so
I agree.
cool, man.
And that's
also
why he's
looks
folding.
strong.
So
And
cool.
so the ace-queen suited just bows out. It is kind of a weird
That's so sweet.
flat spot there if you do not re-raise to
You have
4
to
bets.
4-bet or fold. But you know what's actually interesting? Him taking a long time there seems like he was on the cusp. It kind of implies like an ace-queen suited, like an ace-queen exactly. And if you put your opponent on like an ace-king, ace-queen, maybe you got some out reduction where the 2 9s might fare well. And
Yeah, we've talked about that in the past. It's one of the deep nuances and spots where the more that you can range somebody who lays down who was tanking, the more that you can then remove certain kit from your opponent's range who is still active in the pot.
Agree.
After 23 minutes remaining of level 20,000, 40,000, dealers, please begin the deal.
5 seconds. Time.
Artur, 345 back now. Do we have to approach this as a rip, Randy, or can we just flatten in case of really bad boards, just check fold? Wow.
Does lay it down. You know,
Gets
he really
away.
thought about that. But to answer your question, I do think that both plays have a lot of merit. It's unclear which one is better. And that's why we observe these great players trying to figure it out.
Always tinkering. And for Martirosian, a terrific fold there, as those nines were just barbecued.
Thank you.
Couple of queens for Dan Smith. Second tour of duty for that holding in his hands.
5 seconds. Fine.
It's really using some time in
5 seconds.
the 2 queens.
That he is.
Raise 60,000. Fold. Fold. Fold.
60,000. The open. Ace on the button for Seiji, the man who just folded ace queen. Doesn't feel like he's going to be altogether interested.
This one shouldn't be interested as well.
So another small pot going to Smith. You see a little air under that muck there. Had higher hopes.
Every time I muck high, they always flip over at some point. Like I just don't got the finesse to it.
Practice makes perfect, Randy. I'm sure the first time you tried to shuffle chips, it didn't go well. Now, how many chips? How many chips? Okay, I got my French
I've
accent
shuffled
going.
multiple chips.
But how many chips can you shuffle in like 2 stacks?
2 stacks.
Can you do like 10 on either side and shuffle it into 20?
I mean, not consistently. No, these are small hands. You?
I wouldn't talk about Jack 10 suited that way. Oh, your literal hands are small. I see. I can probably do 10.
No. Let's go. Back to 10. That's not a small hand either. It's a medium, right? Medium connector. I don't know. It's a small hand.
6-7 suited for Razai. Plays under the Austrian banner.
Oh, there's a little flash there. Not sure
Does
if anyone
not
caught
play
that.
the 6-7 suited though.
I don't know. I saw it. Fold. Fold.
Do we call this a big hand? Big slick?
Yes, we do, Randy.
Just making sure we're covering the medium, low, and high.
Martirosian, who folded 2 9s, won't be doing any folding this time. In they go.
For
As
that
to
guy
be
right
expected.
there, yeah, he ordered that for me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Man,
yeah.
this is
It's
annoying
I believe.
May I have an Americano?
for our Axel.
This you didn't order Americano,
I got a
right?
green tea.
Yeah. I'll hand deliver it.
Ideally, he would want this to be late position,
Cheers.
small blind jam, and can
Lucky
comfortably
liquor.
call off, but it performs well against all the pocket pairs. The thing is, Archer's not jamming all pocket pairs in the small blind versus UTG. He's going to lay it down. Nice pickup for Archer.
These are those delicate sort of stack depths, Randy, where you know that you need to take some risks. But
Wow,
note that
we're playing
Artur far more
lightning
comfortable
fast.
playing ace-king as a re-raise than he was
Wait, we're
calling
behind.
off
Think
half
we
of
just
his
said we
remaining
have to
stack
play
or
3?
4-bet jamming over the top of Ale's 3-bet when he had 2 9s. So ideas to be collected.
How's that possible?
Collecting.
Ola. Okay, go. First few times in Macau, and you just go all in, and the guy says, okay. And you don't realize that means call. You know, you're like, okay, what? Okay. Oh, all right.
If you say okay, it means go. It means go.
Oh yeah, like a lot of times you'll be like, you know, you'll like push all in pre-flop, and the guy will go, okay, okay.
So it's
And then he'll just go.
It's full as a call.
Oh, that's a call, and this is deal the card. See the flop. Okay.
Macau travel tips from Jason Kuhn.
Yeah,
Monterosian
remove
deliberating.
okay from your vocabulary.
Yeah, yeah. Careful with all that okay chatter. Out that way.
Man, I miss that guy.
5 seconds. Play roll in.
Martirosian on the button, going to jam the 405, newly acquired.
Snapped off.
Runs into ace-queen for Halle, who comfortably digs in 855K pot. And
All in.
the hopes of Martirosian.
Don't do
It
it.
works every
Obviously.
time. I stand up also.
He's not thrilled to be in this spot.
You missed even your chance.
And it's a wine strategy also.
I think you're about to hit 7 diamonds after saying that.
Ten-8 deuce, and the ace-6 really begins to thin out. 13%.
That's it.
Now 0. Queen on the turn. GG's issued. Trips for good measure.
Experience with the stand-up trick.
Well, you didn't even get a sweat here. I mean, look at this. What is this
Sure,
bullshit?
but
For Martirosian.
It's just going home.
Still in good spirits despite busting deep in this tournament.
Looks that way.
I'm
Yeah.
thinking he needs to change
The Mega Millions.
back to the
Or
Lion
you
Gucci
know
hat.
You're gonna win the GG Millions. How many GG Millions have you won? 6.
GG Millions event will begin later on today here in the room. As this one concludes, that's always a popular one, and there's online qualifiers that will be sent from our official Triton qualifier partners over at GG. Love those stories, by the way. You know, the guys that maybe won one or two saddies come in, suddenly find themselves in a 25K.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot of qualifiers into that event. It will be fun to watch, and Arthur has navigated the Super Millions to the top many, many times, as you just heard. At least 6, apparently.
oh. Five seconds. Oh. Oh.
Ace-5 for Antonius. Victory, something that he has been very familiar with throughout the course of his career, which is certainly not a short one. True veteran of the game. Raise and take it for him. Touched on the fact that Patrick lives in Monaco. In spite of that, though, he's staying at the Player Hotel here.
Thank you.
Monte-Carlo Bay. And I'm curious as to, back when the Aussie Millions used to go down, Randy, whether or not you would
I drove.
stay home.
That's
You
the
would?
answer. I drove.
How far's home from the Crown Casino where Aussie Millions was held?
30-minute drive.
So that's an hour out of every single one of your days.
Yeah, but I don't have to pay for the hotel now.
Are you a hotel knit, Randy?
How about this? I wanted to go home to my wife.
Oh,
there we go.
There's the good husband
But
line
the wife
there.
could also stay at the hotel, so this is awkward now.
That's true. She could have had a staycation with you. That would have been an hour more per day that she could have hung out.
Does Patrick live far from the venue? Do you know?
Nothing's far. Monaco, you can walk from one side to the other in 35 minutes, I want to say.
He's rolling it. It's not the cheapest hotel.
It's apparently Maria saying it wasn't all that much. She's staying there.
Okay, never mind.
Elton limps the 10-9 off.
Since he called me the champ, I'll check.
Jason with the kind check back.
These two have so much history. It's unreal. how long they've been playing against each other.
Some of the most viewed cash game clips of all time on YouTube involve these two right here. Doing it with tournament chips in hand on this occasion, though, is Kuhn. Flops a pair of 4s, and Elton, as opposed to put these 30K in as a raise pre-flop, he decides to deploy them post-flop on this texture.
He's just hoping that Jason Kuhn doesn't have a piece and will go away.
That he is.
Mid-pair. We know that's not going away.
Flat call from Jason. Gives him 2 pair now. Elton drawing dead.
Now Jason's hoping his opponent actually has the ace.
The cool thing about Elton's bluff on the flop, though, is it's such a clear hand to step away from unimproved on the turn. Did look for a second, though, like he was ready to fire again.
Eat your words, I wasn't ready for it.
Elton 1.0 might have barreled there. We're many, many software releases removed from that version.
Wouldn't say it's 100% that he would give up there, but now he will.
I've bet against the champ. I don't want to have 2 pair. I wouldn't bet against me when I have 2 pair either. 2 pair, is that good? Jesus.
Confirmed. No tall tales being told there.
Should just save my chips.
So then, early goings. Here are the 50K. 8 max. Got Lee still at the top of the chip counts. Here at the other feature. Ahead of Ike Haxton. Tom Hyung spiraling now down to sub 10 bigs.
We got 3 Americans, Malaysian, 1 from Hong Kong, and Spain and Brazil.
That we do.
First time I've seen Michael Longcar.
Had the chance to chat with Michael, by the way.
Oh, did you?
Get to know him a bit. Mentioned that he's done some commentary once upon a time, part of that ACR team. Likes to represent here at Triton. Headed up by, of course, Phil Nagy.
Nothing wrong taking a shot against the best.
180.
Oh.
On the topic of one of the best, how about Adrian Mateos? On the button here, pressing back on the Brazilian with the King 7 suited. Haxton, though, ace-jack in the big, and he's one of those guys that doesn't take a situation on its surface, Randy. He'll dig beneath a few layers and go, well, wait a minute. This is Mateos. I know he's capable. What does he think of the opener? What's his range on the button? Might the ace-jack perform actually well?
You're very right about that. Because normally you see ace-jack in a spot, you would think instant fold. He does still lay it down, but it definitely crossed his mind that Mateos was getting out of line, which he was.
Not really, but I just kind of wanted to. Okay.
Mateos in good spirits, of course, taking down that pot.
Obviously, he's shaking off some of the disappointment that he had when he came in second earlier this week. That was in the 125K. Now, did win 3.1 million, as the guys did make a deal.
Sounds great.
Pretty good ace.
Eventual winner in that main was Matthias Eibinger. And if you didn't get a chance to stream that one, Randy, you and I took it home.
Best ace. But that would
And
still be a really bad.
it's worth a watch. It really was clinical. It was like two heavyweights going at it, you know, not to overuse the boxing analogy, but they both had hit the mat at various points. Guys look loopy, 8 count, suddenly they're on their feet. Bell rings, saved by the bell, back they come. It was really one of the more entertaining
What is the
heads
famous
up.
saying? Fly like a butterfly, sting like a bee?
Float.
I was close.
Yeah, you were
okay, I
there.
got the F in there.
Do you know who said it?
Ollie. Not Najad.
First name?
M.
You know how much you're playing, like roughly?
You only know the first initial?
M. Night Shyamalan.
1.13.
Randy Muhammad Ali.
Right. I knew I was close.
Oh, boy. Axton, nothing close about this one with the 2 jacks.
Oh, and it's actually blind versus blind, which is more likely Kiat Lee gets in trouble. He's looking to get chips in if necessary, and when Haxton opens 4x, I don't really see a world where all the chips don't go in.
Ollie?
He just open rips it himself, snapped off, clearly.
Bad spot for Kiat Lee is Haxton, who folded the ace-jack last hand. Not going to be going anywhere this hand. Just too much. And he pips Kiat Lee. Both of them roughly level in stacks. The only good news for Kiat is that he is the covering stack, but not by a lot. 2.3 million chip pot. This is incredibly consequential. Be good for the chip lead. Top set for Haxton and 0.1% running quads. The only way forward for Kiat Lee.
Oh.
Wait a minute.
He could Leroy Jenkins this one.
I've had this happen to me before, Randy. I'll run out there right now and put that 10 in my mouth if it shows up. Okay, 7 of spades. That's what I did, of course. You know the story.
Yeah.
The RFID decks are kind of expensive, though. I don't think the share hand guys would be thrilled with me eating a card.
Please don't eat the card.
I've proven I'm capable.
Did you swallow it?
No.
Okay, you just chewed on it a bit.
I do kind of have the digestive tract of a Mako shark, though. I think I could get it done if I really needed to. On the way out, that could get dicey, though. You can't really chew your way through
way
a card,
out.
You know.
We're talking the in the restroom. Yeah.
Well, I don't know where you do your business, Randy, but yeah, that's
okay.
That's a good guess.
You take your pocket twos over there.
Let's see what you did there, by the way. Haxton. We see what he's done there, and it's double through Kiat Lee and leave Kiat way down the leaderboard. Going to be one of the shortest in the room when the dust settles. In fact, the shortest with just 140K in front of him by our count. Did see 205, I believe, on the screen, but maybe it's blind being accounted for here, the small.
Regardless, it's the shortest stack.
Yeah, exact figures. Not something that he's thinking about right now, more so the misfortunes.
This is high tension time. 5 from the money.
That it is.
You have
And you actually heard Petrangelo mutter some words trying to get the count of the big blind and the small blind, who are very short. Because that changes whether he wants to play the hand or what size in to open with.
70,000, the figure he comes up with. King, queen suited, and this feels like it could be enough for Kiat Lee.
This is a must-go hand. 5 from the money is still a little bit too far for his stack size to just fold his way there.
what did I do? Use one of these things?
Yes. 70?
I do find it interesting that Kiat's actually flatted rather than reshipped to ISO, because that might let Tom Hyung come along as well. Not going to
Get
play
80
the
back, right?
suited king.
135.
Okay.
Club draw and 2 overs for Kiat, who played this one as a flat from the small.
Stop and go and call.
There it is. Pair of 4s for Pietrangelo. Good for the lead. But note Kiat with 2 to come is the favorite.
Yeah, looking for any club, king or queen. Not that one.
8 on the turn. Can Kiat find the needed king, queen, or club? No. Paint shows up, but it's in the form of a jack. And just like that, Kiat goes from a healthy stack to a 1-2 punch that leaves him knocked out.
I should ask for a count. It said 140 in the app. It was like 235. I couldn't see.
Pietrangelo finishing off what Ike Haxton started. That'll send his stack northbound.
So now we're down to 4.
It looked right because
To the money.
Closer and closer we creep. And as we get the dealer push, take a moment to remind you to enter our exclusive Triton merch giveaway. Many of you have done so already. Hate to harp on it, but maybe there's a few out there who have yet to take advantage of a chance to pick up some of the most luxurious poker gear out there. Dare I say, the nicest. Type exclamation point giveaway in the chat or scan the QR code and get in on our exclusive Triton merch giveaway.
Listen to the man. The hoodies are awesome.
Flames.
Flames? They don't quite make it that hot.
Not flammable, but just, you know, flames.
Okay. Fire.
Fire. It's also a fair way to describe it.
Seconds. 75. Raise to 75,000. Fold.
Trying to pick on these short stacks. But can't get through Haxton's queens.
Definitely not. Mateos. Hard 8 made it 75 to go. Mike's going to have more on his mind here. On the button. Does glance over at the blinds as a matter of protocol, but comes with the flat, and this is some of that balance that makes him so tricky to play against, Randy. Normally we see this sort of behavior more frequently out of the aces, as the queens can be vulnerable to any random ace or king. And yet he's willing to take his chances. The ace-9 does not come along from the small.
So the reason he flat is there's so many short stacks behind him, and he thinks there's more value in trapping them. Thinking that, well, if he 3-bets Mateos, Mateos isn't going to get out of line since he's very healthy with that 1.1 million stack. It also allows him to win a sizable pop post flop if it comes clean.
It does. Six-6-5 board. Not a bad one for the pocket 4s.
No, not a bad one at all.
But Mateos proceeds with caution, mindful of the flat on the button from Haxton, aware that from time to time it will contain some trappiness.
Right, but he's not looking to check fold.
No, of course not. Just being careful.
5 seconds. 60,000.
Not too much. Haxton, of course, knows that his hand is super under-repped. Looking for an ideal run out to get 3 straights. I wouldn't say that Mateos' hand is defined with this flop action.
Check call of 60K. And now a counterfeiting 5 on the turn. An escape hatch of sorts for Mateos.
Yeah, this is really interesting because we do know that if Haxton was to check the turn, he likely would have to bluff at it. But maybe Mateos is he's gonna lead.
How about that? I mean, how credibly can he represent a 5 or a 6?
He's not representing a 5 or a 6. He's more representing some kind of pocket pair, like 8s, 9s, that's trying to not give the free card for the player in position. And really, what this bet does is fold out broadways that took a shot on the flop, which is very possible because Haxton's got the big stack that can take a lot more flops and look to multi-barrel against ace highs if it's a low run out. Now, Haxton doesn't really think he's ever behind, but how can he get the most value?
That's what he's thinking about.
210. 210.
Going to raise, as he is absolutely unconcerned about the prospects of Mateos having taken this line with the 5x or 6x combo.
And usually Mateos does have something that can actually pay off this raise. As played, Mateos just gotta let this one go.
5 seconds.
He's playing the board.
Is Mateos thinking Ike is ever getting cute here, unable to beat like an ace high, so he's forcing the issue and then the leveling game begins?
There's definitely a leveling game happening right now as you see him think about it and bleed into his time bank. But then again, it's just so risky. 4 from the money. What if you're wrong? You know, Haxton plays on many different levels. Can't try to win every single pot. But nice flat there for Haxton, actually picking up a flop in a turn bet. Had he 3-bet, most likely would have just took it down pre.
Mm-hmm. So Mateos using a time bank, but ultimately relinquishing to the queens of Haxton, sitting this one out. Fold it over to Ike. 8-9 suited in the cutoff now. 2.6 million in front of him. Picked up the chip lead after taking that big, huge bite out of Kiat Lee. Leapfrogging Danny Tang. Chris Brewer in third, Jason Kuhn in fourth, Punat Punsri in fifth.
Oh, Michael Longcar picks up a hand that can definitely think about reshoving with. Then again, he's looking at the board and thinking, do I risk it now? No, he's just going to try to hang in there and let other people bust and try to slide into the money. But now Rodrigo, with the King Jack of Hearts, definitely can give some action.
That he can. Smothering Hearts interact with the Ace of Hearts on this ace high flop. Sullivan checking it over. Haxton.
Haxton probably
check
bets
back
this
there?
flop. Did he? I was going to say at a very high frequency.
You expect the bet. Yeah, I think we're still paused,
close to 100,
right?
I feel. Just because
There it
it's
is.
very tough for the big blind to make plays at you.
50K.
He's got all the ace highs as well. That paired it up. Rodrigo not going away, making the correct call with that ace of heart present.
Picks up the Broadway draw. Pot up to 275K.
It doesn't have the nut, no pair. Might be difficult for Haxton to bluff through this one. Although a multi-barrel would probably work against King Jack, but he's got to expect he's up against Ace X a lot.
275.
Okay. Haxton doing Haxton things, full pot. 9 high. He's tough.
That he is. You know, a spot like that, you get called on that ace-high board. On balance, Rodrigo may have some ace X's. Queen rolls off and just barrel again with 9 high. Air. I mean, he's got gamble in him. But it's like weird. It's like a controlled, deliberate gamble.
Right.
You know what I mean?
He knows when to kind of take his foot off the gas pedal at the right time.
Like, if you walk into the casino, the only pit game Ike is probably going to play is blackjack, and he'll know exactly what the count is.
I was gonna say, yeah.
But if you walk him toward a roulette wheel, he'll look at you like never in a million years. You know what I mean?
Right. I also don't think Haxton would go to a blackjack table, even if he knew the count. He just doesn't strike me as that guy. You think so?
I think if he knew the count,
think so?
he might be able to get him in there. He plays leaner edges than that out here on the felt sometimes, man. We've seen him rip. King 10 suited for long car. You touched on him trying to work his way into the money, but this is just too good an opportunity to pick up an orbit's worth of tokens. Mateos asking for a count, and what a delightful thing it would be for long car to be given a spin with the dominating king here.
And with the blind at 40,000, there's more reason for Mateos to make some crying calls, even though he is dominating the spot. Here we go, long car. Looking to hold. Gonna see the good news.
Mateos made the call, pot up to 480,000. Can Michael keep his dream alive here in the 50K 8 max? Queen 7-3 board. The King 10 plays. Spade for Mateos. Looked like it could have been a threat, but the driest of turns, and now keep it 9 free, and we're home free. Long car, a double. Even better than picking up the blinds in Annie, which is something he would have been quite all right with. And now Mateos headed in the wrong direction, Randy.
Bit of a dent where he can't really raise too often off of 17 bigs with Isaac Haxton in position on him.
Look at the stack distribution, by the way. 71 bigs for Ike. Next biggest stacks at the table belong to Petrangelo and Celuan at 23 and 22 big blinds, respectively. As we creep up on this money bubble, Ike can really get away with some murder.
He has, right? Like multi-barreling that 9 high in a spot where most players just give up. I don't think he's done.
Not to be overlooked, the fact that 23 pay and only 27 remain. Implications, and dare we say advantages.
Back to the battlefield with this King Jack. Tom Young is so short, picks up pocket deuces, but has no fold equity once there's a raise in front of him. But if he doesn't find a spot soon, he's going to eat the big blind as well as the ante. Going to pass up this spot. Long car up to 22nd place.
Some breathing room. 12 bigs. Obviously, those blinds go up every 35 minutes, and they come around quick. You see Haxton raising and taking it with that King Jack. Serviceable hand. we know anything about Tom Hyung, Randy?
I do not, but he is from Hong Kong. This is his very first stop. Played
Suspect
4 events already. This is his 5th. No cashes yet.
could
Go
be
on.
the product of Danny, Elton.
It could be. We've seen a lot of new
Inviting.
faces come out here from Hong Kong. Janissa Khan, Ken Tong, also from Hong Kong. So we know there's a lot of strong players from that region.
Have you actually spent time in Hong Kong as opposed to simply using it as a transit point to get to Macau?
I have.
Did you find poker out there? I know it's not like there's no casinos, but one would expect there's some games taking place.
I believe there are. I haven't visited them myself. I
Yeah.
was just more so for vacation.
And
but,
most would just take a quick ferry ride over to Macau if they wanted to get their
yeah,
fix, right?
where the real gamble's at. You
Yeah.
know? That ferry ride is awful. I don't know if you've ever been on it.
No, I haven't. Is it long?
No, well, I mean, like, I think it's like an hour, 45 minutes or so. But,
a long
like,
time.
it's not that. It's just the waves. Feels like
Oh,
you're on a roller coaster.
You get motion sickness?
Yeah. Not everyone does. People who don't even get motion sickness can't handle that one.
You got action. Throw me on the ferry. I'll be fine.
Okay.
Don't take the bet, Randy. I'm
Cool,
telling you
cool.
right now.
They don't got business class over there, okay?
Okay. That's going to be an issue. Meanwhile, picking up the action here. Tom Hyung's 190,000 with the 10-8 up against the Jack-7 of Haxton, unable to find the chop on the river nor the needed 10 or 8. And no sooner did we break out in discussion about he and the Hong Kong delegation than one of their brothers is lost, as yet again Tom fails to cash here at his first ever Triton Festival.
Let's flip it over.
Ace-King for Axel Halle. On the button. Not going to be a limp. Two and a half X.
Elton saying pocket 8s in the small.
1.1 or 1.2, I think.
Jason Kuhn in the big, sitting on 38 blinds. And he's just going to rip this one in. We're going to have got a huge clash incoming.
Sang.
Mandatory call.
In front here, of course the Ace-King isn't going to want to go anywhere as Kuhn snap folds the big and we're heads up for $2.25 million. Elton looking to avenge on behalf of Tom Hyung.
Eat a club, baby.
Queen 9-4 board. Eights remaining in front by a wider margin now. Jack is a threat.
Stand up.
Axel goes to his feet in search of an ace, king, or 10, but cannot find any of that kit as handshakes are issued and his tokens are passed to the left to the man who brought the chip lead to the party to start the day here in the 50K, Elton Sang.
So they're like, you know, the guy gets to bluff and win the chips, and then we're going to let him win a flip and win the chips.
And he's back up there towards the top.
Still going to run second, though, behind Ike Haxton, pictured here on the button on this occasion. And our other feature. Not going to take the spot with 8-4 off, however. And that'll leave the King-6 offsuit of Michael Longcar to make a decision in the small.
He might fire this one in, trying to survive a little bit more, but we're just 2 from the money now. Still going to take a shot. And Rodrigo Celuan's picked up pocket 5s. This is for half of his stack if he makes this call.
And he does make that call. It'll be 2 overs against the 5s. And no sooner did Longcar double than he is going to need to get lucky to battle on. 25 remaining and 23 paid. 2 away from the money. To the flop we will go.
Feels like we're waiting for all hands to complete on outer tables before dealing this one out.
Believe
we're so
I've
close.
Overheard Sonny, one of our tournament staff, coming over to advise that that's exactly why these hands are paused.
This could be one of the biggest flips in Michael Loncar's career.
No doubt about it.
Here we go.
No king, no 6. 10-8-4 board.
You see it?
8 on the turn means the counterfeit card is available in the form of a 10, but none of those needed outs. Pay a visit to Michael Loncar, who took a page out of KCG's book in terms of button configurations coming into this one, but
seems weird, but I think we're gonna play this hand.
plenty of style. Just not
And we have
enough
24 left. Is not.
with the king
I think they're
6.
holding up.
Tough
So-
one. What's happening here?
Stone money bubble now. Looks like pre-flop. Antonius was the party starter. Elton 3-bet to 220. And then Patrick jammed for 900, saying, of course, with a couple of kings, happy to dig in.
Wait a sec.
They play for 1.9 million.
Oh, you're so good with these
Here comes Sonny.
Oh, he's incredible at this shit. Like, incredible.
We're on the stone cold bubble.
Mm-hmm.
Antonius can't find an ace. Everyone gonna win 79,000 minimum.
Yeah, that is the difference between being on the stone bubble and working your way into a payout. And while that 79,000 isn't going to get Patrick unstuck from all that he's invested so far at this festival, it sure would be nice compared to yet another shutout.
That's a big fucking hand.
You're not supposed to have kings.
Yeah, you're not supposed to have kings.
Yeah, that's probably much.
No, that's what they taught me.
Ace queen suited.
They're like, ace queen, you don't shove on the bubble.
You would have got my fucking mind.
I felt like I'm the only one to getting it. Like.
I didn't get it until he was like, okay, I'll spoon feed them so they get the joke.
Yeah.
To be fair, like the first time he said it, I was for this serious, and then I realized like what he's
Suited's very different out.
I have to
Very
learn it the hard way.
Now you learned the easy way. Shove the ace queen on the bubble.
Is someone fooling around with the soundboard back there right now? I mean,
Exactly.
this is no time to play DJ. I wouldn't mind a little bit of that dramatic Who Wants to Be a Millionaire music, though. You know what I mean? When you get up to, like, the big payouts, not the speedy rounds, but, like, where if you lose, you get showered down to...
It's more like Who Wants to Be a 79,000 there right now.
Yeah. And we know Patrick Antonius definitely would like to be involved in that process as he patiently awaits a flop. Here comes Luca Vivaldi. I mean, this is awkward. And now it's gone from awkward to troublesome. 998 board. Patrick needs to find an ace. You see a sympathetic look on Elton's face. The board double pairing. Can Patrick find the necessary 3-outer to march on? No, he can't. And a stone bubble bust
If somebody busts now.
for Patrick.
Patrick?
Elton coming around to pay his respects to a fallen comrade.
We have one more hand left.
But like, we're
Theoretically, like
if I bust this hand, we're in the money.
I just want to say, Ollie, the music stopped the second the hand was over.
Yeah, awkward all around the
That DJ
music
knew what he was
situation
doing.
there.
What happened?
But it was the wrong track. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
It was like kind of happy.
I mean, I guess 23 people are happy.
One is deeply saddened, though. And it wasn't so much just the 79,000, Randy, but breaking the seal here in Monaco, I think, and staving off being shut out, as
Right.
Patrick has been so far here in what is truly his actual backyard. Elton then back on top, 3.5 million. Massive gap between he and Jason Kuhn, who sits at 1.4. Short stack belongs to Daniel Razai here at this feature. Lines of 20 and 40,000. Those chip counts brought to you by Poker Steak.
As per usual.
So we do have another hand before the
so it's a
redraw, as
redraw
this
now,
table
yeah.
did need to catch up to the others.
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Soft hand for hand. Tabs being kept by our crack staff.
Just making it fair.
600. 650.
That they are. Ace 10 for Elton in the cutoff, open to 80. Daniel Razai. Small blind, 315,000 on the inside of the membrane.
Well, once you're inside, you can definitely comfortably jam this.
He knows it. Rip to 335,000. Will a spin be provided by Elton? Yes, it will, and he's going to be pipped.
Nice hand.
Let's see, though.
You sure they didn't say if you lose this 10, you're not in the money?
Some chop frequencies out there. Nine 3 deuce. Ace Jack still plays. Eight on the turn.
You don't need to stand up your head.
Chop it up. Chop
And
it up.
another 8 on the river, Elton. Trolling Razai, but paying off as Daniel will head to this redraw break fresh off of a double. With that double, he will sit with close to 20 big blinds at 750K, as no one is in that threatening under 10 big blind range here at this featured table. Elsewhere in the field, though, there are a handful of stacks that find themselves in that circumstance. And we'll get to them momentarily as we will bring you back to the desk. From right here in Sporting Monte-Carlo, Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu. And Randy, those 3 stacks that I was talking about, the shorties, let's get to them. Richard Yong, Triton co-founder, the only remaining after the elimination of Paul Pua outside the money earlier in our coverage. Brian Kim, 22nd, 10 big blinds. Pedro Garignani of Brazil, 23rd with 9 bigs. Nobody in the room happier than those 3 guys to see the money bubble burst. And obviously for Adrian Mateos, it was a very disappointing unraveling in that frame.
It was disappointing, but he did get into the money too with that very big stack of Isaac Haxton right behind him. But that was a very swift bubble burst, don't you think?
Yeah, we got there quick. I mean, Kiat Lee, it came apart for him really quickly. Obviously, Patrick, again, unable to cash here in Monaco. Themes that have emerged. Tom Hyung at his first ever Triton. Didn't make the money, but we will fight on, and we'll do so with 23 players, all of whom are in the money, 79,000. Bubble has burst. We're going to step aside, not long, just about 10 minutes. When we come back, redraw will be complete. We'll get you through our next 2 featured tables. Keep it close.
GG Poker.
Why so many players?
This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker
the
main
biggest
event.
poker site.
Larger than all of GG Poker's profit reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Fives are holding on the 9-7-4 board. Ace on the turn, though. Disaster for Boyka, who cannot find the needed help on the river. Rodrigo Seiji claiming a victim. Jack for Malaysia's Kiat Lee. Kiat 11th of 34 remaining runners. So far here in Monaco, he has 1 cash in 6 attempts, but it did come in the 100K 8 max, where he finished 19th for 156K.
It's a decent rebate.
6.3 million in career Triton earnings for Kiat.
Got a pocket here. Boarding it into big.
I get more all-in.
Trying to apply forward equity, but gets snapped off. Gonna be happy to see just up against Ace-Jack.
Fives have done all right so far on the day.
Yeah.
Will that continue to be the case here?
No full deck.
We'll find out soon.
No full deck, still looks like.
Flop. Queen, queen, 7. And now the ace, the jack, or the 7 will all work for Kiat Lee. You see Boldigan channeling all of his anti-sweat energy toward the board. And the ace on the river, unfortunately. One of those cards that he was anti-sweating, and with...
Table for deuce?
Yes, make a reservation for us tonight, Randy. Tell them it's a table for deuce. They're actually going to give you a reservation for a party of one named Deuce if you do that.
I see a slow play. I like it because he's playing this kind of stack where he can still get a lot of value from the opener who might, you know, pick up something. Maybe he gets one of the shorter stacks behind to kind of press and he can just trap them.
You're running out.
Oh, man.
Rodrigo Salawan, the slow player with the aces in the face of the Huang.
Yeah.
Open. Open-ended straight flush draw for Tom.
It does help a little.
And he doesn't follow through despite having massive amounts of equity, Randy. Is he playing this one as a check raise?
He's definitely playing this one for a check raise. I actually like it because he's supposed to just absolutely whiff this flop, and his opponent in position will often just bet even if they don't got a piece, and he can just pick up extra chips.
You object, and now you have like 45 seconds.
Start arguing with that.
He's grabbing those white chips now.
Then there's a discussion, and the dealer's like, oh, we'll call it 8.
Rodrigo's got to be still pretty happy with 2 aces, just because I could easily see an overpair to the 7 taking this line against the shorter stack. He should want to get the money in now before some kind of scare card rolls off.
Also, like, I just have no idea when they refresh. The
Ready for this flip?
Salawan.
Completely inscrutable.
Fired 35,000. As expected, the check raise came into 125. The jam then to 405 with the slow played aces, and that is the hand you don't want to see if you're Rodrigo. Tremendously vulnerable here. And covered. Nervy moments in an almost 1 million chip pot. On the turn. Safe for the aces so far. Can they hold on? Yes, they can. And Hyung. Fans on 2 streets. Elton slipping to second.
I feel like Danny has had a lot of deep runs here in Monte-Carlo. Yes, a 6th place in the 200K for 875 and a 3rd place in the 100K for 1.3 million. On pace for another deep run.
I forget. I mean, like, certainly under 50, yeah.
Here comes Paw. Ace-Jack of Hearts, the short stack. Oh, we're going to run into the Haxton Kings.
265.
Bad news, but at least he's got that one overcard to those kings.
Haxton should probably flat rather than reshove to try to entice the big blind to come along.
Call.
Haxton does flat, but the big blind does not bite. So on their backs they go. 580K pot, and the hopes of Triton co-founder Paul Pua resting on this ace-jack suited. Jack in the window is a good card. 1 heart as well. 5 outs for the time being. You see both guys kind of shaking their heads at it. Now that's
fun.
what you got in mind. Haxton identifying the max fun card. Heart draw. Ace or a jack. Is it there? No. Black 9. And it'll be an out-of-the-money departure for the boss at the hands of Ike Haxton.
Mainly to decide whether to open rip or come in with min raise. It is the latter.
Smith, for some reason, pausing with 6-3 off.
Cocktails up here, by any chance?
I was just thinking I desperately need some caffeine.
So I'm with you, brother.
Nice timing.
Jacks for Axel Halle. That's the hand that actually sent him packing yesterday in the mystery bounty. against the Queen 10 of eventual champion Mario Mosbach. Turned a set, which gave Mosbach the king high straight. But no PTSD on display. 3 bets to 155,000.
Yes.
Yeah, trying to hook in this Artur Martirosyan, who has 2 9s, which can definitely play back.
2 milk, 2 sugar, just the way you like it, right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Although, I will say, it appears strong when the 20 big blind stack 3 bets you when you open from undergun with the shallow stack. Oh, but Seiji's got ace-queen suited.
Ooh, and this from the small blind. Could it feel like an opportunity
600.
to rip Randy, or would that just be too much to push forward? He comes in 33 bigs deep.
I think it might be too much just because the other 2 players should be playing snug. 30 remaining. It's what, top 23 that pay. And he has to get through 2 players who are appearing strong. And still the big blind too.
Oh my god. No, it's my heart, man. No, it's my heart. I mean, come on. How sweet are kids?
Obviously, the under-the-gun raise of Martirosyan on its own looks strong. And then the willingness of Axel Halle to attack that raise.
I agree. And that's why he's
looks
folding.
strong. And so the ace-queen suited just bows out. It is kind of a weird flat spot there if you do not re-raise to
You have
4
to
bets.
4-bet or fold. But you know what's actually interesting? Him taking a long time there seems like he was on the cusp. It kind of implies like an ace-queen suited, like an ace-queen exactly. And if you put your opponent on like an ace-king, ace-queen, maybe you got some out reduction where the 2 9s might fare well.
Yeah, we've talked about that in the past. It's one of the deep nuances and spots where the more that you can range somebody who lays down who was tanking, the more that you can then remove certain kit from your opponent's range who is still active in the pot.
Agree.
Artur, 345 back now. Do we have to approach this as a rip, Randy, or can we just flatten in case of really bad boards, just check fold? Wow.
Does lay it down. You know, he
Gets
really
away.
thought about that. But to answer your question, I do think that both play.
Macau travel tips from Jason Kuhn.
Yeah,
Monterosian
remove
deliberating.
okay from your vocabulary.
Yeah, yeah. Careful with all that okay chatter out that way.
Man, I miss that guy.
5 seconds. Play roll in.
Martirosyan on the button, going to jam the 405, newly acquired.
Snapped off.
Runs into ace-queen for Halle, who comfortably digs in 855K pot. And the hopes of Martirosyan.
Don't do
It
it.
works every
Obviously.
time. I stand up. So.
He's not thrilled to be in this spot.
You missed even your chance.
And it's a wine strategy also.
I think you're about to hit 7 diamonds after saying that.
Ten-8 deuce, and the ace-6 really begins to thin out. 13%.
That's it.
Now 0. Queen on the turn. GG's issued. Trips for good measure.
Experience with the stand-up trick.
Well, you didn't even get a sweat here. I mean, look at this. What is this?
This event will begin later on today here in the room as this one concludes. That's always a popular one, and there's online qualifiers that will be sent from our official Triton qualifier partners over at GG. Love those stories, by the way. You know, the guys that maybe won 1 or 2 saddies come in, suddenly find themselves in a 25K.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot of qualifiers into that event. It will be fun to watch. And Arthur has navigated the Super Millions to the top many, many times, as you just heard. At least 6, apparently.
Oh. Five seconds. Oh. Oh.
Ace-5 for Antonius. Victory, something that he has been very familiar with throughout the course of his career, which is certainly not a short one.
Like
True veteran of the game.
5.
Raise and take it for him. Touched on the fact that Patrick lives in Monaco. In spite of that, though, he's staying at the Player Hotel here.
Thank you.
Monte-Carlo Bay. And I'm curious as to, back when the Aussie Millions used to go down, Randy, whether or not you would
I drove.
Stay home.
That's
you
the
would?
answer. I drove.
How far is home from the Crown Casino where Aussie Millions was held?
30-minute drive.
So that's an hour out of every single one of your days.
Yeah, but I don't have to pay for the hotel now.
Are you a hotel nit, Randy?
How about this? I wanted to go home to my wife.
Oh,
there we go.
There's the good husband
But
line
the wife
there.
could also stay at the hotel, so this is awkward now.
That's true. She could have had a staycation with you. That would have been an hour more per day that she could have hung out.
Does Patrick live far from the venue? Do you know?
Nothing's far. Monaco, you can walk from one side to the other in 35 minutes, I want to say.
He's rolling it. It's not the cheapest hotel.
That's apparently Maria saying it wasn't all that much. She's staying there.
Okay, never mind.
Elton limps the 10-9 off.
Since he called me the champ, I'll check.
Jason with the kind check back.
These two have so much history. It's unreal how long they've been playing against each other.
Some of the most That's the sound of a bubble bursting, Randy, which is exactly what happened right before the break here at Sporting Monte-Carlo in the 50K 8 Max. Ali, Najad, Randy Lou here with you. Redraw is complete, and if you've got the Triton Poker Plus app, you already got a sneak preview of what's to come at the blue and the red tables, respectively. Everybody guaranteed $79,000, and there's a look at your two new feature tables, where the blinds will be 20 and 40K with a 40K big blind ante, 100K in orbit, the price of poker, 35-minute levels. Randy, you two have had a chance to check things out over here. I dive right into the blue table first and foremost, and that's where we find Elton Singh, who came in with the chip lead, and let's see what he's got his hands full with.
Yeah, and you can see that at his table, it's just a bunch of short stacks that just slid into the monies. So I think the hands will play themselves at that point for this featured table.
So a lot of spin cycles,
A lot of
I would
spin cycles,
expect.
dice rolling, whatever you want to call it.
No KCG. He likes to spin. 13 big blinds working his way into a cash here. Petrangelo, Mustafov also part of those shorter stacks, or rather Gargnani and Mustafov there at that blue table. Let's then turn our attention to the red table, where we find the Triton co-founder Richard Young managing to make the money, unlike Paul Pua, but just 11 bigs in front of Richard. And looking at this one, there's quite a few shorties here too, aren't there?
Yeah, it's the same story, but they're a little bit deeper. But I think that we have a very strong Isaac Haxton that's going to be quite troublesome for the rest of the table.
Yeah, no doubt about it. 3.1 million in front of Haxton. That's going to be good for second in chips overall, behind Elton, saying the gap not altogether big. Danny Tang in third, 2.19 in front of him. And we touched on those Player of the Year points implications, something to keep an eye on as we march through the money eventually toward our champ, who will earn $1.5 million plus, 1.58 to be exact. So then we send it back down into the arena for continuing coverage. There is a look at your official chip counts, blinds of 20 and 40,000. Haxton and Sang. Mayors, respectively. Gargnani, the shortest of stacks. Richard Young, same story. Could get kind of fun here. You know, the wheels get greased when the bubble bursts a lot of times, although the march to the bubble was rather quick, Randy. But maybe these guys are willing to get it in there, spin.
They're gonna spin it a bit, and then we're gonna have some consolidated stacks where we got some real poker going on.
Looking forward to it. Rezai, by the way, did get a double heading into the break.
Well,
Whoa.
what a walk. 2 kings for the short stack.
Hate to see it.
Still won in the pot, I guess.
Lucky I didn't open with my 10-3 offsuit.
Could be worse.
Yeah.
Brazilian delegation well represented, by the way, at every single Triton stop, but the name that we haven't really called much at all is that of Yuri Zivlevsky. Randy, he's normally a man who finds the money frequently here. Instead, the likes of Gargnani, Rodrigo Seiji, and Rodrigo Salawan, the less frequently called names.
Yeah.
That find their way into the money here.
time
Bruno Volkmann, another one of those
here,
guys.
But the only time I saw Zivlevsky was when Daniel Divorce was wearing his hat at the final table.
You think he just came here for a hat loan?
Just loaned it
Randy,
out.
I'm pretty sure he's out there.
Ace Jack, Ace Jack.
Both suited, by the way.
It's actually a little tricky because it's the undergun open at a full table. That might make Petrangelo lean towards call, which he does. Like if it was up against like a button cutoff or hijack open, he definitely would be reshoving off of this stack. But here, playing a bit cautious. Both players with that backdoor nut flush draw on this paired board. A spot where you could see the undergun player fire c-bet and the big blind always calling with this type of hand.
It was 80K a man on the flop. Petrangelo flatting, checking. Rezai cautiously checking back, and now it is Petrangelo who picks up the backdoor flush draw.
Might create an opportunity for him to actually scoop this whole pot if he wants to bet this turn. Depends on where he thinks his opponent's range is. If it's like an ace-king high, some little baby pocket pairs. Does check. Does have free roll opportunities. As played, though, I would expect Daniel Rezai to not want to bet the turn.
Confirmed. As Petrangelo didn't lead, the Rezai check back. Now queen on the end.
Disappointing not to hit his flush, but the hand still showdown's okay against worse ace highs. Feels like a spot where they're both going to be content checking.
Sure enough, 3 streets of knuckles. And chop it up, says Rezai.
Yeah.
Rezai, by the way, playing under the Austrian banner. 0 for 4 thus far here in Monte-Carlo. Now, breaking the seal with this first cash.
Straddle.
He actually showed up to Cyprus in 2022 for a single event, a 25K.
There's been a few people that have actually made their way to their first ever Triton, played one event.
Was
Nacho
Nacho
Barbero.
one of them? Yes.
Yeah.
I feel like there was someone else.
Coming to mind, there's more than one person.
Not Mateos, right?
No, I don't think it was Mateos.
I
I
know
think that's Barbero who came to Madrid, played one event.
Okay, yeah.
Guess who? Petrangelo and Razai again, as it's folded to their blinds.
Similar stack size.
Nikki P. Going to raise the 8-9 offsuit. Let's see how Daniel feels about King 4.
King 4 doesn't really play that well when it's offsuit in the spot. Likely hitting the muck, but I'm not saying he's going to do it, but it is a hand that does 3-bet sometimes in these BVB spots just because it doesn't play that well, but you have blockers to hands that can give you action.
Not thinking about a 3-bet, is he?
I think he is.
700,000 back.
The problem, yeah, he's very short, but he
65.
he is. Like I said, this has just been very popular lately. These blind versus blind spots, King X offsuit. King X suited, he would be calling, but these ones don't play that well. But they got the blockers to the hands that want to continue. That was a great play.
Nice bit of timing there from Daniel Razai, who isn't gun shy despite having a sub-20 big blind stack going into that one. There's Webster Lim. He'll be under the gun. I love the way Webster goes about his business, by the way, Randy. Not exclusive to him, but one of those guys that just keeps his head low, shows up, plays the events, win, lose, or draw, quietly, works his way through, then heads home.
Yeah, he saw who's in the big blinds. Like, yeah, I'm not going to play
Different
this one.
proposition for Razai on this occasion. Well, if you haven't already, do yourself a favor and head to GG Poker. Sign up today and use the sign-up code Triton_2023. Score yourself a free GG Millions ticket. Perhaps even qualify for a future Triton Festival. If that's not enough, how about the Bounty Hunter series where they've got 50 million in guarantees, then the $1 million flip and go. It all goes down at the world's biggest poker room, GG Poker.
Got that baby suited ace in the hijack.
And he's going to rip it. He being Brazil's Pedro Gargnani.
Looks like he's definitely going to get through this small blind. Or we count our chips down. Oh, there's the muck incoming. Just one more. Oh, Webster's got King 10. It's like, ugh.
805,000 back. Already 40 out there, but 360 just way too much heat, says Webster. I feel a little bit shortchanged by Gargnani, by the way, only on account of the fact that the first time that he played a Triton, if you'll remember, Randy, was back in Cyprus in September rather of 2022. And the first time that I saw him on stream, he had ordered himself some sort of coffee beverage. And then he was in the tank, and he was stirring it with a sugar stick. And it was so amazing. It was like a villain there. And he just like was using time bank after time bank and stirring his coffee. Not since that festival have I seen him bring it. I don't know if I made him self-conscious or not.
Yeah, I know, right? I do remember that now that you bring it up.
I'm going to have to go out and just
Can
be
you
like,
find
Pedro,
him and let him know? Yes.
did I give you a coffee complex? Like, because I need you to come with the
He
coffee
quit coffee
stirrer.
that day.
At least on stream, right? Elton saying no quitting this guy on the button. 7 of spades, unsure what that side card is, but 2 sevens for Fahdin Mustafov. A big blind jam and a scratch of the head for Tsang. This is beefy. 565. 12 bigs and whatever the side card was. It didn't warrant a continue.
Would
Says
never be
Elton.
better than 2 sevens.
Not as a fold, that's for sure.
Yes, hand.
Pocket 7.
Again?
No, that was me.
Oh.
Same positions, like on the bubble.
Yeah.
You have same hand too?
No. No. Something like similar though. Yep.
Do you think if I ordered a coffee and sent it over to him with a sugar stick in it, that he would then
Why only
get the
you
hint?
would think of these things?
I mean, I'm allowed to order, right? I could just be
Yeah.
like the gentleman over there with the ponytail and the beard. And you just... Maybe I need to write a note. Should I write a note?
Yeah, yes,
I have
please.
paper and pen here. Okay.
What's the note gonna say? Please start.
It's private. It's between me and Pedro.
Okay.
Randy.
You writing in English or Spanish?
Dear Pedro, please
You actually are writing this
accept
note.
this coffee from us in the booth. We want to see you stir it. I got good handwriting, don't I?
You
I mean,
do,
be
but
honest.
I don't really know if I want to be a part of this. Do you, instead of we, can we put Ollie?
No. I'm not going to refer to myself in the third person. What kind
Alright.
of weirdo do you think I am?
Okay, okay.
Okay. So now we need to get producer James to deliver the note.
Yes.
Right here he is. Okay. Sincerely,
All in.
Randy and Ali. Smiley face. All in from Mustafov with the ace-6. He's not going to get a coffee, but he will get the blinds and antes.
You doing some origami there?
Just because I folded a paper in half doesn't mean I'm doing origami. Randy, what do you want me to make 1,000 of these things for good luck?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we are. Folding it. I gotta order the coffee though.
Right.
I love that we're hatching a plan. This is great.
You are a little bit too happy about this.
You know I love mischief, Randy.
You love chaos as well.
The Minister of Mischief. That's my title. King Queen now for Rizai, and he's going to stir the pot. Little raise to 80 up front. Saw some nice timing with that 3-bet against Petrangelo, small blind open.
You need to deliver this letter soon because he's running low on chips.
Thank you for that, Randy. Why would you jinx him?
No, I'm not jinxing. I'm just telling you because
Yeah,
you're
but I
still
think this is
folding
so
this piece of
pessimistic.
paper.
Oh,
God
hang
knows how
on.
long it's going to take you.
There's no folding going on between Brian Kim and Henrik Hecklund here. An ace-5 suited for Henrik. Pocket 7s for Brian, and despite being the covering stack, he is still seated, and that's because after Hecklund opened to 100K. Kim jammed from the big blind with those 7s. Henrik made the call. King 4-3, and Henrik did have the wheel draw along with a nut flush draw. Board paired on the turn, and on the river a 7 would give Brian the boat, as he was able to fade all of those outs for Hecklin. Now then, Webster back at the feature. Makes some noise up front with the jacks. KCG also making some noise, by the way, with that paisley silk shirt.
Do you feel like he's... Who's in the front runner between him and Linus in terms of the shirts, in your opinion?
Ooh, that's really actually that's a toss-up, man. Linus is such a legend. I want to give it to Linus because he also accessorizes. Remember the pearls?
With the pearls, yes. Okay. But who buttons down a little bit more? Is that KCG? I feel like he wins by one button.
Yeah. Linus can't hold a candle to KCG's unbuttoning tactics. I feel like KCG's a guy that doesn't need to worry about not coming in under the baggage check-in weight limit. You know what I mean? If it's nothing but silk shirts, you're just safe, you know?
Right.
The handler's loading up the plane, kind of take a deep breath before they grab his suitcase, and then they realize there's dang near nothing in it, it feels like. All of it in it, though, with pocket 8s for KCG here.
This is all in a call incoming. Elton saying these two have played a lot of pots. 830 in the middle. KCG so far has had 2 cashes at this festival.
Ace queen suited against 2 8s. Can Chapegatian hold? Not on this flop. Ace 6-3. Elton way out in front now. Stays that way on the turn. No diamond for KCG. Needs the 8.
Good game.
And instead, he's shown a 3.
Lots of respect to walk over.
Yeah, love to see that, by the way. These guys really do like each other. You know, a lot of them play exclusively at the Triton Super High Roller Series, and as such, they forge some deep bonds. It's kind of like quarterly camp at our 4 festivals each year, a time when these guys get to see one another, catch up, grab a few meals, maybe play some cash.
You're right about that.
That is certainly not the last we've seen of KCG. Elton, however, keeping himself in close contact to Haxton, and now leapfrogging into the lead in front of Ike. After taking down KCG, there's Bulgaria's Augie Dimov in the pink to the left of Jason Kuhn.
I'll do an Americano.
Picked up a title already earlier this week. 5th in chips overall right now. That title, by the way, came in a 30K 7 max. Over $1 million went to him for that one. Wife and son on hand. It was a lovely moment to be a part of. Now Richard rocking some of that newer Triton swag. We unveiled those roll down caps.
This bucket hat's off to the side a bit, or is it just me?
Listen, Richard is a trendsetter. Randy, everyone else might wear that hat with the Triton logo dead center. But Young always has some custom little touch to bring the flavor. I mean it too, his streetwear game is so strong.
Yes, it is strong.
He comes every single festival to be some sort of hoodie that you're like, ooh, where'd you get that one?
I apologize for questioning the hat position. This hat is on straight, directly how I expect it to be on Dan Smith's head.
6-4 suited, checking back. Dan was wearing his Triton Champions hat earlier this week, having won the 200K Invitational. Both players with straight draws here. Advantage Dan. If the 3 rolls off, it would be very problematic for Haxton.
actually going to check. I believe the reason he's not betting his little gut shot is because it's coupled with a king high, which shows down okay. As play, Dan Smith maybe wants to put in a barrel or two.
We'll soon see. Board pairing deuce on the end, courtesy of a check back from Smith.
I think Haxton has a lot of reason to not bet just yet, just because it's got a high card. But if he's betting, it's to kind of kick out 2 random cards that randomly hit a pair. Looks like he is going to fight. Can he bet? He said 40, right? Because he couldn't bet 30.
Yep. Even if he had declared 30, it would be a 40K bet, as the declaration is more than half the bet. I wonder if he says 10K, then that...
10K would be a min bet as well.
It would still also be a min bet, okay. It's just when you physically put chips forward, they have to be over half. Or no, any chip forward would be a min bet. It's only when raising we need to put at least half of the required amount forward.
If he said 1 chip, that would be a min bet too.
Yep.
But now Dan Smith, he's going to peel one here.
Now the board double pairs, and Smith and Haxton both play that board.
Yeah, play the board. Who wants it more?
It's pretty nasty for King High, by the way, which I figured was going to be good with some frequency.
If someone's going to scoop this pot, I feel like it's more likely Dan Smith. These small pots are very tricky, blind versus blind, and I guess Haxton is just wondering how often his opponent is also unpaired and he can just take the 200 in the middle just for himself.
Well, if he doesn't think Smith had a deuce or a 5, then the bet would seem like a good one, but instead he's going to check.
It is very possible for Dan Smith to have a 5 check back flop, call turn. So I think the hand that Dan Smith would fear the most is a deuce, although deuce is not that big of a small blind limping range. 5x certainly would just keep firing away on the river.
400?
Yeah, I just love this bet. Just so rare for Haxton to ever have a piece.
2x pot out of Dan, and even though Ike suspects that they could both be playing the board, the economics of a call here, looking to just claw back 100,000 of the 200 in the middle prior to the bet, don't make any sense. So he just steps away. Nice there from Dan Smith, as you see just how much these guys fight for every chip.
Especially Haxton and Dan Smith. And, you know, Dan Smith made these really creative plays when he shipped that tournament earlier in the Invitational. Really got to watch a lot more of them this trip and have been very impressed. No
One day I'm going to figure out how those
known to be
spots
one
for
of the
both
best.
sides play the board half the time work.
I can tell you.
Hmm?
I can tell you.
You know that one?
Yeah, I'll tell you on break.
All right.
Yep.
B200, pretty good there.
Tell you on break.
Jason comes up again right now.
It does. It's perfect. Throwing out ace 5. Deuce. Ace 5, deuce 5.
Interesting to hear Jason offering up advice to the minds of Smith and Haxton, which are
Had a quick toss with like the
so well polished themselves. we see Augie Dimov's 80K open under the gun being jammed on by Mateos. Ill-timed ace-jack, not only given that he's dominated on the ace side by Dimov, but also the jacks of Shemion.
Yeah, Mateos thought he just had to get through Dimov, but Shemion gonna go nowhere with these two jacks. He knows that Mateos is desperate. He's desperate himself with that 670K stack, and well, Dan Smith has got ace-queen as well, but he still has to worry about the Onion Dimov 1.7 million opener.
So not one, but two jams behind us, and the ace-queen feels the weight.
This has got to be very close, because the jams aren't that big.
Well, let's talk about it. Mateos 13 bigs, let's call it.
Yep.
Shemion 17 bigs.
So it depends on what is this Shemion rejamming range. They are pretty early positions, undergun versus hijack, so maybe he can actually get away from ace-queen in this spot. If it was like button cutoff and like big blind, probably not.
Augie mulling it over.
Yeah, it's tough. Even if it was suited, you know, it's pretty much the same decision. I would lean towards fold is my first instinct.
The payout of 79,000 is going to stay flat for 3 slots, 23rd through 21st. Yes, despite
I think
the
he's
fact
in
that he
there.
burst the bubble,
Three-way
no
all
one
in.
has been eliminated yet. Dimov digs in. If it was just he and Mateos, it would have been a different story, but instead, he has to contend with Shemion for both the main and the side. And Ole in front with Mateos interfering with Agnion's prospects, holding an ace of his own. 1.7 million in the main, where the Spaniard plays along. The German and the Bulgarian play for 270 extra on the side. 3-way pot, 2 all-ins, king for deuce. Jacks still comfortably in front. Deuce on the turn. You see Mateos collecting his belongings, although an ace on the river, and he could chop with Dimov. Instead, a 3. And that'll do it for Adrian Mateos, as Ole Shemion will scoop. And a fairly meaty blow
Good game, Adrian.
to Dimov's stack.
Yeah, good game to the Spaniard. Got second place in the 125K main event for $3.1 million.
Paddling downstream, but collecting the bare minimum here in the 50K, 79,000. 22 runners remaining. You surprised at all by the overcall from Dimov with the ace-queen, Randy, or were you kind of expecting it?
I was on the cusp, you know, I'm not surprised. I just know that it was an easy decision.
Yeah.
Definitely call or fold. The good news for his stack was it wasn't too detrimental. He started 1.7, just lost, what, 670?
I mean...
It hurts, but let's just say he had, like, 1 million chips, and he lose 670 there, then he's all in our full territory.
Good ace queen then.
Yep.
spots like that, by the way, the remainder of the field does pay attention because on the occasions in which the decision maybe isn't as debatable and is a clear fold and somebody makes the call, you begin to question how sound their procedures are going to be in, you know, terms of these pre-flop big spots. And I don't know whether or not that guides you maybe away from taking a shot at someone because you don't necessarily want to get called and play for your life more frequently, or if it makes you go, I know I'm going to get the best of it more often than not when this player does click call, and cause you to maybe even target that individual.
Yeah, so if you're unsure in a spot like that of someone's ranges, then you would gear towards one way or the other. For example, if you think they're calling a little bit looser, then you can't reshove some hands like
I think
8-9
Brian
suited or
Timor
something
that 2 hours ago and then
wouldn't
got
do so
moved.
well. Gonna dominate this Haxton Queen 9 with this Queen 10 call, pre. Good for him.
Out kicking Haxton is Dimov.
It's a very c-bettable board for Haxton. Although if he does check back sometimes, it would be this weakest queen in the cutoff.
$55.
The small bet.
Yeah, water's mine. I'd like to keep that.
Puts like ace highs and some backdoor broadways with some flush draw potential to come along. Puts them in a tough spot where they can't really just check fold. And let's see if he comes in with check call or check raise. And I see extra white chips in his hand.
It is going to be the latter as 55 turns into 185. And Haxton with top pair, clearly not going to go anywhere for the time being for an extra 130.
Yeah, Onyan Dimov has created a situation for him to win a really big pot. With what I would say a marginal kicker. He knows it looks bluffy on Queen 4-3. He knows that Isaac Haxton can be suspicious at times. They're going to keep his opponent honest.
Jack of spades on the turn, and now Dimov picks up a flush draw.
Of course, the flush draw is great because he's got backup in case he's up against a better hand, but also it lets Haxton find more reasons to pay off once more, just in case Dimov check raise backdoor spades. I like the small bet because he could be so far ahead against a pocket pair lower than the jack, higher than the 4, that he never wants those hands to fold. Wouldn't mind like an ace deuce, ace 5 to come along as well. Maybe hit a straight while he hits a spade.
150, the figure he settles on, into 590, and this Queen 9 is being lured in. Yeah. That's a sizing that Haxton's hand really has no choice but to do exactly as it's done against Randy. The flat. Now what looks to be a dry card on the river, although maybe from time to time Dimov is being frisky with a 5-7 deuce 5 sort of hand. Doesn't feel like that's the case.
No, it doesn't really feel like it. They also might size a little bit more on the turn.
Great point. And points that are seldom, if ever, overlooked by Ike Haxton.
I don't believe Dimov's looking to check fold this river. He feels that his opponent might have floated him on the flop.
No, this really doesn't feel like a check fold, but then let's not overlook the fact that Haxton could just go bombs away. Dimov sub 1 SPR.
It depends on what Haxton thinks would follow through for river barrel.
You know, plenty of people have talked about, even us here in the booth, the frequency with which, when the action's on Haxton, we look at him and we just hold our breath because we don't know which direction he's going. Right then, I thought maybe, just maybe, he was going to pull the trigger. Then suddenly comes with the check. Dymov able to roll it over and collect, but I wonder just how uncomfortable things would have gotten for him. Maybe he snap calls and had his mind made up. Don't know.
I think he made up his mind because for him to check raise there, he knows his opponent is going to float him a bit and really just would be overfolding at that point once you blow up the pot. But he wouldn't love it. But
yeah, but that river in particular wasn't just scary enough, coordinated enough, you know. Ace-King, meanwhile, over at the other feature for Daniel Razai. Takes us to 100K. Problems for Hecklin in the small.
All in.
And he is going to jam. Dominated. Of course, we know Daniel is going to provide a spin as the covered stack.
All in and call on one.
Silver lining for Henrik, of course, is that he will have chips left if things don't work out here. Which they only will 29% of the time. Ace, King, 7, top 2 for Razai. Running clubs or queens. That's what the doctor has ordered for Hecklin. And on the turn, he will draw dead. So Razai will count down for him. And we see more chunks being taken out. Some of the larger stacks.
Really not much he can do. King Queen suited, a solid hand to rejam with. Oh, found a blue chip. Okay, there we go.
That's always
Someone's
fun.
lucky.
So when the dust settles, it'll be 37 bigs for Razai, second behind Elton Sang now. Hecklin, sub 10 bigs, just 4:35 left.
You ever find a chip like that, the games you play in?
The biggest chip I've ever found is in a stack of the 20s that we use as our, you know, racks in our limit game. I found a $100 chip in the 20s, but I've never like found a $1,000 chip or a 5K chip or something. Even though they're in circulation on the game, it's just you keep those to the side, my friend.
You're
those
not
don't,
lucky enough, my friend.
Those don't. Have you?
No, I haven't, but I'm just saying.
Well, then you're not lucky enough, my friend.
Never
How's
said
that?
I was luckier
Touche.
than you. I'm just saying.
Oh my gosh. I forgot to
You
deliver
did
the
not
note.
deliver the letter? Okay, hurry up. He's
Okay,
still in the
hurry
tournament.
up.
He's got 7 blinds, as you can see.
Those that don't know what we're talking about, of course, is Pedro Gargnani. Who we're trying to get to stir a coffee like he did the first time he joined us in Cyprus. Okay. All right, there you go. Folding it up. Yes.
Are you doing the
Elton
paper
Sang.
airplane and going to try
Crazy.
to...
I'm not going to throw it at him with the paper airplane. I do need to get the coffee order in, though. I wish we had a wireless headset, because then I would take the coffee over there myself, and I could do play-by-play about Pedro's reaction. But instead, the arcane wired configuration. Actually, it's probably a good idea to keep a leash on me, if we're being honest. Producer James nodding in affirmation immediately. Ace-8 against 6-4 here as Petrangelo defends, flops second pair and the backdoor diamonds and straightiness against Elton's top pair.
I'm still kind of uncomfortable you put my name on that piece of paper.
You should be.
75K for Elton. And Petrangelo is just sitting on an 11 big blind stack with his mid pair. Good back doors, in trouble right now. Here comes the check call. Looking for that 4-6 or diamond. The 5 is interesting because this now gives him a wheel draw to a 6 high straight. Just tends to freeze the action a bit too, where Elton doesn't double barrel too much. He's wondering, if I lead here, will I get jammed on? Because that would be a disaster, depositing chips and not even get to realize the river.
I mean, how often is Elton going to be able to jam, though, considering he's staring at the 4-liner on the board, and Pietrangelo should have the vast majority of the 3 combos.
I agree. But then again, Elton, he's got so many chips, maybe he just says, let's go with it. But here we go. Deciding whether to bet the turn.
Board pairs on the river now. Clubs coming in as well. After the check back from Elton, you wonder if Pietrangelo just feels like the 4 is happy to show down.
I don't think he would turn his hand to a bluff. He beats all the unpaired hands, which there's a lot of from the big stack.
I feel like he would have been more inclined to turn it into a bluff had he check called the turn, if Elton would have fired something. But here,
I could see that.
He does end up getting checked down. And disappointingly enough, because you do have that sense of hope once the check back comes in. I'm happy to report, by the way, that our note is in the mail. Randy, producer James.
The mailman's picked it up.
The Human Pony Express. Not so express as the case may be. He's made several pit stops at the snack desk.
Look, he's working. Let's not give him a hard time. It'll get there.
Patience is not my strong suit, Randy, as you know. Ooh. On the topic of strong, 2 aces up front for Elton. It's just too suspicious if we limp, though, isn't it? As a big stack, as much as he wants to trap.
This is as strong as that espresso that's going to be delivered to Garignani.
Jack 10 suited. Somewhat caffeinated.
Did fold to Jack 10 suited. I get this vibe Elton's gonna say something about his aces getting no action.
Give me a discount, 25K I call.
Okay, sure, no problem, do it.
I'll take the 25.
For Elton, it's especially frustrating too because obviously
you're wondering why nobody tries to play with you.
he gives a lot of action, so he expects to get a lot of action, but doesn't get it there.
Not a fair exchange for him.
Oh, thank you.
I think our message is caught up in customs. They're checking the contents of it. You know, it's like jail. If you get mail in jail, they open it.
Right, I would know this.
Know.
I've been in jail many, many times in my life.
We wouldn't do great in jail, Randy. Don't they have those shows like on Discovery Channel or something where it's like 24 hours in lockup? You know what I mean?
You want to try and see who can do better?
We would be so bad. I'd complain about the food, right?
I'd be okay with the same
You'd
food every
ask
day
why
if
the
it was
Wi-Fi
good.
keeps cutting out as you're trying to game on some device you snuck in. Someone's going to steal your Nintendo Switch.
Contraband. Got something going on here.
Yeah, we do. Rizai limped the King-Queen suited. Elton, King-7 suited, dominated, and a little chatter.
Okay, this time I'll play with you.
So go up to 150 and Daniel. Just flats.
Yeah, he can't really limp raise his hand because he doesn't want to get blown off of it. And it's a bit too excessive to limp jam.
Top pair with the backdoor clubs. Razai quickly checking, nothing more than the backdoor diamonds and maybe some perfect to a straight for Elton. 350 out there, and it was his doing. Like this discipline check back, though, from saying even more likable, though, is the deuce of clubs. If your name is Daniel Razai, as he picks up the flush draw.
He just has so much of this board. Wouldn't fault him if he sizes down, just because he doesn't mind getting action. Try to get like a curious 9x in there.
260?
No, actually quite sizable, 2/3. Gonna be sad when Elton lays down this king 7.
Yeah, this...
No prospects for this hand.
Gotta be dead hand walking here.
Big bet, my friend. Putting a monster to you.
I have the monster, I think.
You have the monster?
Yeah.
Okay.
Elton does ultimately lay it down.
Big points coming.
Running like the edges.
Is that coffee still stuck in customs?
Oh, you
you know?
again?
It takes a while to brew a proper espresso, Randy, as you know. Chat, by the way, speculating on what you would be playing on the inside on that Nintendo Switch in the aforementioned hypothetical whereby the two of us are locked up abroad.
Super Mario?
That's kind of a generic statement. Isn't there like a million different versions of that game? Clearly you don't actually have a Switch, do you?
I do have one.
Okay.
What would I play? What would I play? I don't know. I haven't played it in a while, to be honest.
Collecting dust, is it?
Yeah, it's collecting dust.
Petrangelo?
Is there like a Ultimate Texas Hold'em on there I can
His
play?
stack not collecting dust. I swear to God, Randy, if you fired up Ultimate Texas Hold'em on the Switch, I would break it, and then I would flush it down our toilet.
Have you ever played poker on the airplanes? You know they've got the game section?
I once played online poker real big on a United flight from LA to New York, and I got timed out in a big pot. I don't think the rest of the people up in the front of the plane were happy with my reaction. I was not. Yeah. It got uncomfortable for them, needless to say. I was steamed. I should have known, though. You know, the Wi-Fi's
Like you
always
kind of
spotty
asked
in the
for
air.
it, right?
I
Like
did.
you were pushing
I did.
the line a bit.
Subconsciously, you know, I wanted the story, is what happened. I did it so that all these years removed, here together today, I would be able to recount that tale.
Did you ever fly United again?
Yeah, all the time.
Oh, okay.
I didn't log in my online poker account, though, that's for sure. Petrangelo logging into an ace-6 suited on the heels of having raised it up and taken it with King Jack. One pot to go, and Elton weighing his options with Queen 10. Just lets it go. Flipping it back over to the other feature. Big stack here has a lot of company. Jason Kuhn, 2 million. Ike Caxton on the button, 1.9. Shemian, 1.9 of his own. So a very different breakdown compared to Elton and friends at the other feature.
This really is a stacked table. Dan Smith going to limp the small. Jason with a very similar dominated hand. Do you notice hat brand TF that Jason's wearing? It's pretty
Tom
sleek.
Ford, my friend.
Oh, haven't
What else?
ventured over there. Okay, I get it. That's not a cheap hat, and that's not going to be a cheap flop for Jason running
Yeah.
into the nuts.
It's got 5s and that little 6 of clubs, which is so relevant on this 975 texture. Blind versus blind limped pre, but this pot is far from over. As we have seed and soil, will we go into bloom? 75K as Smith watering things.
Jason's not going to be able to get away as played for now. Does have position the backdoor clubs. Helpful. And once Jason makes this call, Dan Smith likely thinks he's up against some pair, and those pairs often have a straight draw, and the straight comes right in. Wow, how lucky is that for Jason? As they both make the straight.
Incredibly fortunate. Now Smith, obviously with an 8 and a 6 in hand, blocks Jason's 6 prospects. There are 3 more in the deck, but bet call of 75K. And let's see with the 4-liner on board if Smith wants to continue to barrel or maybe merge it with some induction. Now the 10 jacks, are they concerns at all?
A little bit of a concern, but the real reason that Dan Smith is checking the turn is because he often will have to check any pair he's got. So he wants to protect that very weak range with the arrival of the 4-liner. And now for Jason, wants to get value. He needs to protect against 10x himself. He goes quite small, 110 into 300. The idea is he doesn't want
Really
some
stupid
9x to get away because of the scary texture. $110,000 into 300, and this does not have to be attached to a 6. And it does not have to get raised, does it? It doesn't have to, but a raise comes in just a little bit more when you size down, but we'll call. This pot should chop it up. Oh.
Now
I was
things
thinking
scary for both parties,
But I guess not.
as a spooky jack of clubs puts a different 4-liner out there and completes the flush.
It would have been a great card for like Dan Smith to turn his hand to bluff if he was holding like a naked 8x or 9x. But given that he's got the straight, he does want to get the showdown cheaply. He might block in this spot, but checking certainly fine too. There we go, checks.
Ooh, yeah.
Dan Smith taking another look at that.
Is there any chance that no one says anything all the way through the chop?
They're holding it in.
Yeah, someone maybe. I mean, it's self-evident how lucky Jason got here. I do feel like this is a prime opportunity, however, to bring up the fact that in spite of the fact that some of you may have seen a contentious exchange during the Triton Super High Roller Series back in Cyprus between Jason and Dan. They have very much buried that hatchet. In fact, Jason took it upon himself to pay a visit to Dan and discuss the matter. Word has it that he apologized to Dan for that exchange. I'm sure that meant a tremendous amount to Dan, who was obviously very shaken in that moment. rightfully.
Short stack Seiji, ace 9 of hearts. Ship into the 7 big blinds.
Can you count
Oh,
it,
and
please?
Dan Smith wakes up pocket queens, and gonna be trouble for Seiji.
That it is. 355,000, which is going to ultimately require some help. Smith on the button, however, is he going to want to invite the blinds?
He should want to invite the blinds. He's got a monster. He wants reshoves from smaller pocket pairs. Nothing for Jason. Nothing for Anyan Dimov. Price should be too much for Dimov to continue.
Dimov resisting the temptation there, and he'll be very pleased to have done so, given that Smith is going to show these 2 queens. So he tried to trap him, but avoiding ensnarements is Dimov. $835K pot. And an ace-free board with a queen.
Time to walk away. It's over.
Convincing flop.
You hear Haxton say convincing flop. There was no path to victory. And the ace did ultimately show up, by the way, so the queen was needed for Dan Smith, who can claim this pot all to himself, unlike the one he had to chop with Jason.
This is Seiji's first cash of the festival.
No, I think
That it is.
Get one under the belt.
Last of the $79,000 payouts, by the way. His departure will provide the field with a $6,600 pay jump, as now just 20 remain here in the 50K. Seiji, by the way, enjoying what looked like a beverage on the way out, which, of course, turns my attention to this now Phantom Espresso that we ordered for Gargnani. I mean, let's check on his stack, by the way. I mean, he was short. He's the shortest stack in the room, 7 bigs.
Did your letter
get that
get there?
espresso out there.
Return to sender?
You know what I mean? I put a stamp on there. I gave it to James.
Did you pay the right amount?
I don't know.
Did you tip the delivery person? No.
That's probably why it's not there yet. You're so
He's
right.
eating it, just like how you eat cards.
Ace-King suited. Shemian serving up a plate of 125,000. Kuhn just folds the 5s, and Dimov wakes up with an ace-king behind him.
What timing is that? Because he would never have seen those 125,000 chips had he deposited it.
Yeah, that's right.
I think
Dimov.
it's also having respect for Shemian's game, because he easily could have defended that in position against 30 big blind stack.
There's a jam from
Chef.
Dimov.
Chop
Back
it most
over
of
to
the
Ole, and
49 call on 3.
Shemian does have a 5% edge,
Give me my pocket pair back.
courtesy of
Give it
being
to him.
suited.
Yeah.
This is where
Pocket
the
5.
offsuit combo that isn't covered
Very
always
careful.
says, but I got
Very
2
careful.
flush draws.
I hate that line.
There's a lot of lame ones that tend to show up more than we want them to, aren't there?
No.
Okay.
There's a single spade.
100% job.
I am.
So,
I am.
we should have.
And it stays a single spade, as the diamonds were not present for Dimov.
Wow.
2 flush draws. If he had a diamond, would have got there. Just saying.
Thank you, Randy. By the way, chat figured out how me and you are going to survive if we do end up in jail.
Even 3 bet.
Okay, yes, please. Enlighten me.
3 bet also same.
Bookmaking.
Bookmaking.
Then call.
We could be sports bookies.
Team
in jail.
sorry. Cannot swim.
I don't know how to set lines.
I
though,
was
do
gonna,
you?
and I barely even know what the odds mean. You know, it's just like +17 or -10.
We're gonna get liquidated so fast. Every carton of cigarettes is going to get cleaned out. Pocket kings now for Kuhn, a much better pair with which to work. Cutoff opened. Cutoff open impending, rather.
115,000.
He did go 3x, didn't he?
Sure did.
Something about Shemion.
So you're associating both the fold with the 2-5s and the sizing here to Shemion in particular?
Maybe. I'm not so sure because I wouldn't think he would want to kind of exclude him out to specific sizing. It's interesting, but did get action from the ace-5, who picks up a little straight draw. Going to be problematic as he's going to want to continue against a flop c-bet. Just a perfect board for Jason Kuhn. Highly c-bettable. Will get action. Very little two-pair combos. Look, he's sizing up here. On a texture where you would think he would want to size down. Maybe is player dependent.
Yeah. It's starting to feel that way as the 3x against a big blind of Ole. Now the follow-through sizing of 200K. And Shemion defended, flopping the wheel gutty. Also has that ace. All stuff which does threaten these two kings. 31% equity. Shemion makes the call, another 400 into the middle as this one grows quickly, and there is that dreaded ace on the turn that Kuhn desperately doesn't want to see. May suspect, though, that that's his card.
Well, we can say we discount some ace-X's from the big line, not the wheelie stuff, just because of the size up. Maybe Jason... Usually he's supposed to check the ace, but he might bet and then check back river. Does check for now. And the wheel, just in case Shemion wasn't sure if his ace was good.
Diamonds also getting there. It really is poor developments for these kings. And I have to imagine that Shemion is going to feel more inclined to bet his hand as opposed to check under the assumption that Jason would be barreling at this card.
Yes, because Jason, if he had an ace, would bet the turn a lot. And this is not the run out that a cutoff tries to represent. Wow, he's actually checking.
Quick check back from Kuhn, and it's not just an ace, it's a wheel as well. And Jason didn't get a free showdown.
Shove pre-flop. Should just shove pre.
I don't do that
Haxton suggesting now that all 5 cards are known that Shemion should have just jammed on Jason. Obviously.
That was an odd line.
Not the most entertaining thing.
No. Kind of like
for
the
Jason to have
flush
to
draw
hear
ace king thing.
Losing, yeah.
Just throw that one in the dumpster.
Let the turn, that's for sure. It's gonna be hard to get money.
Now another peek at our other feature. Elton presiding over not just this table, but the overall chip lead, and it isn't close. Ole Shemion now in second, courtesy of having taken that pot from Jason Kuhn, who slides to 8th. Brewer, Smith, Tang, Rezai, and Haxton rounding things out as the collection in front of the average stack size of 1.4 million, which is good for 27 bigs, blinds at 25 and 50K. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker.
Ollie, how patient is Garignani still sitting on that micro stack of 7 blinds?
Well, listen, he's
he
already
wakes up
enjoyed
with
one
something.
pay jump. Timeout. King Jack of Hearts. I don't see the espresso or the note delivered just yet, but I do see his entire payload. 335,000. Too rich for the small suited ace of Petrangelo.
Those 7 just
Survives.
Aaron likes it.
So do our hopes of the note in the espresso. Truly, I do need an update, Producer James. What is the status?
It's like been over an
of
hour.
The note? The mailman's right back, sitting in front of us. How long has it been? He hit me with the Heinz 57 slogan there. Good things come to those who wait. I don't think that's what you want to hear from FedEx. You know? It's like, sure.
That could be actually
The problem is he has a monopoly on the delivery
like
market out here.
7-use bounty, Tony. Like
Until I
imagine
get
like
that
in the late
wireless
stage,
headset.
in the bubble.
You're not getting a wireless headset.
Everybody has to give you a big
You're going to be tethered like those backpacks to the kids.
I mean,
Those
one
are
big one
awful,
is
by
like,
the way.
On average,
You
it's
know?
like 20. It's like a bunch.
It's only a matter of time before you see a
Oh,
kid.
he wakes up with two kings.
Oh, hang on. Hecklin's small blind jam here has got itself an issue in the form of kings. Gargnani, the covering stack, believe it or not.
It's hard to win this one.
Oh, nice.
And a deeply covering holding. The 10-3-3 board. Former Triton main event winner. The Dane, Hecklin,
Good luck.
draws dead. As the board double pairs.
GG, man.
Jamming from the small blind there, off of that stack with the 7-8.
Just trying to get through the last guy, and usually you will. It sucks to run into the pair, but let's just say he was up against like an ace little. He's doing okay.
Right. Just had 7 bigs.
If things are going well for Pedro, are you sure you want that espresso to be delivered? Things may
You kidding
change
me?
if he gets
He's
a little
not
extra
going
ca-
anywhere for a while. He's going to need the caffeine, Randy. We're doing this man a favor. I mean, if I sent him a caipirinha, that would be weirder, would it not? Alcoholic beverages generally not consumed by those of us on the Triton Super High Roller Series whilst we're out here doing business, whether it be at the booth or on the felt. That's where we need Nick Rigby to come and play a Triton, because this is a man whose rail throws beers at him. Those that don't know who I'm talking about.
Dirty Nappy.
World Series of Poker main event guy who christened the Dirty Diaper. Meanwhile, we take a moment to remind you that you can buy action from the likes of Michael Soiza, Fedor Holz, and others on the exclusive staking partner platform of the Triton Super High Roller Series. I'm talking, of course, about Poker Stake, where things happen rake-free, transaction-free, and all winnings are guaranteed. What more could you ask for from a staking platform? Check them out at pokerstake.com today and get in on the action. Maybe we could run a prison staking platform.
Prison staking
we would have
platform.
to. We would have to.
How do we know what that means?
We would have to take bets on like prison playground fights or whatever that is, the yard.
Right. Definitely not when you're going to get out.
There's some way we're going to keep from getting eaten alive in jail, Randy, because between the two of us, we're not exactly the most menacing duo. I have to come up with an angle. I wouldn't mind going to jail in Monaco. Seems like it would be cool here. Like super nice. I mean, I'm not asking for anyone to set me up, but, you know.
Yeah.
Of all the jails,
All
Randy?
in jail. Okay, sure. That would be
Monaco?
great. You in prison will be...
Stop and think about it. We might survive jail in Monaco.
Okay, I honestly don't want to be in jail with you. Maybe we can just have you go by yourself.
Thank you so much for that,
You
Randy.
need
It's-
someone on the outside to help you get out, right? So
How about I go on the outside and I help you get out? Huh? Why do you get to be on the outside?
if we had to pick one to be on inside, what would be better as a team?
The problem is you're likely to botch whatever the plan is that we hatch to get me out while you're on the outside. The problem is you're not going to live long enough on the inside for my plan, which won't be botched, to get you out. Meanwhile, Elton pocket eights. His plan up front, a raise to 125,000. Playable and pretty one for Webster.
Getting short.
Garignani, our man. Still no espresso or no,
espresso,
but I don't think he's worried about all that, as he has spun his stack all the way up to 770,000. Good for 15 bigs coming into this one, well off of the low water mark. Now aces.
210.
And a very small 3-bet, Randy, to 210.
That is as clicky as it gets.
But it's awkward as well. When the 3-bet comes in this small, Randy, don't we ask ourselves, why wouldn't you have just flatted?
We do. We really do. This looks like a strong hand to me. And even like an ace-5 offsuit or ace-4 that might mix in with bluffs, are they really taking this spot for this sizing? Because Elton also made it 2.5x, a little bit stronger. And I like that Elton's not getting carried away and just saying, well, I've got a pocket pair, you're short, let's push it in. Taking a flop here, looking for that date with the 8. There it is.
8-7 deuce top set for Elton. Disaster for Garignani's aces.
I hate to break the news to you, Ollie, but I'm not sure if that espresso is going to be delivered. You're steaming. I can feel it.
Like the foam on top of that. No, you don't put foam on espressos, do you?
No, that's a cappuccino.
That's a latte or something. Yeah, whatever it is. This is a horrendous spot for the Brazilian right now, and he stirs the cup again modestly. Just 55K.
Check raise min.
Oh, look at Elton.
Limit hold'em?
He's saying, you want to play clicky, my friend? Click this. Please make it 165 just for laughs.
Well, he's not going to be laughing when he gets in chips, when it's these top set.
You're absolutely right about that.
It should be call, though.
Of course.
Keep the bluffs in there. Don't let your opponent get away in case he's behind.
Elton with the nuts. Oh, my. The ace of diamonds on the turn. And suddenly, Elton is the man who is in desperate need of help. Top set for Garignani. And note, Elton checking. It feels as though this could be a trappy check. He's not actually just worried about aces alone, is he?
He thinks that the ace improves the 3-better's range, and if Pedro is holding like queens, for example, it will be scary, and he's just giving his opponent a chance to not get away.
70.
I mean, these bet sizes, though, huh? 70,000 into 735, just less than 10% pot. We know Elton is never folding. But is it possible to do an achievement, the double check raise min?
I mean,
like
that's what we're looking at, basically. It is a strange merit badge. The double check raise in and of itself is already so elusive. But the double click, even more so. Garignani now the man with the nuts. And he's got to be wondering, when he has 3 of the aces, exactly what does Elton have that he would take this line with? Maybe some of that 9-10-10 jack of diamonds stuff,
it's got a migraine.
You don't create any fold equity, and now backdoor diamonds do show up. who is the player more likely to have the backdoor flush as played, Randy, if anyone?
Honestly, neither player will have that diamond.
Nevertheless,
I thought you had
Elton
aces.
bets
Exactly
to
aces.
put
But you have to say call because
Garignani
this is not good to say like that.
all in.
I knew you had aces. Should have folded. Oh my god.
Who is
With
going
kings
to
the
double
same,
up?
You face up the kings and say nothing.
Mustafov taking issue with something about that river action. Unclear to me exactly what it was, but in the end, the chips were going nowhere but forward. Pocket eight's never going to be folding aces, obviously.
Not sure, but
Same
I guess
story.
the espresso will still be delivered. Good for you.
It's not about us, Randy. It's more about Garignani.
Yeah, but I know you're happy about it.
Thrilled. Ace deuce for Shemion, suited. He's been moving northbound, 2.1 million at present. Taking down the two kings of Kuhn earlier.
Jason with that offsuit numbered hand in the big. Price is good.
He agrees.
Did he say good call to him?
I think he did.
I'm battling both the verbal and the cards.
This is something that I know about Jason, though. He takes things very seriously when he's out there in the middle of a pot. And little things like that don't entertain him. You know, we saw him a little bit irritated with Nacho on occasions at which he was at a table with him earlier in the festival. And, you know, Ole doesn't have a reputation, by the way, for, you know, getting chirpy in the middle of a pot necessarily. I certainly haven't observed it, but nevertheless.
I mean, from what I've seen, Ole Shimon has just been a very happy guy.
Yeah.
You know, not out of line. I mean, out of line when he plays some poker.
Said bad.
Shemian, 70K C-bet, 8 high, no future.
I'll need one more. Okay. Connect have?
See your final table.
Cheers.
Gonna see Onyon Dimov move to a different table as he racks up his chips. Young, he's short, 330K. Big blind is 60,000, 5.5 BBs.
Next hand is going to be 2 random cards. He'd rather take the ace to battle up front as he pushes forward 330K.
That hat did a 180 on Dan Smith's head.
Maybe he heard you.
Roughly, yeah. Exactly?
330.
2, 4, 25. Exactly.
I'm not quite sure why Dan Smith is taking his time with this hand. Does fold as expected.
Back around.
Rodrigo. Look, got Jack 7 offsuit, sees the small raise.
I mean, it is an all-in. He's going to have to C5 with that Jack 7. I think he can rest assured that vast majority of the time Richard is going to have that hand beat.
Yeah. Going swimmingly.
Huh?
It was going so well. Now I have to work hard to get it back.
Richard, quite pleased to be hauling in a free orbit.
And then like play over free street.
He will inherit the big blind as we flip it back over to the other feature.
This played, I was like, this guy have aces like on the flop.
Webster just picked up that last pot, it seems.
Conversation, by the way,
Pre-flop was
still centering
when he,
around that ace-ace 8-8 confrontation, which was just
I was like, he's got aces. Ace comes out. Worst
breathtaking.
I just knew it. I should have just folded. Check fold, second set, no problem. Play like
that
a genius.
would have been truly amazing.
That would have looked great in that spot, but then you look in the stream and he has ace king suited and you just want to like...
So we've got all in and call here. It's like Brewer's in there against
table
Punat.
action here.
Ponsree's getting up.
That he is. He was among the shorter stacks. Was Ponsree. At one point here, he had 965K, which he moved all in over the top of a Brewer Open with 130,000. His Queen 10 suited, dominated by Brewer's Ace Queen.
3%ers, 5%ers.
And no sweat at any point on the 5-9 deuce 6-6 run out for Ponsree. So then, first of the new payouts was Henrik Hecklin, 85,600. Went home with him. Brian Kim also eliminated at the 85-6 level, and now Ponsree out in 18th. Pay jump for the field as 17 remain, and we flip back over to Elton versus Webster. Blind versus blind, both players with the gut shot on the king-queen board.
A very similar hand for both.
How much do you have now? 1.6?
But this straight draw's got a... Oh, just pitches it. The logic must be he wants to just preserve this stack to fight for a future pot. I demand an update. I'm talking about the espresso and the note.
Well, don't look at me, Randy.
Which,
I'm stuck
which
here at the booth with one of those
What delivery
leashes.
method was it? Is it boat?
Steamboat, rowboat.
Like, I don't understand. It's just from A to B. Why is he going to C, D, M, Z?
Do you think that, it's just, by the way, are you okay with the alphabet situation? Everything all right? I don't know what just happened there, but do you think that producer James is doing that whole thing where they just make you think rather than argue with you about whether or not it's okay to engage in this sort of mischief? He just leads us to believe that he's going to be all right with it and then just doesn't do it, knowing that we're powerless to stop him?
I'm getting that vibes, and we're going to have to think about that in prison.
Should we consider striking?
No.
Wait, now you're back to going to prison with me,
go back to
Randy?
prison.
By the way, I don't know about all that prison noise. Those are long sentences. Jail's all right. You kind of get out in a few days. At least that's all.
Did you ever watch that movie with Stallone where he goes to prison with Arnold Schwarzenegger? Escape Plan, I believe it's called. No? Okay, you're just looking at me like I have no idea.
Randy, I didn't figure you were for a Stallone flick kind of guy. Gotta be honest. This is some real weird cinephile sort of line items.
So
on the
like
resume.
he goes to prisons to try to figure out how to escape from them? No? Okay.
Why not just stay out of jail? Then you don't need to have that skill.
No, that's his job. His job is to try to figure out how secure these prisons are.
We should do the break right now, actually.
That might be a cool job. I mean, I prefer to be free in doing poker commentary, but you know.
You can do commentary remotely in the prison, technically.
Could I have wireless headphones?
Yeah, you could.
Ace Jack for Petrangelo here.
I thought it was on you. My bad. Thank you.
Well, he's going to be in shortly. Just about 10 blinds.
Yeah, I guess they're going to do a redraw. They're going to do a, once they do the redraw, they're going to give us another break probably. So we wait for one more player to bust.
I hear the mention of a redraw. That would be if we hit 16 players.
Yeah, still one left before we get there, of course. Shortest stack in the room right now belongs to Richard Young. Next two payouts, $95,000 for 17th and 16th. See whether or not Elton has big stack behavior on his mind. If he did, it was only briefly. As he folds 10-7 off. Suited connector for Webster now. He's centering himself.
If he wants to play this hand, it would be in the form of jam.
He agrees. In it goes. And he's run into a couple of kings for Fahdin Mustafov. Always so deflating to find a jam behind you. Whether it's a covering stack or one that is covered. And you're right. Suddenly, Gargnani finds himself also in trouble against Mustafov as he too moves all in. Webster knows 8-9. Rates to be a couple of clean cards, but also in deep trouble as he sees the kings and the ace-king.
16?
Okay, so very likely we get a break after this hunt. It's redraw.
So then, main pot involves Mustafov, Gargnani, and Lim for the side, which is 510,000 in top two pair on a 9-8-5 board. Suddenly, Webster rates to be the man, hauling this in for what is close to a triple. Queen of Hearts on the turn. It's all safe. Ace-King is never going to be a winner. It's Gargnani bowing out. King, Queen, or the 5, though, would do it for Mustafov, and the counterfeiting running queens. And Fahdin can re-mic as he will take down the triple up for the main pot. Webster left to haul in nothing more than the side, while Gargnani, the man, ensuring that neither of those players incur losses.
Where are the aces?
So no eliminations on this hand.
No, sir.
405 first.
That was a dirty way to go down for Webster.
No, I kind of overlooked the fact that the kings could counterfeit the 8-9. With the queen, 5 would have worked obviously as well. There's only one king left.
Are we ahead again?
Disappointing, of course, for Lim.
Oh, I wish we were ahead.
Shift distribution.
So Webster's got 510,000.
30, 60.
Lost a little bit.
You see the sigh from Gargnani.
Sick hand. Sick hand.
Yeah, it just feels like he really needs an espresso soon.
Yes.
Yeah. Did you hear that, Producer James? Feels like Pedro Gargnani could use an espresso soon.
Very likely to have a break.
Looks tired.
Yeah.
At this point, it either hasn't been ordered or James drank it.
Drink.
I mean, honestly.
Jinxed everybody.
Not even when you, like, don't spring for the expedited option, you know, shopping online, whatever it is, or like, oh, ultra slow ground. It's there by now.
Was it a sign on delivery, maybe?
COD, you mean?
Yeah.
Would James do that to Pedro? Make him pay for the coffee? Surely we have a budget for such things. Garignani has a budget for ace-queen suited, as he will jam the remains of his stack over the top of Elton. That'll make things far less attractive for the king-queen suited. We see Razai
Elton's
letting
in,
go.
right?
Yeah, saying stack is big enough.
Looking for revenge.
Ace-jack.
Was it Pedro that said ace-jack?
I'd assume so.
Optimistically.
Sorry, Elton. Like, sorry, man.
The pre-apology here as he invokes all of the superstition that he can to try to will this ace-queen to victory and keep his hopes alive here in an almost 2 million chip pot.
You didn't at the pre-flop. You waited for the flop.
5-5 deuce. And might the bell finally be tolling for the espresso-free Brazilian. Turn is a 3, and now in addition to an ace or a queen, one of which is busy, in the muck courtesy of Razai, a 4 would do the trick as well. 23% equity. Oh, and there is the red 4.
Sorry, man.
We're live.
I saw producer James wince when the river came out over there, as now he understands that he can no longer make the excuse that Garignani busted, and that's why the delivery didn't come through. Let's get that espresso over there.
85.
My friends, you know, this sort of whipsaw
800.
is the kind of thing caffeine can help us through.
85. Nice hand. Yeah.
I don't know if I can take it anymore.
I'm telling you.
Can he just, like, maybe stay patient and wait?
I mean, what would have happened if I asked for an espresso?
A house?
This is alarming. We're going to have to figure out a faster chain of command. Really troubling.
You are deeply troubled, I can see.
I mean, the Java setup here is broken supply chain at best.
Maybe just
even in jail, Randy, you can get a coffee faster than this. Ace deuce suited. And again, Richard Young will find himself moving all in. This was the sort of kit that allowed him to pick up a free orbit's worth of chips last time. Might he be able to get through again?
For sure.
So far,
Paying an
so
homage
good.
to Chris.
Safe from them. What about Dan Smith?
Oliver.
Chris Oliver, yeah.
How
I
much?
think this is enough to go with.
330. I think I have to put a bad beat on you.
Not what Richard wants to hear.
Is he doing the Pedro? Apologizing in advance? Despite being behind? It proved effective over at the other feature. Might it here for Smith as the covering stack? Young certainly hopes not. 750K pot.
Fair fight.
Queen, Jack, 6, but diamonds. So Smith flopping bottom pair for the lead, but just look at all those outs in front of Richard. Now take the spade ace off the board. As Smith turns the spade draw. Can Richard connect?
Oh my goodness.
The ace of
Right
clubs on the end.
Me too. I gotta post the big blind now.
In Richard Young's hopes for a shot at a third Triton title, sitting on 2. Stay
Give
alive.
me another chance to make another 10,000. 7, 5, 8, 5, 9, 5, 10, 5. Another 10.
9.2 million plus in career Triton earnings for Richard, and he's looking to keep cobbling his way up the leaderboard into those 6-figure payouts as we are on the redraw bubble with 17 remaining. Young already 12th earlier at this festival for 286,000 in the 125K main.
Here comes Ole. Definitely going to be opening Queen Jack off.
Oh, fuck, I'm sorry.
Exposed card from Dan to 9 of spades.
See whether or not that affects the action.
Shouldn't affect Jason's decision, given he's got a 7 in the big.
That it should not.
They have been fighting, these two.
What's the raise to? 120?
Shemian does not want to see an all-in from his opponent. It's crossing Jason's mind.
That it is.
Knows that Shemian's opening quite a lot lately. Grabbing the calling chips as he drops them in.
750 back? I started with 900, so.
First time these two have squared off in a pot here. Advantage Jason pre-flop, but no longer on a Jack 8-7 board where he makes bottom pair up against top pair with 330 in the middle.
Great board for Shemian. He needs to decide whether to kind of go like 2/3 or 1/3. I suppose if you bet larger, it's hard to represent pure bluffs on this board, given the connectivity and how it hits the big. Gonna go for the smaller one. Jason's got to be careful. His opponent shouldn't be c-betting too wide on this texture, especially against the stack that he's got, 745. Oh, actually just laying it down outright. That is some discipline. There's a lot of players. They defend pre.
Yes.
They flop a pair and they don't want to go anywhere.
Check folds to the 110K bet from Shemian.
Man.
On what amounted to some unfavorable texture, no club in his hand. Coordinated board there. Those are the pots to pay attention to, because I do think by and large many of us just feel as though if we're not going to call with a pair on the flop, what are we doing in the pot to begin with? It's hard to flop a pair.
Right, but you can't go that extreme with the rule because there's bet sizing to take into account, or what board texture your opponent bets at a higher or lower frequency. A lot of things at play.
Very much so. And currently at play, 6 here at this table, one of 3 that remain in this 50K. Overall chip leader at present is Chris Brewer.
Chris Brewer at the top.
Followed by Thomas Muhlacher with Ole Shemian in third, rounding it out. As the leaders to this point have been dethroned.
$750.
7.
Petrangelo shoving most of his stack in with this Jack 10 suited.
All in.
All in.
Call. Jack 10.
Jack 10 suited.
Suited.
Mustafov's jam with the pocket 8s does pick up a call from Petrangelo. He was already all in?
Nick Petrangelo
no, he raised to
open jam,
750.
2 8s, yeah.
So the stand-up doesn't work.
Called off the last 100K or so.
You can just stand up if you can bust.
Sizing was already sort of
Then
committed.
it's bad for karma if you stand up.
Out of Petrangelo. He is the covered stack. 9 of diamonds was a pretty one in the window.
If you can ask for a window card.
That's the one I wanted.
Yeah. Interesting, yeah.
Oh, the 7 of diamonds now on the turn, so
The 8's no good, man.
Yeah.
Mustafov
You have 2 8s.
Yeah,
has pocket 8s. The gutter is irrelevant, but the diamonds or the 10 or the jack would work. Instead, running 7s.
Don't worry.
And that is going to do it
You don't know. I had 0% there.
Where?
for Nick Petrangelo.
Yeah, I know.
So I had 0.
No, zero.
GG, Nick.
Going to be a 17th place finish for him, Randy.
So
We'll collect
I guess.
95,000.
Redraw, break, what's going to happen?
He also did place ninth in that
Redraw.
125K
Redraw
main
and break, I
earlier
guess,
this week. Petrangelo.
Redraw takes a moment, right?
Yeah.
I was disappointed to make it this deep, but not convert.
May or may not be
Sure.
right. Good luck.
Here's a 9-time Triton
Yeah.
champ.
Jason Kuhn. Petrangelo, on the other hand, had 9 cashes coming in. This will be his 10th, adding to the $3.3 million in career earnings, but still hunting his first Triton title.
We're at a redraw?
I believe so, yeah.
16.
I'm out, man. I'm out, bro. God, maximum pain. Pay both blinds and fucking redraw.
All in.
Choo.
Oh, that's the other one.
A little card. Doesn't
Jam
even
and
matter
take
what
it
the
with
other
the
one
Jack
is.
5 suited, yeah. Did Richard give that one a sound
shit.
effect?
Dan!
Did.
Dan, we might play one more hand.
He really is a kid at heart, isn't he?
He looks so happy.
Never seen him upset. That's the truth. A couple of years into this operation, alongside 30-60K. As we head to the redraw, only Shemion's 46 bigs. Good for the chip lead at his table, but as we mentioned before, 3rd overall behind Milacher and Brewer.
Looks like
Now, getting word that a handful of the players have made their way to the break, but they actually owe a hand as tables are monitored
I'll
to
say
ensure
this.
they're putting in the same number of hands prior to the redraw.
Don't tell producer James to go get those players back. They'll never make their way here.
Oh, he's on it. Guys, just hang tight for another hour and a half. I mean, seriously, just tell us, producer James, if the espresso is not going to happen, if the note has been shredded, and along with it our hopes of bearing witness to perhaps the most elegant espresso stir in the history of coffee, just don't break our hearts slowly. Just rip the Band-Aid off and tell us now. What is it? It's on the way,
It's
he
been
says.
on the way
You know,
for
you know what?
so
You know
many
who says that? It's the waiter that you call back to the table while everybody else at the table's entrees have been delivered, and you're like, "Hey, about that bolognese, is that? It's on the way." Oh, so you mean you forgot to put the order in, and now I'm going to sit here, and everyone's going to be on dessert by the time my entree arrives. That's who says on the way, just for the record. But it does look like someone other than James has been enlisted to wrangle the players back to pay their hand marker.
Do I have the right cards?
Oh, Haxton.
You do. You've got ace king. Let's not send those back.
I already looked. Wouldn't be fair.
Already looked and he likes them.
130.
Do I have the right cards? Because this feels too good to be true.
I think we played one hand and then we got to go on break.
Shemion's got something to see a flop with. Suited queen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does defend and says careful as the theme of him chatting mid-pot continues. I don't think Axton's going to feel too concerned on an ace-high board here where he's got the king of hearts for dessert. Top pair, top kicker, 350 in the middle.
This one should be over rather quickly.
That it should.
Shemion doesn't even have backdoor flush draw to go along with his queen high.
90.
90K declaration will draw the curtain on things as Shemian shows, as does Ike in turn. So, Shemian will still hold the chip lead at this table, ahead of his compatriots. Short stack will belong to Richard Young, but 10 big blinds, something that he can work with when they get back from the break. As you see those chip counts, brought to you by BetACR.eu. We will have a couple of new tables when we come back from what is going to be a redraw break. Ali and Randy back with you here at the desk. And aside from the poker, of course, the other thing that everyone is focused upon, and by everyone I mean me and Randy and maybe some of you at home, whether or not we're going to get this espresso delivered to the Brazilian. Now, you might be wondering why I'm harping on it as much as I am. And that means that you didn't actually see Garignani stirring like a chemist first time he showed up on the Triton Tour in Cyprus. I assure you, it is well worth the wait once we get it out there. But I do feel like I need to write a note to producer James. Please, James, send espresso. See, because I know he's always paying attention when we're here at the desk. Wait, to Pedro. I feel like it's not really a reveal once I write it and then I do. Is this like those game shows? You know what I'm talking about? Where you write your answer and then you put it into the slot and then they tell you whether or not you were right? Because I'm going to have a game show moment later on the dinner break. We are going to be drawing the bounties from the mystery bounty, which concluded yesterday. Mario Mosbach taking that one down. 10 bounties for him. Things are going to be fun, but a lot of movement around the room. 25K GG millions going to be going down as well. And then, of course, we still have plenty of runway between right now and an eventual champion. Randy, I should let you say something just because it's unfair.
James, can I get an espresso?
Wait, I can do it. Hold on. I got it. Here, look, I fixed it. Please send espresso to Randy, not Pedro, okay? Please, you know what I mean? I feel like we're stranded on a desert island right now, just hopelessly. Listen, we're not going to strand you guys any longer with us here at the desk as we get a little silly, but we are deep into this Triton Festival and we're having a great time. Certainly hope you are out there as well. Step aside, short break, just about 10 minutes. When we come back, a couple of new tables. We'll talk about it on the other side. Call that a 4-minute break. Keep it closer. See you in a bit.
GG Poker.
Wow, so many players.
This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker site.
larger than all other GG Poker. Traffic reaches all-time high.
Chop. No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back for continuing coverage of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series Monte-Carlo edition. Second stop here on Season 3. Ali Nishad and Randy Liu back with you at the desk. And we're going to get a little bit serious now, as the redraw means there are just 16 remaining. A $95,000 payout is on tap. An eventual $1.58 million going to go to our champ. The pay jump between 16th and 15th, a not at all negligible $10K as I close the payout window, and you get a look at your new 2 featured tables. And first thing that jumps off the page for you, Randy, is we see this redraw. I'm sure you're paying attention to where the big stacks found themselves and whether or not it's at the same table.
Yeah, and you can see that Brewer is the tournament chip leader. Does have some sizable stacks around him, tough competition. A couple short stacks, but the other table, you can see that there's Mulacher, Shemian with over 2.5 million, and definitely sitting right next to each other is a bit troublesome.
The next biggest stack, of course, next to Brewer at that blue table is that of Dan Smith, and Smith is actually right across the table from him, so not too difficult to navigate against for one another. And then, of course, on the other side, you saw Mulacher and Shemian. Thomas Mulacher yet to notch a cash here despite having a handful of attempts. So we'll see whether or not he can work his way into a nice score to offset some of the investments to this point as we send it back down into the arena. There it is. The Austrian and German at the top 2 slots. On the red table, Webster in that 10 big blind territory, just shorter than Richard Young. On the other side, in Bluesville, Brewer Smith up top, as we mentioned, and Ihor Hula, one of the 2 short stacks out there alongside Dimov, who, of course, had a title earlier this week. Hula playing under the Ukrainian banner. First timer.
Ollie?
I don't think this one's battle.
Where's my espresso?
You meant you actually did want
one. To be a pain.
Yeah, and it's still not here. No surprise.
I wouldn't hold your breath, Randy, unless you want to suffocate.
I didn't just use a timer.
It's like shooting.
Give it 90 minutes. I'm sure it'll.
I can watch some poker.
Wait, thank you.
I did.
I mean,
but you didn't give
so
me
Mr. James truly with sloth-like urgency.
He's going to be in there with this ace. X.
How much is that?
405. 405.
A little bit too much for this raggedy 8-6.
And Dimov does get away with one there. Scargnani with the assist. Ace-4. Not that it was a bad hand, it's just nice not to have to C5.
Fine.
Like that.
Danny Tang sharing a laugh with Dan Smith. Flip it back over for our first look at the other collection of hopefuls.
Thanks.
Shemian, by the way, still seated with Jason
Are you on a
Kuhn.
fruit diet?
What?
Are you on a fruit diet?
No. Just like little fruit plates.
Yeah,
Nice.
Second one, right?
Yeah.
Ole keeping tabs on Jason's fruit intake?
All in.
Fruit diet.
Is that a thing?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Did Jason just give this a look away all in? I mean, he knows he
fade
has
away.
7s, but yeah.
Baccarat table can call you.
Oh, he knows. Natural 8.
I gotta say, that fruit plate doesn't
Bon
look
appetit.
nearly as exotic as the ones that we had
Huh?
over in
Bon appetit.
Vietnam.
Thank you.
It's a little over
No
6.
dragon fruit.
Looks like some watermelon.
Trevor,
a
660, I
mango,
think.
Thanks.
Believe black grape. Cantaloupe as well. Notably
Epps is
absent
630.
strawberry,
630, Trevor 630.
pineapple, and of course the pataya
Aye.
or dragon fruit that you mentioned.
That's the important one for me.
Dragon fruit tastes like dust.
No, no, no. It's actually top
It
2
do-
or top 3
stop.
fruits for me.
Randy,
It really
stop.
is. I'm not
Randy,
joking.
First off, we ain't getting dragon fruit in jail. Second off, they might as well serve it there because that's about the flavor profile of what I would expect everything that comes out of a kitchen in prison to taste like. It doesn't have a taste, Randy.
It's actually useful for us because when you open it with your hands, it looks like your hands are bloody. It's like we just killed someone, right? And people fear us while we're in prison.
You're talking about when you're cutting the purple version of dragon fruit.
Yes, the purple
not
version.
the white one. By the way, the difference between the white and the purple, nothing at all. They both taste like dust.
Okay, pocket deuces in the small. Let's go.
It's time, says Richard. It's a bit of a sloppy all-in, but an all-in nevertheless, and a spin is in down.
Oh, ducks fly together.
Ace-9.
Still not bad. Let's get the pay on the no pay. Okay.
By the way, this is fairly meaningful for Celowan as well. He would be
Yeah,
down
just
to
over a million.
10 big-ish range if it didn't work out for him, which
Whoop.
it isn't for the time being.
Whoa.
Jack,
Still
7.
flipping.
Also die.
Still flipping.
The 7
Ace
is
9
the
7.
ugly way to go down.
And 3.
Ace
is
9
safe.
7.
3. 3.
Wow, 3 also can. Wow. Ace
Second
3 9
three.
7. Ace 3 9 7. Go.
Would be disaster.
My
Oh.
God. Good game.
Good.
9 on the
game.
end.
Good game, brother. Good run.
It is
Game, Richard.
with sadness that we must announce the departure of Richard Young. Always a pleasure to have him deep in any of our Triton events. $95,000 will be collected, as will a $10,000 pay jump for the rest of the field, who will fight on 15 deep.
Yeah, good game to Richard Young. Actually had a decent score, 12th in the main for 286,000 as well.
That he did.
2 titles under his belt. Not this one.
Average stack at present, Randy, 1.8 million. Good for 30 bigs. Field rather. Split between 7th and 8th. Rezai and Haxton on either side of that average.
Sure.
Nope.
Folded around to Haxton. On the button. King 5 suited.
120. 120.
Comes in with the min.
To be expected. Celowan, with a suited king of his own in the small, immediately folds it, despite having picked up Richard Young's chips. Working his way up to 28 bigs is Celowan. Haxton.
Sorry, dude.
Collecting the blinds in ante.
It's dark outside. I'm pretty sure when you ordered that espresso it was daytime.
You know, I'm so glad that you had something else to say besides it's dark outside, Randy, because I really was going to be hard-pressed to find a way to save you for what would have been a pretty mundane observation that obviously those who are streaming would be completely non-privy to, given that they're in all sorts of time zones worldwide. But yes, we're not at Garignani's table.
If it's not delivered and it's light outside, we got problems.
Well, I mean, I don't think the order carries over to the next day of play.
Is it possible for me to use
Webster
this
in there
box?
with King
I
Jack. He's getting
over
short.
a little bit.
I think it is.
540,000, the all-in. No takers. Now, producer James has just gotten into our ear to call our attention
Is it possible for me to
to
use this box
Gargnani's
instead?
table, where apparently he's lurking
This one?
with something
Yeah.
in hand. Does he have a tray? I don't know what
I
the
just wanna
French
sit over here.
union laws are, James, but you may not want to encroach upon the actual staff's duties here. That could be met with some ire. But if you are going to do it, you're going to want to have the Sugar Splenda little holder thing as well, just for the record. Do also, if you would, drape a cloth over your forearm, just for sommelier vibes. Shemian now. King, Queen. Merlin vibes on the hoodie, by the way. The sorcerer chic kind
Merlin
of thing.
vibes. Okay.
Casts a spell.
Okay, I see where you're coming from.
170. You know what I mean?
It's not usually not black.
It's purple, usually,
Yes,
isn't it?
Merlin is purple, isn't he?
Pocket 8's here from Muhlacher. He might have some magic of his own on his mind as the covering stack.
Could make a magical set. Oh, wow, what a laydown. That is interesting.
To the King, Queen.
It must be because Shemian opened close to 3x and they're the first two positions.
They run 3 and 4 in chips.
There's something about this Shemian that kind of
it's
gets
funny.
people to
Yeah.
step outside.
Look, it could be a complete coincidence, of course, Randy, but we did
yes.
observe what appeared to be some adjustments, perhaps, by Jason Kuhn against Ole. And there we saw Muhlacher just binning 8s directly behind the open. Things to be considered as we work our way forward.
I'm getting like meditating vibes
Right now.
from Muhlacher.
I
Did you
could
see that?
see-
Don't listen to him.
Oh, I thought you were
Kings.
saying like
I have 2 kings.
Shemian leading.
Kings already and aces.
Wait, 2
I
hits
fucking
again?
lost.
Tried with
Okay.
something
They're like,
else.
we
Okay,
can't
this
play
is the
with
deck
Five
going.
kings this hand.
You
I've already
glitched
announced.
last time. We're going to let you run it again. This time, Muhlacher the opener, as Shemian's in the big. I thought when you talked about the meditative vibes, you were talking about Ole.
No. Not in
Because
the
he
zone.
looks like a guy who could be leading a retreat of some sort.
Oh, I
You
didn't
know,
know. I think
Something
Chewy would be a
hard
dead
finger.
retreat too.
Yeah.
Always.
Chewy, bottle of ayahuasca. Maybe some fungus.
Wouldn't see us at that retreat. Because we'll be in prison.
Pocket 9s, as the 8s are a little bit in jail.
Great spot.
Absolutely. We saw Webster jam and take one moments ago.
It's even better because Muhlacher is going to be priced in the call and a heavy favorite to double up.
Will be Webster.
Right.
Not Muhlacher, of course. And sure enough, he flicks in the call, and that's what you don't want to see.
Boink.
9s.
Where's the boink? What's the other boink? 9s?
Better boink.
I think they're chopping it.
Chop?
Wow, that's pretty
That's a bold statement.
ambitious.
I don't see it coming.
Sorry, bro. I'm not putting that out there.
Webster certainly rooting against a chop.
Be a hard one.
King 6-4.
Was hard from the start, man.
Clubs are slightly
It's the
threatening,
king of
no
spades
longer
on the
though.
river and they chop.
Yeah,
And
that's
now-
right.
Just keep it snow free.
Aye. Oh, GG,
Eight of
bro.
spades. Don't chop.
A frosty 8 of spades on the river
Yeah, I know.
brings with itself the departure of Webster Lim, Randy, in savage fashion.
The poker gods had
Ooh.
something to say to Muhlacher. You play the mates, you'll get rewarded.
Apparently. Something totally different on their mind with respect to Webster, however, as he is out. And we flip back over to where pocket 9s are involved once more. Pre-flop raiser is Mustafov, a defense from Ihor Hula with the suited combo. Dust on a Queen Jack 10 board. Under pair along with an open ender for Fahreddin, who has a check to him.
It's actually quite interesting on how to play 2 9s on this board because you have the nut advantage of having ace king, whereas your opponent doesn't. But if you don't bet, then your hand kind of looks a bit weak. Does check.
It could be so strong that it doesn't want to bet, though, as well, Randy. The ace-kings of the
I see where you're
world.
coming from.
Hula, though, improves to a pair of threes. Still well behind. Still no action. Dry river.
For Hula, I guess he's just trying to show down against ace high. Not going to win.
What? 3. I hear queen.
No post-flop betting. Mustafov will collect that one. Webster Lim, by the way, that 15th place finish, adding 105,000 to his career Triton earnings of over 5 million. No third title for him, though. That was his 17th cash. Was 1 for 5 coming into this one with an 11th place finish in the 30K for 84. Well, there's absolutely no risk, no purchase, no reason not to get in on our exclusive Triton merch giveaway. Type exclamation point giveaway in the chat or scan the QR code on your screen. But do yourself a favor and give yourself an opportunity to take down a lovely merch kit courtesy of Janice & Company, our lead designer, who do put together some of the most beautiful poker apparel anywhere. Goes through a rigorous approval process, by the way, that gear.
I want to say the hoodie is one of my favorites. The one with
What do you mean the hoodie?
the one with the 4 suits. The
Oh,
black and white one.
yeah?
That one's.
You like that one?
You don't
That's
like
your
that one?
favorite? Is that the Travis Wood or Jonas Wood
Yes, the Jonas Wood one.
edition?
That's not your favorite.
It's not my favorite.
Okay.
I want to say the black zip-up hoodie
180.
with the Chinese characters down the side sleeve and then the Triton logo on the left breast. That's the one. That's the one everybody asks me about. The one you see most often is the one that just says Triton on it, you know.
But you
with the
also
little
see the one I
kangaroo
mentioned, no?
pouch.
I see Seth
Yeah,
Davies
yeah.
rocking it quite
Yeah,
a bit.
Yeah. We do not see Seth Davies, by the way.
He's not here, is he?
Here, no. He's being a very supportive husband, as I understand. Out in Mexico, unable to attend. Smith and Brewer have a date, courtesy of 180K Open. Chris defends with the ace-7 suited and does not connect with the queen 9-3 board. Smith's 5s are still in front, checked over.
Dan Smith, which is the underpair to the queen and the 9.
$120K out of Smith.
Just ace high backdoor diamonds for Brewer. Enough for him to make a call here, looking for that backdoor diamonds, maybe find a way to navigate and attack. Oh, there's the diamond.
Yeah, that's what you want to see if you're Brewer. Almost more than a 7.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. We've seen Dan Smith do some creative lines and really blast away of hands you don't expect him to.
Does check back. And there's the ace as Brewer gets there. 680K in the middle. Does he have a value bet on his mind?
It's actually kind of tricky on deciding whether to value bet or check. He can represent a lot of bluffs with busted hearts all the straight draws between queen and 9. If he does bet, maybe he goes block.
180.
Yeah, I like the small sizing. Because he's not supposed to be expected to lead on the ace. That's the card that's more in the pre-flop raiser's range. And for Dan, he's not blocking any of those straight draws. Sure, he's got one hardened hand. But there's a chance he might look this one up. Depends on how thin he thinks Brewer would bet the river. Would Brewer bet if he had just the queen?
$180K. Smith clearly tempted. Is it supposed to be his card?
Right. That's why he's confused.
850.
Oh, look at this, Randy. Turning the 5s into a bluff. And even though Brewer has an ace of his own, this raise is oh so credible.
It is very credible.
Can I get a bottle of water?
He found a spot where it seemed like it was a bluff catcher situation, and now he's turned his hand to a bluff. What a call. Chris Brewer.
I'll tell you what, Chris made that call quite a bit more quickly than I anticipated that he would. Respect to Dan Smith for taking a shot there. But conversely, respect to Chris Brewer, as he didn't crumble under the pressure.
He knew what he was doing with that small bet.
They're getting after it out here with 14 left, Randy.
Love that hand of poker.
Yeah, me too. With that pot, Brewer over 5 million in chips. Overall chip leader in front of Mulacher. Smith slips down to 11th.
點打3路打4路冇打？3路打跟4路唔打，5路打之後大定埋。咁唔通佢揸住個2唔喺個3路度跟咩？冇可能。咁可能你要揀一副牌去偷，就係要揀呢啲。但我會揀。
Shortest stack in the room right now belongs to Agnian Dimov.
住兩隊嘅牌咯。好。
Dimov sitting with just 7 bigs. Jason Kuhn slightly north of him with 8.
So Dan now sitting on 20 blinds or so.
160.
Yep. And a king-jack suited. Follow-up act in progress. And domination as well. Elton saying ace-jack in the cutoff.
Elton might be looking to pick on Dan Smith in this spot.
Pretty sick in it. Play pot 5 seconds.
Got kind of an awkward stack size.
440.
Where he doesn't really have too few chips to just outright jam.
You have 2 million both the hand right open.
Something like that, yeah.
Chris Brewer asking for some stacks as he's got ace queen in the small. Folds it.
So well played by Sang to choose to bring a 3-bet, as we saw the quick call correctly by Brewer before, but a missed opportunity, it would appear, with the ace-queen on this occasion.
Yeah, feature.
Back over to Smith.
Fortune favoring Elton as he now has a situation where Dan Smith might actually call out a position with the dominated hand.
You have left 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
There's $1 million in the middle.
Courtesy of Smith calling the 3-bet here. Queen of clubs was such a pretty one, but things unraveled with an offsuit 8 and 3 behind it.
This is actually quite tough to see bet on for Elton, saying the hands that call 3-bets out of position off of these stack sizes often hold the Queen X.
But the buildings are not so nice. Not so nice, the building.
Dan Smith kind of holding that one hand that would check fold this flop. Nice that he still finds a way to fire some chips in there. Quarter pot.
$250K. Follow through barrel from Elton, who would love to take it here and now.
You see that Queen of Clubs for Dan, but the thing is, he's only got a million chips, and if he calls this bet, would it be 750 behind? Out of position too, not ideal. Can't really just check call and randomly jam clubs. Elton scooping that pot, gets the ace queen to fold.
Yep.
Perfect timing.
You believe me?
Saying currently 4th in chips overall.
Worst position? What do you mean worst position? I did not have a folding hand. Good luck, boys. Folding hand. Thank you.
Interestingly, Chris Brewer
with that top air, top kicker.
And heard Elton say, I did not have a folding hand, and assuming automatically that he made a good look with ace queen pre.
Had he ripped it in, I don't think Elton would have been calling.
Nor do I.
It would have turned into a folding hand.
I think everybody's eyebrows would have been raised, though, if they came to learn that the ace queen was a ripper in that spot.
Sam ci co говорил?
Говори за ръце.
Coming. Coming, my friend.
Ace-5 for Ukraine's Ihor Hula.
Roughly 13 blinds.
Ihor has played 3 events thus far here at his first Triton, the 125K main, the 30K 7 max, and the 40K mystery bounty. Failed to cash in all 3, but has been in the conversation. This will be his first ever cash, and still TBD how much he's going to make.
It's a big prize up top. Not going to be making any chips here as Mustafa wakes up with pocket 9s and going to reshove on Ihor's ace-5. D-Mal's a bit sad not being able to see that cheap flop with his short stack.
Mustafov hauling it in as the field pleads no contest. Mustafov 2 for 2 so far here in Monte-Carlo. The more memorable of the cashes was the more recent one. 8th in the 40K mystery bounty. That was the final table. Picked up 88K there. 21st in the 30K 7 max, 51,000 for that effort. Here it is. Second ever Triton Festival.
Yeah, I bet. And a couple months.
King Jack suited, meanwhile, over at the other table for Rodrigo Salawan, started this party and is being pushed back upon by the small blind of Ole Shemion, 455 total with 10s.
Yeah, father time catching up to
He knows Shemion gets out of line.
I knew they were coming.
Definitely a hand you could at least call, but he's thinking about 4-bet jam as well.
Yeah, Stevie hasn't cashed yet.
And actually outright folding.
I think 0.
That's a lot of respect.
Surprised at that size to see him go away?
A little bit, but then again, when you get closer and closer to the final table, snug play is recommended.
You made the money of the same, the main event.
Obviously.
Or the 100K.
It isn't
Whichever one I
just
cashed,
the
the main
idea
or
of
the
getting to the
100K.
final table as opposed
The main.
to
We were
two
both-
tables, but rather the big pay
Tim was
jumps
there.
and payouts that come with that. On-tap payout of 105,000 with a jump of 11K if you can slide into the top 13. Queen 10 suited for Shemian. He has really ticked up in terms of activity. Obviously a function in part of the stack that he wields.
But he's going to be met with resistance from the small Thomas Mühlacker. Covering stack, ace-king. And depending on the sizing he comes in with, there's a chance Shemian even takes a flop.
560.
Raise to 560,000.
Another 400 on top.
Oh.
And Haxton with the tempter in the big pocket nines.
This is actually very tempting. These are the latest positions. Small blind likes to 3-bet against button opens with air.
But they are the two biggest stacks at the table.
Right. And actually,
All in.
yeah, I don't mind this play.
A
The bigger the
jam.
stacks, kind of like the more air there is a bit. Shemian's out.
Mühlacker,
Haxton's
of
gonna be at
course,
risk.
will not be out, and they're going to play a big one. Almost 4 million in the middle.
Big.
Haxton was right about Ole not being able to call the jam, but obviously Mühlacker more invested and with way more kit. And ace-king, threatening. But the threats for the time being are empty on an 8-7-5 board as Haxton's hopes hinge upon him, fading the ace or king. 4 spades on the turn.
No 6.
Either player with a flush.
Oh, there is no chops, you're right.
King of spades.
You have been waiting.
Deuce
It is 1/8.
is as sterile as it
That's
gets
right.
on
It
the
is
river.
160.
So Haxton will take a massive bite out of the
No,
second
it's
place
180.
stack of Thomas Mühlacker.
That pot's going to vault him to second place. Isaac Haxton, that is.
We'll step away while the accounting is completed there. Meanwhile, we find Brewer, biggest stack in the room, and now a big pre-flop exchange with Fahdin Mustafov, who got after the Brewer Open, understandably expecting that perhaps some big stack things are afoot at a Chris. But on this occasion, it's the goods.
And he's clicking it.
650, the 4-bet in the face of 390.
Gonna get Mustafov to call here with
The thing
position.
about those clicks, Randy, is they lay the kind of price where just about anything needs to come along.
Right.
So we play for 1.5 pre-flop.
And right now, Brewer's just screaming, no ace, please.
And there is the ace. Mustafov hits top pair, much to the chagrin of Chris Brewer, who's looking over, trying to figure out how many chips he's going to need to cut out and pass over unimproved.
I think around 10% would seem pretty good. Not sure what sizing he picked. A little bit more.
Repping.
He's repping.
The thing about the 4-bet click
I don't think he has ace king in his range that much, to be honest, when you click out of position.
We're talking about Brewer?
Brewer, that is, yes.
So you suggesting that it's a bit rich to try to rep this board as played?
Technically, his 4-bet click bluffs are like ace-5 offsuit type holdings, so it is possible for him to still have the ace. But he's playing a guessing game now against, what, 9-15 back?
Another 600 into the middle as the pot grows to 2.1, and now Chris hits the brakes. And for Mustafov, it's a little bit strange as well.
I would be pretty happy with how the action is unfolding with ace-10 of hearts.
Apparently Fahreddin agrees, unconcerned by the fact that Brewer opened and then clicked back the 4-bet in the face of 3 scoops from Mustafov. Downsized 170.
This is actually the perfect bet to get these hands to call, right? Queens and kings.
Would we not expect the 2 kings to have not simply clicked back, but have maybe delivered a bigger payload?
I'm not sure, but I feel like the ace-10 is almost always good here.
Brewer checking once more. It would appear Mustafov agrees with you, Randy. The 4 takes his kicker out of play.
You block pocket aces as well, and your opponent might not even bet the flop, or they'll bet even smaller on the flop if they held top set.
All in.
I love this. He knows it. Oh, the king's in the air.
Yeah.
Helicopter.
Kings? That's a muck, I believe.
A lot of altitude underneath those Cowboys as Brewer forced to fold. And a very nice capital infusion to the bank of Mustafov, as he's got Brewer bucks on deposit.
I mean, if you click kings, you gotta expect your opponent to get there sometimes.
I kind of thought you had aces.
I never have aces. Aces not coming to me. Aces coming to me.
You at least had 2 aces.
Only Brazilian have aces.
Maybe you guys had queens. You just ran a fucking sick one.
Maybe at 3-4.
Well, Brewer still atop the leaderboard, but the margin is far more narrow now than it was prior to that exchange with Mustafov. Haxton sits in second by just about 4 bigs, and Mustafov now in third with almost 3.2 million in front of him. Now the deck continues to run rich on this occasion, paying a visit to Ihor Hula. Under the gun, 10 bigs. Does open. Standard size.
Yeah, he's actually at that stack depth where you might think he would just open rip it. And we know Dimov's got to continue, right? He's got 4 blinds, 2 nines, as good as it gets. Slight favorite against ace king. Good luck.
The jam from Ognian Dimov, whose patience has been on display. Finally finding one that he's ready to go with. Elton. Ace-8 would feel a bit rich even from the big blind with chips invested.
Too rich.
He knows it. Just wants to play poker, though. You know what I mean?
Excuse.
Elton hates sitting on the sidelines, but he'll be happy to have done so on this occasion, as Hula does show the ace-king and Dimov at risk in an 850K pot. Queen 8 deuce. Nines. Feeling better. reverse. Aces, kings, and tens. The disaster cards for Dimov. The 5 of hearts, not among them. As he wears a smile with good reason. The recipient of 850K. As he is working on notching his second final table, and who knows, maybe even his second Triton title here at his first festival.
That's right. His title earning him just above $1 million.
We've talked a little bit about the people that we haven't seen thus far here at this festival. How about Laszlo Bojtas and Andras Nemeth?
Haven't
the
seen
Hungarian
Nemeth in
duo.
a while. Yeah, you're right.
Not here.
I miss him already now. I feel like there's more.
Well, I didn't mean to make you sad.
I mean, I don't miss
Randy,
him that much, just a little bit.
Just things got dark there for a moment. I just wasn't trying to throw a gloom blanket on you.
Who else are we missing now? Let's just have some thoughts.
Ognian by 5K.
I suspect you're not going to
Well,
be
Sean
able to come
Winter.
up.
We're missing Sean Winter.
We've already brought up
Okay,
Sean
sorry.
Winter.
Okay, let me think.
No problem.
I don't think
You
you're
want
going to
to
come
buy?
up with a name that we've
Okay.
yet to mention as a reg that isn't here.
Did we mention Rui Cal already?
But
Yeah.
Rikau skipped a few festivals now.
Tan Chuan. You okay with that one?
I'll allow it.
Okay. How about
And
Mini
obviously-
Rays?
Aaron Zhang?
Yeah, Sam.
Was he in London?
Oh, he was in London. Yeah, he was, right? Was he not? No, actually, I don't know if he was.
This is
He
where
always
producer
tricks me.
James is supposed to step in and advise.
It's okay.
On top of it.
2 queens.
Go. On the topic of on top of it, Mustafov surging.
Did he flat call?
And he did flat call. And this is the medicine for Queen Jack. Brewer's already passed a bundle to his left. But a couple of pots ago.
And the reason Mustafov trapped here is because he doesn't think he'll get heavy action from the Undergun Open, and both really deep. He thinks there's more value to be had to get these shorter stacks behind to kind of rip it in. And he's actually allowed himself to leave this dominated Queen Jack in there who can easily lose some chips on the right flops.
So a terrific spot for Fahreddin. 520,000 in the middle position. And an under-repped overpair on a 10-5-4 board, which could help keep Brewer out of trouble. Let's see.
It does check. It'd be pretty hard to see Mustafov ever check back this flop. Wins it. I think it's important to note that Brewer just snap check folded against the 130K bet, which is quite small. Maybe kind of already had a game plan no matter what size it was that came out.
Mustafov chatting with his countryman Dimov. 1/7 of the remaining field, hailing from Bulgaria. Same story, of course, for the Brazilian duo. Ariani and Salawan. Hong Kong repped in a couple of spots by Tsang and Tang.
I've only had easy decisions
Stars
for
and
the
Stripes.
I've only had like
4 slots. Smith, Brewer, Paxton, and Kuhn.
You won't have. Stop studying and you won't have. No, boring final tables.
2.2 here, yeah.
Elton, button, min raise open. Brewer thinking it over. A couple of Austrians left in the field too, Mühlacker and Rezai.
Oh, Brewer just open rips the deuces.
Well, it is over the top from the big blind.
The 30 big blind jam, effective.
Yeah, this is a lot of heat.
How much gamble does Elton Sang got?
5 seconds.
Wow. Well, we know it's a good amount. But this would be quite rich. He's wondering, though, if Brewer isn't very out of line here and just looking to do big stack things against him. Ace 10, a lot of hand on the button.
It is a lot of hand, and he needs to try to construct the 30 big blind rejam range. Like, what's running through his mind? Okay, well, if you had Ace King, do you still jam here? Maybe. Ace Queen. Little big pockets. Do they maybe come with smaller 3-bets? I would say he's rarely just outright crushing a dominated ace. Besides maybe an ace 5 suited. We know Elton likes to play big pots.
But this would seem needlessly risk tolerant, Randy, or no? Are you a fan?
Brewer likely did not expect to see Ace 10 make the call.
And you?
I am personally, yes, but I know Elton's got that little bit of gamble in him.
I mean, this is more than a little bit of gamble, I would say. He did struggle with it quite a bit in the end, though. Rolling the dice, this is a chip lead pot. 4.9 in the middle, the 986 brings sevens to Elton's doorstep in terms of paths to the lead. King. Disappointing on the turn, and now it is 10 outs one time, that which Elton needs to find to stay alive here. And he can't do it. The 5th place stack with 14 players left, eliminated with a pre-flop call as Brewer's deuces hold.
It's certainly close. Huh? It's certainly close. Like for chips, it's a call. It would just be whether the tournament situation.
And you see Smith immediately providing positive reinforcement to Elton in terms of for chips, it was a call. But the considerations in terms of that 1.6 roughly up top. Trying to work your way to a final table with a stack that does rate to get there, that which maybe will create some sleeplessness for Tseng tonight. 14th place finish for him, 105,000.
That was a big call, Ollie. And, you know, yes, there's definitely a lot of tournament implications on the line, but we do know that Elton always guns for the top.
Yes, he does.
Live and die by the sword.
Cool. Couldn't have said it better myself. Shemian. Meanwhile, other feature, Queen 8, and I'm sure the boys here got wind of the departure of Elton. And having paid attention to the Triton Poker Plus app, anyone would be quite surprised to see him out, especially if they dive into the hand histories and realize it was with an ace 10 as a call-off against the Brewer shove. Meanwhile, King, Queen 10, that which awaits these two. Blind versus blind. Limped pre, advantage Shemian with middle pair.
A solid advantage, too, because the straight draw that Mühlacker's got would bring a 4-liner where Ace could easily take a lot of his chips. Mühlacker's got to be a bit careful, because if he was to bet this flop, it's quite a guessing game on turns on how strong his opponent might be. So we check through.
6 on the turn, and now double gutter for Mühlacker.
Yeah, the funny double gutter. Maybe Shemyon tries to get some chips. Nope, gonna play cautious. Seems like both players are leaning towards realizing all of their equity.
And that feeling is confirmed after a second round of checks. Let's see whether or not Shemyon has a bet on his mind now.
It's a good time to try and get a 10 to pay you off, or a 6. His kicker is okay too, in case he is up against a very weak queen. King X you should have heard from by now from Mulocker.
200,000.
He's gone big. $200 into $240. Trying to get any pair to call.
Left with a 9 high. He started with. Thomas does find the fold. Get a look there at the chip counts. Danny Tang going to be the lone member of the Hong Kong delegation remaining in this field. As Elton Sang played a chip lead pot with Chris Brewer. And I would say without question, that's what everyone's going to be talking about on this break as we bring you back to the desk. Ali and Randy with you.
Phantom espresso here. Go ahead.
I know. It's still not there. He said it's on its way. But listen, let's put that aside and let's ask ourselves how we feel about Elton Sing's willingness to gamble. Dan Smith said, for chips, it's a call. But the tournament, I assume he's talking about ICM, is this a spot that we need to reevaluate?
Right. He's actually been in this kind of scenario multiple times at this festival where he has a big stack and then he really just puts it on the line in a spot where I think a lot of people might tend to fold, but he's willing to be tolerating this risk.
But is that the right way to approach things, Randy? I mean, he's brought the chip lead in to the Invitational. He brought it into the 100K. It was 2 days, by the way, in the Invitational. He brought it into the 100K for day 2. Brought it in here today, and he's out in 5th with a lot in front of him, and he leaves behind 13. There was a lot of shorter stacks than his there. Pay ladders and obviously $1.5 million plus up top. Is that not how tournament poker should not be played? I can see in the cash game, where Elton likes to get involved, and I know he wants to play as well as possible. You know what I mean?
Right. I think the right play is to just lay this one down and look for a better spot. I see where he's coming from, that he just doesn't want to pass up any close spot and give it away. And sure, he did bust in this spot, but this actually creates opportunities for him in future tournaments, right? Because people will see him willing to make this big call, and they might take a more passive line in the future, realizing that he may put that 3 million chip stack at risk, and then he gets more opportunities. It's hard to say, but in a vacuum, if this was like the only tournament he was ever going to play, then it might have been a little bit too much risk there.
It could, of course, serve, as you mentioned, as a bit of aggression repellent, but at what price? That is the question. And out of respect to Elton, I'm sure he didn't land on those chip leads day 1, day 2 of the Invitational and day 2 of the 100K without having taken some risk like that. So then, we put a button in that, and we march on, absent Elton saying a short break. Randy is going to stick around. I am going to check out. Henry is going to come in for me, and we will continue to march our way toward a champion here in the 50K. Keep it near.
GG Poker.
Why so many players?
This is a crazy to-do.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
Larger than all other GG Poker's passenger traffic reaches all-time high.
Chop, 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 chop! No way!
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
For Antonius, victory, something that he has been very familiar with throughout the course of his career, which is certainly not a short one. True veteran of the game. Raise and take it for him. Touched on the fact that Patrick lives in Monaco. In spite of that, though, he's staying at the Player Hotel here.
Thank you.
Monte-Carlo Bay. And I'm curious as to, back when the Aussie Millions used to go down, Randy, whether or not you would
I drove.
Stay home.
That's
you
the
would?
answer. I drove.
How far is home from the Crown Casino where Aussie Millions was held?
30-minute drive.
So that's an hour out of every single one of your days.
Yeah, but I don't have to pay for the hotel now.
Are you a hotel nit, Randy?
How about this? I wanted to go home to my wife.
Oh,
there we go.
There's the good husband
But
line
the wife
there.
could also stay at the hotel, so this is awkward now.
That's true. She could have had a staycation with you. That would have been an hour more per day that she could have hung out.
Does Patrick live far from the venue? Do you know?
Nothing's far. Monaco, you can walk from one side to the other in 35 minutes, I want to say.
He's rolling it. It's not the cheapest hotel.
It's apparently Maria saying it wasn't all that much. She's staying there.
Okay, never mind.
Elton limps the 10-9 off.
Since he called me the champ, I'll check.
Jason with the kind check back.
These two have so much history. It's unreal how long they've been playing against each other.
Some of the most viewed cash game clips of all time on YouTube involve these two right here. Doing it with tournament chips in hand on this occasion, though, is Kuhn. Flops a pair of fours, and Elton, as opposed to put these 30K in as a raise pre-flop, he decides to deploy them post-flop on this texture.
He's just hoping that Jason Kuhn doesn't have a piece and will go away.
That he is.
Mid-pair. We know that's not going away.
Flat call from Jason. Gives him two pair now. Elton drawing dead.
Now Jason's hoping his opponent actually has the ace.
The cool thing about Elton's bluff on the flop, though, is it's such a clear hand to step away from unimproved on the turn. Did look for a second, though, like he was ready to fire again.
Eat your
didn't it?
words, Ollie. I wasn't ready for it.
Elton 1.0 might have barreled there. We're many software releases removed from that version.
Wouldn't say it's 100% that he would give up there, but now he will.
I've bet against the champ.
I don't want to have two pair. I wouldn't bet against me when I have two pair either.
Two pair, that good? Jesus.
Confirmed. No tall tales being told there.
Should have just saved my chips.
So then, early goings. Here are the 50K. 8 max. Got Lee still at the top of the chip counts. Here at the other feature. Ahead of Ike Haxton. Tom Hyung spiraling now down to sub 10 bigs.
We got 3 Americans, Malaysian, 1 from Hong Kong, and Spain and Brazil.
That we do.
First time I've seen Michael Longcar.
I had the chance to chat with Michael, by the way.
Oh, did you?
Get to know him a bit. Mentioned that he's done some commentary once upon a time, part of that ACR team. Likes to represent here at Triton. Headed up by, of course, Phil Nagy.
Nothing wrong taking a shot against the best.
180.
Oh.
On the topic of one of the best, how about Adrian Mateos? On the button here, pressing back on the Brazilian with the King 7 suited. Haxton, though, ace-jack in the big, and he's one of those guys that doesn't take a situation on its surface, Randy. He'll dig beneath a few layers and go, well, wait a minute. This is Mateos. I know he's capable. What does he think of the opener? What's his range on the button? Might the ace-jack perform actually well?
You're very right about that. Because normally you see ace-jack.
As we get the dealer push. Take a moment to remind you to enter our exclusive Triton merch giveaway. Many of you have done so already. Hate to harp on it, but maybe there's a few out there who have yet to take advantage of a chance to pick up some of the most luxurious poker gear out there. Dare I say, the nicest. Type exclamation point giveaway in the chat or scan the QR code and get in on our exclusive Triton merch giveaway.
Listen to the man. The hoodies are awesome.
Flames.
Flames? They don't quite make it that hot.
Not flammable, but just, you know, flames.
Okay. Fire.
Fire. It's also a fair way to describe it.
Seconds. 75. Raise to 75,000. Fold.
Trying to pick on these short stacks. But can't get through Haxton's queens.
Definitely not. Mateos. Hard 8 made it 75 to go. Mike's going to have more on his mind here. On the button. Does glance over at the blinds as a matter of protocol, but comes with the flat, and this is some of that balance that makes him so tricky to play against, Randy. Normally we see this sort of behavior more frequently out of the aces, as the queens can be vulnerable to any random ace or king. And yet he's willing to take his chances. The ace-9 does not come along from it.
welcome back to continuing coverage of the penultimate No Limit Hold'em event here at the Triton Super High Roller Series at the Sporting in Monte-Carlo, Monaco. Randy Liu, alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, stepping in for none other than Ali Najardin. Randy, I believe there's been a lot of battles at the feature table so far, some big pots. The year of Brewer still continuing here, perhaps.
There has been a lot of poker, but also a lot of discussion with Ali, Monsieur Ali, that
about what, Randy?
About coffee and Pedro Garignani. We wrote a love letter to him. It hasn't been delivered yet. We don't know. It's been hours. And I ordered a coffee, and it still hasn't been delivered.
So you're still... hang on.
Monsieur.
Here we go.
Oh, thank you.
Coffee arriving right on cue. How long did you have to wait? How long did it take?
It's been hours. Hold on.
2 hours for Ali.
Yes, cream, please. cream, sir. Thank you.
Careful.
Oh, yeah.
Is this your first day on the job?
Oh, don't spill it.
Hold on. May I stir?
Pedro Garignani style. I mean, 2 hours for Ali to deliver on anything. Sounds about right, Randy. Enjoy. Poker to be played here.
It's cold.
In event number 9.
Cold.
I mean, it did take 2 hours.
Yes.
2 hours for a cold coffee to get delivered. We're in Monaco. How much did it cost you?
On the house, buddy.
Well, I'll tell you what's not on the house is the 1.58 million up top, and it is the year of Brewer, the year of Haxton, both of them 1 and 2 in terms of total live earnings in 2023, looking to close this one out here as we look to throw it down to the floor. You enjoying yourself over there?
Yes.
Pedro's enjoying himself over there. Let's throw it down to the main stage for more action in event number 9. Talking to Pedro, 3rd in chips at the blue feature table. I wasn't aware, Randy, of just how short it is out there. Igor Hula on 3 bigs, Dan Smith on 8, Jason Kuhn on 10, Ognan Dimov on 9, Daniel Reze on 11.
Yeah, you can see that big stacker Brewer was right the last hand before the break. Elton saying, open ace-10 offsuit on the button. Brewer jams the big into Elton's 30 big blind stack, and he just said, let's run it.
That was a huge pot as well. That was a 4.8, close to 5 million chip pot, which would have been for the chip lead had Elton won the hand. So perhaps an ICM misstep there. But although Elton certainly one that is always going to play for the win. Dan Smith, someone who also plays for the win, as we saw him take down the 200K Invitational earlier this series.
Good hand to play for the win is this ace-king of clubs.
12th in chips. So you were waiting for a coffee. Did Pedro get his coffee yet?
He did not. I do not know where that coffee is being delivered to. It's been hours.
So
producer James was the one delivering it.
Right. Now you've explained all you needed to explain.
Does that look like a man who's received an espresso?
Looks a bit tired, doesn't he? He's a little livener.
But there's hope, given that I got mines.
That's true. Only took 2 hours. A couple of Bulgarians in the mix. Ognan Dimov, fresh off that title the other night in the 30K. First 7-figure cash for him.
And
as
people
we
can show up
to
and
the
say,
outer
I'll play
table.
today's tournament.
Yeah, exactly.
I was sitting next to Ivy in one of these, Madrid maybe. He looks over and he's like, how much today's buy-in anyway?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if he was just going to play anyways.
I wish I was that rich, Randy. As rich as Ivy. Not knowing what the buy-in is, just showing up, taking a seat, and then
just take it from my account.
Hours into the day being like, how much should we buy in for? What was the buy-in for this one? 30K, 50K, 100K? Doesn't matter.
Same difference to him. Got this 4-3 suited in there. Haxton, who made that jam with 9s and doubled up against the ace-king of Muellacher. A big small for Danny Tang.
Ike currently second in chips.
Ike also flopping best with this pair of 3s. It's up against the 1.6 million stack that won't be messing around too much.
100.
And because of that, he's just going to bet out and try to take it down now.
Danny Tang just seems so consistent.
Oh, what a call here. Just king high. Incorrect. Surprise.
Well, perhaps a way for him to get this pair of 3s to hit the muck on turn or river.
Yeah, it's interesting if he's trying to maybe turn into a bluff, or does he feel that high card king has enough value to try to get the showdown? I suppose it depends on the run out with the river as well.
Ike now content to try and show down this 3. 500k out there.
It kind of depends on what Danny thinks ace high would do. If he thinks ace highs wouldn't bet the flop and would rather check call, then high card king has more showdown value.
Well, Ike's not going to be folding now, Randy.
Most definitely not.
And Danny Tang does have that deuce of spades, potential blocker.
Yeah, I don't think it's too relevant in this spot. For Haxton, the way the hand's played out, Danny usually has like a 6x he can try to pick up some chips from. Oh, what a trap.
Extending the rope on over to Danny. This is kind of what I was referring to, is should Haxton check, does DT now take this hand and turn it into a bluff?
He might. You know, some of these little straight draws pick up a pair like 4-5. And maybe he can kind of muscle his way to win the pot against that. I think Danny's also thinking that Jack X would follow through for river bet.
Yeah, Ike's really extended the invitation here to Danny Tang, and he's got a nibble.
These chips are gone.
400k, he's not going to see back. Given that it's 80% plus on the river, what are your thoughts on Ike's hand now?
It might dissuade him from check jamming, but he might still do it because... Well, what would he be afraid of? Like a 6-4 I could see that would play this way, that he loses to?
I'm going to just call.
Just going to call here.
Just going to call. 1.4 million chip pop going Ike's way as he climbs up the chip counts comfortably in second, closing the gap on Chris Brewer, and a pretty significant dent in Danny Tang's stack, who was in the middle of the pack. 6th in chips, has now dropped down to 9th. And now he's kind of in that short stack club alongside Jason Kuhn, Daniel Reze. It's showing that Ognian Dimov
Be a good time for aces.
and Ihor
Next hand would
Hula
actually probably even be better
on the
though.
outer table are both playing 3 bigs. So some really wild ICM stuff ineffective for those 10 big blind stacks.
Right. Here comes Muehllocker, King Jack offsuit. And Haxton with the ace-10 on the button. A hand he could kind of have a bit of a mixed strategy. Maybe put in a 3-bet, looking to fold if he gets resistance. It's hard for Muehllocker to play back at it if he does. It just looks like he's going to stay away. Very healthy, 4.9 million stack is comfy.
All in.
Oh.
Rodrigo. That is a play right there.
Rodri, the Brazilian Armada, known for their fearlessness, Randy.
That's a great play. Gets it denied as King Jack.
Wow. How about it?
And it's doing against a player who's got that stack that shouldn't be opening too wide as well. What timing and what timing it is for Mustafov.
That's brutal. 6 of diamonds in the river, on the flop rather.
Sweaty.
Open ender for Hula.
Yeah, this is turn.
Looking for a 7 or a deuce to do the 30 on the aces of the Bulgarian. Doesn't find it. Down to 12. As the 3 big blind stack couldn't get anything running. Kind of forced all in. Out of the big there. Back over to the reds. Non-stop action here in the penultimate No Limit Hold'em event of this Triton Super High Roller Series in Monte-Carlo. Randy Liu with his coffee. Alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Go on, Randy.
There was a concern I read in a chat that someone said, what if Ollie had put in a laxative into my espresso?
No.
Do you think that would ever cross his mind? And it had me concerned. I was like, I don't think Ollie would do that to me.
No, he would. That's the problem. That's the problem, Randy. Look at that smile.
Did you? Did you?
If you hear Randy fumbling with his mic to mute his button, we'll know.
If I'm gone for a while.
We'll know who the culprit is.
Yeah. Ace-Jack for Haxton. Danny really looking up at that board. Where there's information about how many people are remaining as well as average stack, time on the clock, which might affect his decision a little bit. Got King 9 of Hearts. Jason Kuhn with King 10 offsuit.
There's a lot of these stacks out there. These rejammable stacks that have to be concerned about the 3 big blind stack of Ognian Dimov. We are on a pay jump.
Gonna take that flop.
$27,000 difference between 12th and 11th. JK going for the old stop and go.
Can't really stop and go this board with his hand. It actually gets tricky for Haxton because this board hits Jason Kuhn, but the fact that Jason didn't stop and go might make him think his opponent is unpaired, and maybe he can just attack now. Because if Jason had like an 8x or diamonds, even a 4x, or even a pair, he probably would just open rip it.
There's some nutted parts of Jason's range though.
Like the 8-9. I could see that.
The trap. Both players remain unpaired on the Queen of Spades turn.
Jason hoping this one checks through and maybe like an 8 or 4 drops off where he can bluff at it. Of course, a king or 10 would be nice as well.
Randy, we've got ace high v king high, 600k in the middle. Does Jason want to take a stand now and target this exact kind of kit?
It's certainly crossing his mind, but just gonna wave the white flag.
Ace high. Allowed to show down. Haxton.
Lucky, running good.
Up to 5.3 million. We've got the #1 earner of 2023 and the second on the all-time money list for 2023. Fighting spots 1 and 2 as you can fight your way up the GTO Wizard leaderboard ranks. Join our membership giveaway by scanning the QR code on your screens. You stand a chance to win one of our premium subscriptions and some merchandise giveaways. GTOWizard.com/Triton. Randy, the #1 app for poker players. We spoke about it in the booth. Your GTO Wizard ranking around 95%. You're in the 95th percentile. Maria's high 80s. I think you gave me a score of around 62%, and then we didn't really want to mention Ali's.
He needs some more practice, and a good way to practice is to sign up and try to win one of those free subscriptions.
Get involved. The year of Brewer, the year of Haxton continues here. 7 figures up top in this one. Shemian. Second Triton series for him, 4th in chips, comfortably so. Came 3rd in that 30k for 457,000. Gonna defend. Flopping best, a complete swing and a miss for Shemian. Now some outer table action. Table 1.
Bless you. Thank you.
About to swing ourselves over as Dimov has effectively jammed. He's down to 3 bigs. Pedro with the ISO and the cutoff with the king queen, and Dan Smith in the tank.
He's thinking about this one despite the heavy action in front of him.
Raise all in.
He does play for the win, doesn't he, Randy?
That is a read.
He really does play for the win. Dimov dominated in both spots. Sora queen folded as well for Pedro Garagnani.
Yes.
Smith is going to be left on dust here.
Just her. Lady Gaga.
If Pedro does the dirty. As it comes, king high, Randy. King 7-5, 2 spades. Pedro even has spades covered. Smith saying, how about they both make a straight. Not going to be possible now. Dimov looking for a 9. Smith looking for an ace to score the double elimination. Doesn't find it. And with that, the Triton champion, Ognian Dimov, Gonna bow out in 12th. Impressive run here. This series in Monte-Carlo, going home with 116,000 for his efforts.
That's a huge double for Pedro. Looks like he'll be sticking around with this big amount of chips.
Everyone guaranteed 133K now. Smith down to just 100K. 11 left as we close in on the final table of event number 9. Pedro up to 4th in chips.
No problem. No problem.
Vadim Mustafov. 2 cashes here in the 2 events played. This is his 3rd in a row. Joined us for the first time in Cyprus of last year. He became 2nd to Patrick Antonius.
No chips.
557,000.
Less. No problem.
To become the 2nd Bulgarian this series. With a win here. Pedro now with the newly found chips.
250.
Currently in 4th place. Oh, Dan Smith just has 75,000 remaining.
Wow, that's
just
brutal.
deuce 5 off.
That is brutal.
Does have a few free hands to be dealt. He's calculating because of the upsize, like maybe he can get an overlay, more fold equity from the blinds, but can't really play that one.
2.9.
Oh, hello, Brewdog.
Okay. Thank you.
Chip leader. It's like, hang on, pal. You sit back down, Pedro. No runaway trains this time for the Brazilian Armada. Comfortably in the middle of the pack.
750.
Carignani and Seluan.
Does 3-bet it. A quick pitch. Still a healthy stack for Pedro.
So easy to level yourself in that spot and just think the Brewer's up to no good, but...
I mean, I'm sure he is, but like...
Oh, hello. Uh-oh.
Is that the espresso that we ordered 3 hours ago? It's arrived.
I mean, I had a big one. You are not getting a fold.
Thank you very much.
Did Pedro order a coffee 3 hours ago?
But I had a big one.
Read the letter.
What is this?
Sorry, I got a message from the commentators. Man, give me a break. 200?
He's got to play his hand
He
before he
does.
reads the message.
He's back in the action.
It's cold, isn't it?
It's taken 3 hours for it to be delivered. Smith going to take the spot. Reze with a legit spot as well. Pocket sixes.
Oh, he's stirring it.
Yes! Arlie Dejean, ladies and gentlemen, in the background. Celebrating the London repeat. And as Pedro does jam, and now Mustafov with 7s. We're 5-handed, Randy. It's gone under the gun open. Smith's gone with it. Reze jamming over the top.
He also has to fear Pedro's open, who's got a 2.7 million chip stack. Wow, how good is that for Daniel Rezai? 2 7s out. And his Pedro might be priced in. It's just 650 more.
So grim though, right? But you're right. It is 650,000 more. It's almost 1.4 million out there. Started the hand, 4th in chips.
It's a tough one. The caffeine is hitting his brain. I'd be overwhelmed right now.
Smith would happily take the fold. Get the overlay.
5 seconds.
He's going to pitch it, Randy.
Oh, baby.
He's going to pitch it.
That is pretty oh baby.
So,
He folded the other
Smith.
two
and I get
sixes.
50, right?
Loving life.
Wait, what?
He hit 75.
Okay. Yeah.
That should be 450, yeah? I guess we'll count it out after I win. It's going to be so easy.
Or I win and we don't need to count it out.
Stop.
1 title per stop is enough.
Queen 7-5. Mustafov would have flopped the set.
I thought the 7 was a 10. That's
Yeah,
my
me
level
too.
of optimism.
That's why I was like,
Ace of diamonds
It was
on
really
the
hard
turn
not
does
on a
give
straight draw. I was trying to.
Smith additional outs here.
I mean, it's always coming 7, right?
Oh, what do you know?
Nuts.
Alright, count that as 450.
But it's actually
Back.
the best situation for Rezai, as he would have lost to the 2 7s, would have lost to the King Jack had he made that call, and somehow actually gains chips despite losing the pot there.
I love the confidence in which Smith was like, oh, we'll figure it out after I've won the hand. There needs to be 450 in the middle. Confidence, fresh off that maiden title, with a nice little
unless as soon as you
overlay
fold them,
there.
they were going to break.
that
So the
pot.
equilibria are crazy. It's
sounds-
really interesting.
Yeah, that sounds fucking crazy.
Still
It's
11
a
left.
really wild game. I wish there were a way to get people to play it. Which game? Pot limit Badoogie.
And brah, my hand.
Is that a
bruh,
real
my
game?
hand. Boston the Fook.
Vassen die Fook. All right, JK.
I have 9.25 big blinds.
Pot limit
Dan Smith got the
Badoogie.
6x.
6x?
He 6x the stack on one hand.
Really? Oh, sweet.
Well, I didn't look, so maybe not sweet. I don't know.
Gotta walk.
You didn't look?
Dan Smith did get the 6x.
I just gave up like looking.
I think you looked.
I didn't look, I swear. Never look anymore.
DT doesn't want the negative free roll.
I look. I always look.
Yeah?
You don't look?
It depends what kind of mood I'm in.
Oh, sorry, dude.
I'm gonna show the aces or the 7 deuce.
No, I mean, it's
Anything in between feels
Not-
indifferent, right?
Yeah, exactly.
unfair or anything.
So final 11, 133,000 guaranteed. We're on. Well, if you can make the final 9, then you get a 25K pay jump.
A very bad hand.
7 heart, 9 of diamonds.
Looks a lot.
I wish it.
Yeah, 7 of hearts, 9 of diamonds.
7s for Mulocker in the cutoff.
What an opportunity for Danny Tang. He's got 2 9s. He's also got that stack where Moonlocker might just flick it in, right? It's cutoff versus small blind, 10 big blind rejam.
Well then.
I don't really see how Moonlocker can get away from 2 7s. When Rodrigo's got King Jack of diamonds. But now that it's a jam in front of him, it's a forced all-in situation where you usually want to have fold equity with this hand.
It's one of those
I would hope
hands
I'm not behind,
Mulocker
otherwise
makes
I
the
have one
call.
Oh, 7 9 fold, right? Fold is 7 9, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, fuck. Sorry,
Wow.
guys. Killed your
Jason
sweat.
folded 7-9.
Yeah, King Jack suited. Good fold, King Jack suited.
Looking grim for Mühlacker. Been on a bit of a downswing.
Yeah, it's brutal. Especially when the 7's been exposed as well.
Red Queen.
Does have clubs covered as the 9 of clubs.
Not like that.
That's a terrible card.
Finds his way to the turn.
Not this way.
Mühlacker goes from 1 out to 9.
The other ways are no longer available. Red!
2.3 million chip pot going Danny Tang's way. This is just disgusting, Randy. Looking at the stacks again, it's just a runaway chip leader. Chris Brewer on 66, Ike Haxton on 54. And then the other end of the chip counts, we've got 4
Alright,
sub 10
dude.
big blind stacks.
What are those?
What's going on?
I mean, I guess, yeah, you lose to 9, but you beat every other 2 pair. Probably consider raising 8.
Mustafov ace queen on the button. Hand he will welcome any action. And Dan Smith's already put a big blind ante in.
Yeah, but note the opening size.
2.5x?
Yeah, from Mustafov, just really dissuading Smith. But he's going to try and go for the stop and go.
You're just hoping for any piece. Even a gut shot would do.
Be quite the spin up. Smith was down to just 75k. And when he's flopped a piece, Randy.
Nothing he can do, even though it's an ace high board.
Bottom pair for Smith. As he jams his final 100k. Mustafov, of course, snap calling. Has spades covered. Smith looking for a 5, or a 4, some backdoor wheel potential as he's dead on the turn. Mustafov turning trips. Smith out in 11th, adding another cash to his overwhelmingly impressive Triton track record. Every time I open it up, 18.1 million in Triton earnings, 1 title, and now his 16th cash on tour.
Good game, Dan.
Yep.
And with that,
Dan was in the
we're
big
down
blind.
to 10.
We could get somebody in the single big
Bulgarian up to 40 bigs. 3 cashes in 3 events played here
So there is a single big
for
one.
Mustafov.
And do we have a final table of 9 that we play down to?
Final table of 9, that is right, Randy.
So 1 more elimination to get there. Let's play 5 and 5-handed on 2 tables.
Big blind only. Next
And we
time,
might get there
somebody does, so
quickly.
we'll have to play the blind.
Jason is super short.
He is.
4 big blinds, 425,000. Daniel Razai, 8 big blinds. And then Thomas Mühlacker also sitting sub 10 big blinds with 9.
It's getting cagey out there. Really is getting cagey. An extended welcome from the entire Triton team. For those of you that have only recently joined us for this coverage of event number 9, the 50K 8 Max. Penultimate Hold'em event of the series. Will be picking up the 25K GG Millions live edition later on this evening. Playing down to a champion in that one tomorrow. Some exciting players in town. Online qualifiers, as well as some Triton newcomers venturing their way out here from across the pond, including the Botez sisters. Alex Botez growing a bit of a following as both a chess end boss and, well, attempting to become a poker end boss.
Here comes Faradine Mustafa. Min raise in the cutoff. Remember, it's a massive 1.58 million for our champion in this $50,000 buy-in. 136 entries. Brewer going to defend Queen 4 offsuit because he's got the chips to do so, and it is a pair versus pair situation on his ace-high board. Bet and call.
800K in the middle. Mustafa turning trips. Loving life here on this FT bubble.
Yeah, as good as it gets. Also, wow, look at that check.
Tricky, tricky.
That is tricky. He must have felt that he's not supposed to have too many king X's to bet flop and kind of want to keep it consistent. But once his opponent checks the river, now he's looking usually at an ace X instead of busted straight draws.
550.
Comes out firing just shy of 3/4 pot.
Brewer's pretty much at the bottom of his range.
So after the send, we're getting a player, and we
He
go
could
hand
easily
final.
have an ace in the spot.
Yeah, having a queen's bad as well. Not to
Right.
state the obvious, but you'd rather call with like 7-4 than queen 4.
Right, the reason is you block those straight draws that might take this line.
Trying to get a bit of a read, perhaps.
He might even be thinking about check raise just because Faradine usually doesn't have king X to check back turn so quickly. Though he's played it really nicely. He's out.
You've got a little devil on your shoulder, haven't you, Randy? Seeing all sorts of moves. You're like me. Just want every hand to be a bloodbath.
Good thought.
Brewer stays disciplined. So we are hand for hand.
I thought that the best hand.
Jason Kuhn on short stack duty is not something you hear me say all too often.
Yeah.
I don't know what it means.
Well, you would have lost to the Jack 10. But you
Yeah, but I bust him.
Yeah.
He have 770.
Yeah. I mean,
75.
I think it's a good fold with Pedro behind.
Yes.
I think you did good.
What'd you have?
Sevens. I think you know open so wide.
Ollie Shemian
I open so wide?
Don't open so wide.
coming on over.
I think you have something good. This spot.
Yeah.
Danny is free rolling.
You have
Sevens.
sevens.
Yeah.
Mustafov just letting Danny know.
Back. Yeah, you're
He's
still
free
41
rolling.
and a half three-way.
The sevens against sixes hand. Had Mustafov called, Danny would have been out. Was a close spot. I think nines we call, sevens, eights is a bit cuspy. Prince of Darkness.
Not going to be a cuspy open, especially after the 5.4 million second place stack of Haxton. Just opportunity to get in there. So many micro stacks. Middle stacks can't really play back at you unless they got the goods. Jack 10 of clubs. It's troublesome. It's hard to play this in this exact scenario. Final table bubble. It's the wise play to just lay that one down.
With five-handed, and it feels like every hand there's just a pre-flop collision.
This hand is just too good to do anything but jam. Yes, there's a baby Jason Kuhn stack, but you gotta expect Isaac Haxton to raise relentlessly 5-handed.
Precisely for that reason, because of the short stack, right?
Yeah, and if I was to play the 2 9s, I definitely would just want maximum fold equity rather than 3-bet small to induce and invite action. Just make a statement that you don't have 3-bet folds in your range. It's the right play. This is not easy, right? It's 19 blinds. Rodrigo should have a narrow range in this spot.
We saw Rodrigo do this with, what was it, ace-6? Not too long ago for like 15 bigs,
For about
14
13,
bigs?
but it's different because we're on the final table bubble. And Jason's just sitting there with 4 blinds and multiple players of 8 and 9.
On a pay jump as well. $25,000 difference.
We know Haxton doesn't love to give up a spot and makes the call.
Jason Kuhn is loving life right now.
Are we flipping like that? Right. It's a flip. Yeah. Ace jack suited.
4.1 million chip pot.
Nines is, but it is like the year of like.
That's 3 times. That's 2 times.
I had 2 9s. I'm fucking with you. I wouldn't have folded 9s off 4 bigs, bro. We would have been doing it.
This is so important. 4.1.
Who's I get out of the way if you call? I don't even know.
Me and Wushu about the final table on our fucking nubbies here. I'm really sick at paying the blinds and then just redraw. I take it here.
Here we go.
Cards on their backs. Randy, are you feeling it? The year of Ike. Most winnings so far in the calendar year of 2023.
Well, it's a slight favor to Rodrigo Pre.
9's looking
7 of
good.
diamonds? There's no 7 of diamonds. Such a fish.
Clean.
It's already on the flop. Danny, 7 of diamonds that is. Ike looking for an ace or a jack, doesn't find it. Rodrigo Zenuin up to 4.1 million, and with that moves up to 2nd in chips. Ike Haxton dropping down to 4th, but still comfortable. Here's Ike. Would have preferred taking that pot down though, as the Brazilian overtakes his fellow countryman.
All eyes on those short stacks right there. 4 and 6 big blinds on the same table. It's a waiting game at this point.
It really is. In the outer table, we've got Rezai on 8 bigs, Shemian on 18, Danny Tang here on 24. Could very quickly get down from 10 to 7 in quick fashion. Accounts brought to you by BetACR.eu.
25K pay jump. They can make the final table. Things escalate quickly as you go up the pay ladder.
The Brazilian came 2nd
I felt terrible about my play. I'd probably keep it to myself.
in London in the 60K.
Jason Kuhn, ace king. 4 blinds. He's in.
Came 2nd to that man right there. That was Jason Kuhn's 8th title. Jason looking for title number 10, but has an absolute mountain in front of him.
Easily can get looked up just because of how short he is. 375K.
Mulocka getting out of the way.
What's I got? 8-6 offsuit. Just enough to continue, unless he wants to keep this bubble, final table bubble situation going on. But he's in.
Does make the call. 3.75 bigs. And that is
Safe.
About as good as it's going to get for JK. Practically doubling up here on the ace-jack 4-2 clubs board. Has the clubs covered. Ike with just 8 high.
Can Ike maybe save this 25,000 or so that's behind the white chip?
How about that for a run out?
Not bad.
For the 9-time champ. Ike just going to double check.
No club in hand.
Does he ever try and get like red 7s to fold?
It's crossing his mind. Maybe, yeah, he could not even, doesn't need to be 7s. It could just be red cards that don't have a pair. But
checks it on over. Jason going to flick in. 25k. Oh, what are we doing here? I mean,
you just lay down, right? Jason shouldn't be bluffing for 25k because there's a lot of value for Jason to just keep that 25k and maybe spin it up later if he just has a busted hand. Not expecting Haxton to ever fold.
Ike in a world of pain here.
Yeah, I think I literally can't win. Fold.
Just 8 high makes the fold.
Yeah, it's like 7, 8 of diamonds.
Yeah, I got you.
9,
6,
7,
6,
9,
5
7,
diamonds.
9, 7, no club. 9, 7. Oh fuck.
Jason just put an Ike out of his misery. Imagine if Jason did have like 6, 5 of diamonds there.
You're right.
Wow. How sick would that have been?
We'd both look real bad if you did get me.
That'd be fucking, yeah. Internet would catch on fire. These fucking guys.
Cheaters.
Yeah.
No, I don't think.
Hey,
any of us.
There's
other people out there, Randy, that.
I don't.
No.
Hope you had a great day.
Thank you so much.
Lines up.
I'm getting called by 8-6 off. Just fold.
I've been waiting to see you all day and don't know where you've been. You're probably partying something.
Blinds going up.
We're hand for hand, yeah?
So Jason actually moving up to 8th out of 10 players with that double up. And it's Mulocker's turn. King 10 offsuit. He's got 500k. The big blind's gone up to 125. Rips it in. And is Haxton going to have to pay off once more?
It's a 4 big blind jam.
It's a little bit more. But his hand is better than the 8-6 offsuit. He's thinking about it.
Does make the call, Randy. Danny Tang. Gonna get out of there, and it's the short stacks on the spin.
1-8 out, as you just saw, so Mullocker looking good.
Luck.
Not feeling so confident about this one.
Well, turn that around. You gotta start.
Have some time.
I have one of the worst hands I've had myself. That might be
I'd be confident whilst dominating.
Yeah, Jason's just like,
yeah,
I need to change that mindset, you know?
Winner's attitude.
Got to believe that you're winning.
He has better than ace-3 off by a little bit. Like better, maybe better and worse, but.
Guess the cards haven't been revealed yet.
Ike's looking a bit sheepish.
I think if I'm just reading by knowing my brother, I would say he has ace-6 off.
Close.
Uh-oh, okay.
Oh,
No.
he has like Jack 8.
Not really. I see what you're saying.
Two higher,
Well, you
one
call him
lower,
full of a
Andy.
bunch of shit too, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's why I was saying that. Colin fold some shit.
Has to be a high card, right?
There's a high card in my hand. I don't have 7-6.
I don't know. You might have like 5.
True, but that would definitely not be one of them.
No, yeah. Five's a pretty sweet hand.
Well, just don't be too far away from Ace 3 off or King 8 suited, because then I look like a moron.
No, I think it's like King 5 suited.
Too late. I have what I have.
Just waiting for the hand on the outer table
What's going on over there? I think these guys are, no, they're done.
to finish.
Let's go.
Turn it and burn it.
Oh, it's a
Yeah.
cold 4 from Pedro. Getting the job done.
Okay, cards on their backs now.
On table 1.
See, you can feel good.
You're in terrible shape. That is correct.
He means because 1-8 is dead.
Thanks for stating the obvious.
Chop it up.
Ace, ace 9. Chop it up announced.
Yeah, 9 could be good for him.
Oh, there we go.
Well, there you go. Randy, right on
Well,
cue.
you can't lose.
What's 10? Oh, you're talking
It's
about...
the 10 to
I'm
scoop.
telling him he can't lose.
Full house
Like him
versus
or
full
Renee,
house.
He's okay.
That feeling was right, you know?
Yeah, well, yeah.
They
I mean,
both
it
win
wasn't the worst.
125,000.
20% stack increase.
Yeah, it's, you made some chips. You're still here.
Silver lining.
Thomas.
I would have preferred the full double though. Take what you get.
I mean, Austria is
Silver
playing
lining.
pretty well.
German community, yeah.
Huh?
Austria, Germany.
Huh?
Austria and Germany, yeah.
Yeah, they're running well. So, but are you like part of the group? I don't know, because like you didn't go up for the photo or nothing.
I was playing here, so.
But you're like
Yeah.
good friends as well.
It's like, yeah, you weren't.
I mean, like,
you weren't invited up for the winner's photo from Mosbach.
Well, it's kind of could have been awkward if it
Could have
wasn't part of their crew and just like,
Danny Tang is known for making things awkward.
like, yeah, you weren't up there. Here's Haxton, King 6 suited, 3.1 million in chips. But he is covered by the big blind. Ooh, he doubled up. Celuano, oh, 2 aces for Danny. I like a 3-bet to induce. Can still have like some 3-bet folds off of this stack size, like the ace rags. Perhaps like a 600 something K.
2.1 million. The 4-time champions stack. See what it comes with.
675.
675, little 2.5x.
See, Haxton is holding the type of hand that he's trying to pick off, right? So what would that mean? That would mean that Danny's got the goods usually. Danny shouldn't be messing around too much, given there's a 725, a 750K stack, and a 950, so he does get out.
I owe you a time bank, right?
Daddy using up a time bank there.
Ace 5 off.
Nice
huh?
little pickup.
Aces.
No
It's
shit.
down the shorter end of the chip counts. He's managed to.
If I said ace-5 off, you wouldn't ask me actually ace-5 off, right?
I might have.
You might have done.
You playing? You playing?
Getting painful now for Mulocker.
I think I'm going to walk this hand. I think you have a really bad hand.
Yeah, it's not like I have a good one. Like,
And it's the small, small blind too. I think Danny's got a bad hand too. I think he's going to think about it and he's going to be like, fuck it.
Danny getting hit with the deck right now.
He can't
just like 9-2 off.
Yeah, you can't get king queen again, right?
That's it.
All right.
All this table talk, and Danny Tang actually sat there with the goods. Get 3-2-5.
Everybody's getting cards.
No, the opening size. Rodrigo in the small with an ace of his own.
He's raising bigger because Jason's very short, and he wants to try to dissuade him from continuing.
Rodrigo letting it go. Spidey senses tingling, perhaps, a spot that he would have taken in a different setup. Jason is going to defend. Going to look to do a Dan Smith. Going for the stop and go on the ace, king, 10, and surely this just finds its way into the middle round at this SPR. Spades for JK. Top pair and a Broadway draw for DT.
Yeah, he's never going to do anything but check raise all in on this flop. Suppose he's trying to get one bet out of his opponent. Bets the min.
Danny did say at the start of the series his purpose for coming here to Monte-Carlo is to overtake Jason Koon, to at least tie him on 5 titles as Jason does jam and...
Please let me keep my quarter.
Sorry. Was I supposed to?
No. No, just wanted you to.
You have a flush draw?
Oh, good.
Wow,
Yeah.
sick read. Danny Tang putting
86
Jason all in for his
86,
tournament
yeah.
life.
Thank you, Ben, for the 7 of spades on the turn. I love you, buddy.
In the middle.
And 86.
Who's Ben? Oh, no.
Shout out to Ben 86, 7 of spades.
Or just no.
Shout to Ben 86. Picks
Shout
up
out Mark
additional.
I'll take any red cards.
It would be
Up
more
to you.
like
Any red cards. I'm okay with that. How that?
Additional.
Yeah,
Any red
six,
card.
yeah.
Okay, all right, 6 of
If
hearts.
it's 6, fine. But just don't be a flush. I don't want it to be a flush.
With that 7 of hearts on the river, the 9-time Triton champion, Jason Koon, is going to be our final table bubble boy. Going home with $133,000 for his efforts. Adding another cash to his incredible Triton track record. 25.8 million in Triton earnings, 9 titles and 39 cashes. Title number 10 will have to wait, Randy, as he leaves us on the FT bubble. And with that, Chris Brewer leading the final 9. Going to be heading into a very short 15-minute scheduled break. When we come back, we'll be playing down to our champion here. Don't go too far. We'll see you very shortly.
GG Poker.
Why so many players?
This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
The biggest
event.
poker site.
Larger than all of GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Chop, 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 chop. No way. Ridiculous.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Side by Dimov, but also the jacks of Shemian.
Yeah, Mateos thought he just had to get through Dimov, but Shemian gonna go nowhere with these two jacks. He knows that Mateos is desperate. He's desperate himself with that 670k stack, and well, Dan Smith has got ace queen as well, but he still has to worry about the Onion Dimov 1.7 million opener.
So not one, but two jams behind us, and the ace-queen feels the weight.
This has got to be very close. Because the jams aren't that big.
Well, let's talk about it. Mateos, 13 bigs, let's call it.
Yep.
Shemian, 17 bigs.
So it depends on what is this Shemian rejamming range. They are pretty early positions, undergun versus hijack, so maybe he can actually get away from ace queen in this spot. If it was like button cutoff and like big blind, probably not.
Hoggy mulling it over.
Yeah, it's tough. Even if it was suited, you know, it's pretty much the same decision. I would lean towards fold is my first instinct.
The payout of 79,000 is going to stay flat for 3 slots, 23rd through 21st. Yes, despite
I think
the
he's
fact
in
that we
there.
burst the bubble,
Three-way
no
all
one
in.
has been eliminated yet. Dimov digs in. If it was just he and Mateos, it would have been a different story, but instead, he has to contend with Shemian for both the main and the side. And Ole in front with Mateos interfering with Agnion's prospects, holding an ace of his own. 1.7 million in the main, where the Spaniard plays along. The German and the Bulgarian play for 270 extra on the side. 3-way pot, 2 all-ins, king for deuce. Jacks still comfortably in front. Deuce on the turn. You see Mateos collecting his belongings, although an ace on the river, and he could chop with Dimov. Instead, a 3. And that'll do it for Adrian Mateos, as Ole Shemian will scoop. Just 4:35 left.
You ever find a chip like that, the games you play in?
The biggest chip I've ever found is in a stack of the 20s that we use as our, racks in our limit game. I found a $100 chip in the 20s, but I've never found a $1,000 chip or a 5K chip or something. Even though they're in circulation on the game, it's just you keep those to the side, my friend.
You're
Those
not
don't.
lucky enough, my friend.
Those don't. Have you?
No, I haven't, but I'm just saying.
Well, then you're not lucky enough, my friend.
Never
How's
said
that?
I was luckier
Touche.
than you. I'm just saying.
Oh my gosh. I forgot to
You
deliver
did
the
not
note.
deliver the letter? Okay, hurry up. He's
Okay,
still in the
hang on,
tournament.
hang on.
He's got 7 blinds, as you can see.
Those that don't know what we're talking about, of course, it is Pedro Gargnani. Who we're trying to get to stir a coffee like he did the first time he joined us in Cyprus. Okay. All right, there we go. Folding it up. Yes.
Are you doing the
Elton
paper
Sam.
airplane and going to try
Raise it.
to...
I'm not going to throw it at him with the paper airplane. I do need to get the coffee order in, though. I wish we had a wireless headset, because then I would take the coffee over there myself, and I could do play-by-play about Pedro's reaction. But instead, the arcane wired configuration. Actually, it's probably a good idea to keep a leash on me, if we're being honest. Producer
Yes,
James
yes,
nodding in
can you
affirmation
imagine?
immediately.
Just walking around.
Ace 8 against 6-4 here as Petrangelo defends, flops second pair and the backdoor diamonds and straightiness against Elton's top pair.
I'm still kind of uncomfortable you put my name on that piece of paper.
You should be.
75K for Elton. And Petrangelo is just sitting on an 11 big blind stack with his mid pair. Good back doors, in trouble right now. Here comes the check call. Looking for that 4-6 or diamond. The 5 is interesting because this now gives him a wheel draw to a 6-high straight. Just tends to freeze the action a bit too, where Elton doesn't double barrel too much. He's wondering, if I lead here, will I get jammed on? Because that would be a disaster, depositing chips and not even get to realize the river.
I mean, how often is Elton going to be able to jam, though, considering he's staring at the 4-liner on the board, and Petrangelo should have the vast majority of the 3 combos.
I agree. But then again, Elton, he's got so many chips, maybe he just says, let's go with it. But here we go. Deciding whether to bet the turn.
Board pairs on the river now. Clubs coming in as well. After the check back from Elton, you wonder if Petrangelo just feels like the 4 is happy to show down.
I don't think he would turn his hand to a bluff. He beats all the unpaired hands, which there's a lot of from the big stack.
I feel like he would have been more inclined to turn it into a bluff had he check called the turn, if Elton would have fired something. But here,
I could see that.
It does end up getting checked down. And disappointingly enough, because you do have that sense of hope once the check back comes in. I'm happy to report, by the way, that our note is in the mail. Randy, producer James.
The mailman's picked it up.
The Human Pony Express. Not so express as the case may be. He's made several pit stops at the snack desk.
Look, he's working.
get the
Let's
note
not
over
give
there.
him a hard time. It'll get there.
Patience is not my strong suit. Randy, as you know. Ooh. On the topic of strong. 2 aces up front for Elton. It's just too suspicious if we limp, though, isn't it?
No,
As
we're
a
not
big
going
stack, as
to
much
limp.
as he wants to trap.
This is as strong as that espresso that's going to be delivered to Garignani.
Jack 10 suited. Somewhat caffeinated.
Did fold to Jack 10 suited. I get this vibe Elton's going to say something about his aces getting no action.
Give me a discount, 25K I call.
Okay, sure, no problem, do it.
I'll take the 25.
For Elton, it's especially
You're busting
frustrating
every
too
2
because
minutes a guy,
obviously
and you're wondering why nobody tries to play with you.
he gives a lot of action, so he expects to get a lot of action, but doesn't get it there.
Not a fair exchange for him.
I think our message is caught up in customs. They're checking the contents of it. You know, it's like jail. If you get mail in jail, they open it.
Right,
read it,
I would know
you
this. I've been in jail many, many
Sure.
times in my life.
We wouldn't do great in jail, Randy. Don't they have those shows like on Discovery Channel or something where it's like 24 hours in lockup? You know what I mean?
You want to try and see who can do better?
We would be so bad. I'd complain about the food, right?
I'd be okay with the same
You'd
food every
ask
day
why
if
the
it was
Wi-Fi
good.
keeps cutting out as you're trying to game on some device you snuck in. Someone's going to steal your Nintendo Switch.
Contraband. Got something going on here.
Yeah, we do. Razai limped the king-queen suited. Elton, king-7 suited, dominated, and a little chatter.
Okay, this time I'll play with you.
We go up to 150 and Daniel. Just flats.
Yeah, he can't really limp raise his hand because he doesn't want to get blown off of it. And it's a bit too excessive to limp jam.
Top pair with the backdoor clubs. Razai quickly checking, nothing more than the backdoor diamonds and maybe some perfect to a straight for Elton. 350 out there, and it was his doing. Like this discipline check back, though, from saying even more likable, though, is the deuce of clubs if your name is Daniel Razai as he picks up the flush draw.
He just has so much of this board. Wouldn't fault him if he sizes down just because he doesn't mind getting action. Try to get like a curious 9x in there.
260.
No, actually quite sizable, 2/3. Gonna be sad when Elton lays down this king-7.
Yeah, this...
No prospects for this hand.
Got to be dead hand walking here.
Big bet, my friend. Holding a monster to you.
I have the monster, I think.
You have the monster?
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome back to the Sporting here in Monte-Carlo, Monaco for the penultimate No Limit Hold'em final table of this Triton Super High Roller Series. The ever-glowing Maria Ho stepping in for Randy Liu for this FT. Maria's, we've got 1.58 million to be dished out here to the eventual champion. And the year of the Brewer comes to mind. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the leaderboard on the Triton Poker Plus app, but it's Brewer doing what Brewdog has been doing throughout this calendar year, out in front.
Well, first of all, I just need to address the fact that you really wanted to say penultimate twice, because now you can say it this time and then before the actual second to last event. But that's fine. That's neither here nor there.
The penultimate
so
No Limit Hold'em.
And then
tournament.
the penultimate event of the series.
Okay.
I see what you are doing. Okay, Chris Brewer, we got to go back to this. Sorry, it's a little segue.
No.
Things are going off the tracks already, and I just got here. Chris Brewer, I mean, what can we say? I mean, him and Ike Haxton definitely battling it out for whose year is it. Nacho Barbero might be, you know, looking on from the outside in, but it's been a heck of a roller coaster journey for Chris in general for his poker career, but things are all looking up from this point forward.
They really are, but he does also have Ike to tango with at this final table on 23 bigs. He is #1 in total earnings for the year of 2023, and he's going to look to put a stop to Chris Brewer, who is running away with it at the top of the chip counts. He's going to get to play table captain for the time being with Thomas Mulocker on 5 bigs and Daniel Rezai on #1 big blind. And then, with the departure of those two, we're going to be witnessing what is expected to be a highly entertaining final table as Luca Vivaldi looks to introduce this final table of the 50K 8 Max here in Monte-Carlo.
$136 entry in this 50K No Limit Hold'em 800 event. We're down to a final table of 9. They're going to play for $1,580,000 and the coveted Triton Trophy. Please allow me to introduce you to them. In seat #1 from the US with 2.9 million, please welcome Isaac Axton.
The man, the myth, the legend, Ike Haxton, with over 14 million in earnings in the year 2023, looking to add 1.58 to that incredible
Seat #2
tally.
from Brazil with 4.4 million, please welcome Pedro Garagnani.
Second in chips, the first Brazilian to lift a Triton title, looking for his second in as many series.
Seat #3 from Bulgaria with 3.5 million, please welcome Faridin Mustafa.
What a series it's been for this man. 3 events played, 3 cashes, second final table, looking to become the second Bulgarian of the series to take one down.
Seat #5 from Austria with 75,000, please welcome Daniel Rezai.
Would be the spin of the century if Daniel can turn this around.
Seat #6 is also from Austria with 650,000, please welcome Thomas Mulocker.
Wushu on a short stack himself, looking for his first cash of the series here in Monte-Carlo.
Seat #7 from Hong Kong with 3.6 million, please welcome Danny Tang.
How many times do we have to introduce this man to a final table? Danny Tang holding the 5 fingers up as he's on the hunt for title #5.
Seat #8 is our second player from Brazil with 3.8 million, please welcome Rodrigo Celuan.
Rodrigo Celuan, third in chips.
And our chip leader from the US with 6.8 million, please welcome Chris Brewer.
Year of the Brewdog with 25% of the chips in play, looking for his first Triton title in the low limit Hold'em format.
Last but not least, from Germany with 1.5 million, please put your hand together for Ole Skemion.
Second final table of the series for Ole Skemion. Looking for his
Just
second
received
title.
5 extra time banks players. We still have 21 minutes remaining. Of level 22, 50,000, 125,000, 125,000. The button has been drawn to seat #8. Best of luck, gents. Olympia, shuffle up and deal, please.
Olympia, shuffle up and deal, please. It's the announcement from Luca Vivaldi. All 9 players guaranteed 158,200 for their efforts. All eyes on that top prize of 1.58 million. And before we jump into this final table, I must say, got a bit sidetracked during the pre-show. Maria threw me a little curveball. We did have the mystery bounty draw whilst we were on break. We got about 25 minutes left on the clock of this level. And then Ali Najad, everyone's favorite MC and game show host, will be taking to the stage with the bounties and the players stepping up to pull for that top prize of 400K.
It's probably everybody's favorite part, is being able to sweat that pull. And hopefully it'll be a little less anticlimactic than it was in London with the biggest bounty being pulled right away.
Yeah, hopefully the biggest bounty is pulled, you know, on the penultimate bounty pool.
Now, wouldn't that be something?
Is that an ace-jack just hitting the muck there to Pedro's open, just to showcase the ICM pressure that Mustafov rather is under. Jason Kuhn was our bubble boy.
Average stack, just 24 big blinds. Definitely on the shallow side, and chip distribution very interesting here.
I was about to say that Pedro's actually got a relatively good seat draw, coming in second in chips, a few spots to the left of Brewer, opposite sides of the table. But that hasn't deterred Brewdog from going after him. Hand number 1, we can see the ace of clubs. Have to expect the second card to be top 5%. Seeing that Pedro has a queen and a jack in his hand. Brewer up to 7.4 million, closing in on 30% of the chips in play.
Well, at this point, with Razai out there with 1 big, obviously it really behooves the rest of the table to just wait it out, and that gives Chris a lot of room to just maneuver at this point and keep that foot on the gas.
Does it behoove you to not be cheeky today? I don't know what's in the air today. I sensed it when you walked in as well.
That's all I have to say. You know, I'm not responsible for starting the mood and the vibe, but I will continue it. I might finish it, but I didn't start it.
Who are we blaming? Ali?
Obviously, we always blame Ali. Who else could? Yeah, who else could we blame?
It's so easy to blame. Mulocker gonna take the spot with the ace-jack from the low jack, even though Daniel sat there on sub 1 big.
How much is it?
0.6 of a big blind.
I was expecting her to count, but she didn't.
Danny
trying to get the clock paused.
Yeah, just all the tricks of the trade here.
I'm glad that he just laughed it off. He's like, you know, I tried. What can I do?
She's still, the dealer's still smiling about it. That's great.
That completely didn't work. I was going to buy like 4 or 5 seconds.
She's too good at her job.
Failed. If she had counted and I thought about it, maybe I would have called.
A for effort.
I mean, when you get caught with your hand in the cookie jar, what can you do other than laugh it off?
Or not.
Well, we've been duped, or at least I have, since 2011, as Luca Vivaldi asked Ollie how to pronounce his surname.
I can't tell
I've
you
been
right
listening
now,
to
but
broadcasts.
If I was there, I called
It's Shemian. Apparently Ollie said it is Skemian.
Well, then why hasn't he bothered to correct anybody until now?
Maybe he just doesn't care.
I just feel like if people are mispronouncing your name for that long,
For a decade.
and you're actually just that good that you keep making final tables where people are broadcasting the mispronunciation all over the world, then, you know, at some point it might be helpful just to correct them.
Yeah.
Your parents are probably watching. They're probably feeling mildly offended.
I think Ollie's just a happy camper. Getting on with life. Got bigger fish to fry, as does Daniel here with the sixes, and it's looking bleak on the Queen 10-9 board. Pedro with middle pair and an open-ender. Brewer did come with the raise in the cutoff, looking to ISO Daniels +1. It's flopped best.
There's a bigger side pot than what's in the main, given the fact that Razai barely had enough for the big blind.
Nine pairing on the turn. There is a 650k side pot brewing. Pedro content to just check this one over to Brewer.
Yeah,
Try and get the showdown.
Yeah, there's a lot of value in him being able to show it down cheaply. There's also going to be some 9x that he's going to call with from the big blind. Brewer exercising some pot control.
Well, we are going to be having our first elimination of the final table, one of the two Austrians to make it to the FT. Daniel Rezai getting the monkey off his back. The cash here.
Is that his first ever cash? I need to pull up his profile.
It is his first ever cash.
Wow.
Could call it his first ever series. Joined us in Cyprus 2022 for one event. This has been the first series where he's actually come out and played multiple events. First cash, first FT for the Austrian OG. Going to be going home with his first six-figure cash at a Triton Super High Roller Series. 158,200. Couldn't get anything going, of course, coming in with sub-1 bigs. First player eliminated, and with that departure, it's everyone now guaranteed 198,000
Listen,
for their efforts.
I know people say that a chip in a chair is a thing, but I've personally never done it, and I haven't
Never
really
seen
seen
it.
people do it. I haven't witnessed it, so the jury's still out as to whether or not that's a real thing or not.
Vogelsang would have
Yeah.
other things to say.
Well, see, again,
It's down to one big.
I wasn't here to call that final table. Just very convenient that you're telling me
I
that it
wasn't
happened
either.
when it wasn't on my watch. So
Perhaps it's your energy that you bring that doesn't allow for the old chip in a chair to occur. You've never had a chip in a chair story before?
I've never had one single chip or one BB denomination and spun it up. No.
Wow.
I think I'd remember, Henry,
Yeah,
if
no, I know.
did. Haxton with ace-king suited.
My takeaway from that is that you're always all in for your tournament life, never with chips back.
Listen, I'm also clearly bad at flips, bad at 60-40s. You know, really bad at 80-20s too, unfortunately. Okay, this is not bad beat story time, guys. This is what does Haxton want to do with ace-king up against Celowan's Open, who is currently second in chips.
Yeah, Ike's too rich to not induce here. With the ace-king suited. A lot of people, I mean, I'm just putting it out there.
You
A
know
lot of
what?
people.
I love that. This, from now on, let's approach ICM final table strategy with like, how rich are they? Are they rich enough to just induce? Are they so poor that they actually just have to open fold?
Well, it's like when,
which one is it?
when Malacca
That's the
style
spectrum.
4-bet clicked against Elton on the 200K bubble. And it's just like, you know, 95% of people just 4-bet jam. He went for the 4-bet induce. It worked.
Not yet.
Elton then 5-bet jammed the ace queen O, and Juan Pardo got showered.
Which one of us it'll be is not decided.
You know, and I think what we're finding out too is there's a lot of people that are way richer than we thought. They have a lot more money than we could have even assumed.
Not me. That's why I'm in here. Ike with another one of those hands that may look to get involved, not this time against the under the gun open of Danny Tang.
Okay, so he's like super rich, but not that rich. That's what I'm gathering.
Ace 10's just, you know, it's just trash. Brazilian Armada showing up in force at this FT. Pedro, the first player from Brazil to take down a Triton trophy back in London. Rodrigo came close, came second to Jason Kuhn in the 60K. That was Jason's 8th title.
I have 3.3 back.
Pretty much the same stacks as they both flop top 2. This is going to be a fun one. Everyone's going to be watching on as we play out this monster pot. You've got Thomas Mueller on 8 bigs, Ollie Skemian on 10.
It just doesn't even feel right to pronounce his last
doesn't.
name like that. I don't think I could do it. I think I'm going to call him Ole, or I'm going to call him Wizzo. I refuse.
I must admit, Skemian doesn't feel natural, but it will with time.
275.
I'll throw you a real curveball. What do you think
275.
Makita's real name is?
How do you pronounce his last name?
No, his first name.
His first full real name? I don't know. Is it not Googleable?
It's Nikita.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't think that that's that far apart. That makes sense
Well,
to me.
nobody knows him as Nikita, but his real name is Nikita.
Well, why don't we just spell it Nikita?
Gosh,
This seems like a very easy fix.
I'm not the man out here making these decisions as we head to the 9 of diamonds turn. Top 2 against top 2. Now we're going to chop this one up. Perhaps a path to victory for Pedro as Danny Tang check called on the king-queen 3 board, 9 of diamonds on the turn. I don't really ever see a world in which they don't chop it up. Someone getting the other to fold.
Well, we are talking about 2 and 3 in chips here, and again, with so many smaller stacks in play, of course, they're incredibly incentivized to try to keep the pot small, obviously both with very strong holdings in their mind.
750.
That's 750,000.
And when you're in position, of course, you feel a little bit more comfortable when check 2 to go ahead and fire.
Gets a bit uncomfortable for Danny. Flopping top 2. 9 of diamonds does bring in some gut shots going to the river. As Maria mentioned, 1 and 2 in chips. Does he just want to play through it all on this turn?
a lot of the deliberation here is the fact that, of course, on the river, being out of position, you're just hoping that you're not going to be faced with a big bet on the end, because then you're just putting the chips into the ether here. But I do feel like against Tang calling out of position, of course, Garignani, understanding the dynamic in play right now, is going to at least give him credit for having a pretty strong holding. You know, is it so strong that if Garignani bets here, he's going to get called by worse very often, especially when you have less than pot back.
The shorter stacks are licking their chops at the size of this pot, potential ladder. So we can see the whole cards. It's going to be chopped as Pedro ponders over this decision, really doing backflips in his mind, thinking of Vegas and the Mirage.
You're so young. You've never even been to the Mirage before.
That's true. You got me. 2.8 million chip pot. Gotta be chopped up. Pedro with the check back.
Listen, they're both relieved. You can believe that.
8 players remain here. Danny Tang looking for his 5th title of the year. What a year it's been for DT at the Triton Super High Roller Series. And once more, just to remind you all, that mystery bounty draw is going to be happening very shortly, in just 10 minutes time. When we head to a scheduled break. Ali Najad going to take to the stage all the players that won bounties yesterday, along with Luca Vivaldi. And
for a turn, right?
Players are going to be looking to pull out the top bounty prize of 400k. Mario Mosbach with the most bounties after taking down the event, has 10 pulls. I think it was Soiser had the second most bounties, 5 attempts. That's some
When I showed my hand, you still try to show yours. I'm like, huh?
golden letters.
Really? What? But he checked? What can he have?
You can expect Brewer to be opening a lot of pots right now, but Queen Jack still very much within reason. Wow.
Danny was just getting slapped by the deck pre-final table bubble. 2 final tables here in Monte-Carlo. This is his 3rd, came 6th in the 200k for 875k, came 3rd in the 100k that Vogelsang won for 1.296 million. Looking for another 7-figure score here.
Except for Chris. Chris is the only one who likes that outcome.
In the 50k.
Things feel kind of serious out there.
There's a lot
Did you
of
feel?
storylines
Yeah.
potentially emerging here. I mean, Brewer looking to overtake Ike atop of the 2023 earnings. Danny Tang looking to tie Jason Kuhn for 5 titles in a year. Pedro looking for his 2nd title. Mustafov looking to become the 2nd Bulgarian. Skemian looking for his... Why are we laughing?
What?
Looking for his 2nd title in as many series. 2nd FT for him as well. Let's not sleep on Wushu.
Never sleep on Wushu.
I'm sure some have. Ace Jack.
Not if
on
you've,
the button.
you know, played on Poker Stars for long enough. It's hard to. He's hard to ignore online during W Coops.
Let's go the Ace Jack. Discipline fold from the short stack. Can hear a bit of a louder ambiance in the background, which leads me to believe that GG Millions 25K is on break, up to 152 runners in that one. We'll of course be picking up more coverage of that at the conclusion of this final table. You are in a cheeky mood. I have no idea what you were whispering, but what did you do today? Come on, humor us.
I'm up to shenanigans today. I don't know.
Did you get like good sleep, or you went to the spa, or
No.
you had like a good dinner or a good walk, or
no?
I got my requisite 10,000 steps in. I had some pizza. You think it's the pizza, huh?
Okay.
I think that's the car.
Steps and pizza.
I guess
Love it.
production
Balanced.
has a
That's
schedule.
balanced.
Production needs a dinner break too.
Oh, so
Fair
this
enough.
is getting cleared as well. Wow. It's a lot of work.
Don't worry about us, guys. Take care
You
of
raised
it.
to 300?
Can we color up some while you're doing that? That's an awful lot of white on the table.
Can't please everyone, can you? Some people want loads of chips at the table. Other people like Ike.
There's
Also
definitely a fine line between like the aesthetics of having a decent looking stack and not having too many unnecessary denomination chips.
Yeah, Brewer's kind of wasting his stack here. Like, where's the tower of chips, Brewer? You know, I want to see a castle white chips as he continues to lean into the middling stack. Second time he's gone after Garignani.
The problem is that everybody knows what Brewer's doing or what he should be doing. But it's like, do you want to be the person? Do you want to be the person to decide, like, I'm going to take a stand and potentially risk being wrong and Brewer just having it this time? Or, you know, being the person who's, you know, at that person's expense, everybody else is going to enjoy putting a little more money into their pocket. It's almost like this unwritten rule of,
Are we going to
well,
restart
maybe
the
somebody
clock
else
when
will stand
when
up to him, but it's not going to be
No?
me. It's not going to be
Maybe?
me.
No,
Not
I
this
don't know.
time.
With the 3-bet. Getting it done, chipping away nicely. Top of the chip counts, average stack of 27 bigs. All eyes on Mulocker on just 5 big blinds. Brewer looking for his first Triton title in No Limit Hold'em. Has 2, one coming in PLO, one coming in short deck to become a 3-time champion. Danny Tang second in chips, looking to win number 5 in a calendar year. Ike Haxton now after Dan Smith got the monkey off his back in the 200K, and Vogelsang got the monkey off his back in the 100K. Feels like Ike is the big name that comes to mind, still without a Triton trophy. He's currently sat 3rd in chips with 29 big blinds as we welcome you back to the break desk. Maria Ho alongside myself. Nothing much really to report there other than Brewer doing what we would expect from the chip leader.
Right, and you know, obviously it was that big pot we saw happening between Tang and Garignani, but they ended up chopping. But it certainly was a very dicey situation, I think, in both of their minds as they saw that pot continue to build. But right now, you know, everything's status quo, I think.
Well, our attention has obviously been on this final table, event number 9, the 50K 8 max, due to the fact that we've got 1.58 million up top, and this one too, 7-figure payouts going to be awarded here. Everyone guaranteed 198,000 for their efforts so far. But now our attention going to be turned to my favorite part of the series. I don't know about you, Maria, the Ali Najad show, the shenanigans that entail with him with a microphone and a platform to be cheeky and mischievous, as we're going to be throwing it to the floor for some bounty pools. Any guesses as to who do you think's going to go for gold and pick out a few big bounties?
Well, you would expect naturally that Mario, as the winner, who has 10 bounties.
10 bounties.
I mean, odds are in his favor that he might pull a really big one to add on to that nice chunk of change that he picked up. But I'm rooting for Sammy, you know, newcomer to the scene here, doesn't normally play a ton of tournaments, got very excited yesterday when he had, I believe, a 3-way knockout scenario. So, you know, we'll see.
Sammy the Bulldog going to have 4 pulls at a bounty. Mulaka rather. Mosbok did take down the 40k mystery bounty. He has 10 attempts. Soizer with 5. Top bounty of 400k. 3 pulls at a 200k bounty. 6 100k bounties. And of course the Bombay package. The draw again. There's a 0 out there as well for a huge tease for someone to, you know, get the heart rate up. Hopefully someone that's wearing a Whoop band, Maria, so we can see that little blip. Ali's getting ready. Luca Vivaldi is also getting ready with the mystery bounties. We're going to be looking to throw it down to the floor. It's a dinner break and the mystery bounty pool, so don't go too far because it's going to be non-stop action. I'm going to get up there on stage and see who's going for the bounties. Got a feeling Mulaka with 10 attempts, taking down his first title. Surely he's going to do well as Ali heads to the stage to draw the mystery bounties.
Well, what has quickly become one of those most popular moments at any Triton festival, it's time for the mystery bounty draw. This event was won by Mario Mosbach, who took home $718,000 of $3.24 million in prize pool. That was only half of the total that we collected. The other $3.24 million sits in this box in front of me and is spread across 42 envelopes. Luca, how do those envelopes break down?
We have 4 kind of envelopes that are gold. Those are the 0 with the draw again.
Okay.
400k, the big envelope, 1 of them. Then we have the 200k, 3 of those envelopes. The 100,000, 6 of those envelopes. And then the white ones are going to be 80 and 40. 10 for the 80 and 19 for the 40. 2 more 40s are draw again. One of them will have the Bombay prize as well in there.
So 3 of the 40k envelopes are going to have something extra involved, a draw again, or of course the Bombay Super Yacht in addition to that 40k. And then there's that 0, which is going to look gold, guys. So as you squeeze, be mindful of that. Let's get things underway then and bring to the stage Vyacheslav Buldigin with 1 envelope. Where are you, Vyacheslav? There it is. Bounty chip. And you get to open. Go ahead. A fresh box. Shuffle. Big scramble.
Работаем. At least I have choice.
Okay.
Окей, работаем.
It's already gold, guys. It's gold.
It's gold.
Pull it out slowly.
Slowly, да. Давай вот здесь вот закроем. Окей. Что-то.
100,000 for Vyacheslav Buldigin. Nicely done. 1 envelope. Okay, good score for you. We'll tally that up. And next up, Lewis Spencer. Come on down. All right, 1 envelope for you, my friend. Redeeming your token. Do you have a technique?
No.
First time?
That's all. Blind luck.
Blind luck. Go ahead, reach on in there. Pick out an envelope and then let us sweat it with you. You want gold, not white. There it is. They're anti-sweating you hard.
Of course. I would be in their shoes.
Let us sweat it.
All right.
Oh, it's white.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, but then I can't see it.
You can see it. 40K. He did what you wanted. There it is. Everyone's very thrilled with you, Lewis. Next up, Leon Sturm. Leon, come on down. You have 1 token as well, my friend. Okay, 1 envelope for you. Reach on into the box.
Lucky number 13, actually.
All right, now you saw how Lewis did it. If you hold the envelope outward, we can sweat with you. Okay. Mustafov is trying to get everybody to pull out a 40. It's gold.
So it can be a 0, you said, right?
It can be a 0. A draw again, 0.
It's not a
Easy.
0, is it?
Keep going.
I think if it's a 5th 0, then it's a, yeah. It's a
Another 0. $200,000 for Leon Sturm. Nicely done. And a big Dankeschön. So the single envelopes have been performing quite well thus far. Now we have a man who's got 4 envelopes. Sammy the Bull, come on up here. Hand us your tokens. There they are. 4 envelopes, 4 pulls. You can ask whoever you want. You want to take the first 2? Okay, first 2 for Sammy. Here we go. Go ahead. All right, first one. Help us squeeze.
Squeeze. Wait, how do you open this?
You can rip it.
Squeeze.
Color is the important. White, guys. Everyone's happy. Except maybe Sammy. The white ones, we just rip it out, Sammy. 80. Okay, 80,000 for Sammy, the first envelope. Okay, get in there. One more. Here we go. I did ask for a squeeze. That's true. The gold one is the good squeeze.
Lower than average. That's not good.
No, 80 is only 3,000 lower. You're right. You're right. All right, you're used to this now. Second of 4 envelopes for Sammy Balloon, and it's gold.
Gold is big, right?
Gold is big. Squeezing. Hold on.
Oh, shit.
Keep it.
100, 200, or 400.
Keep it. Show the camera. Show the camera. All right, hang on.
100.
200,000 for Sammy. Nicely done. You can't be disappointed with that. Okay. All right, who's coming up? Your brother. Come on up. Okay. Third envelope of 4. Reach on in there for Sammy. Sammy, stay up here. Come on. You got to be a part of this. All right. Sticker removed. Envelope opened. Hold it out for us. Okay. Color, white. 40,000. Okay. Does he get to go again, or you got someone else? You out of here. Okay. One more for Sammy. He's a tough customer, guys. He's firm but fair. Have you done Mystery Bounty before, Sammy?
No.
First time?
First time. First time Mystery Bounty.
Oh, my goodness. Sammy, again with a gold one, guys. Wait. Gold ones we have to show the camera. Show the camera. Show the camera, Sammy. 400,000. Sammy Balloon taking the air right out of the room with a 400K envelope. There it is. My goodness. Enjoy, my friend. That's quite amazing considering the next man we're bringing to the stage has the most envelopes, 10 of them. Your winner, Mario Masbach. Come on down. Congratulations to you, Sammy. Be careful on the way out of here. People are going to be a little upset with you, Sammy. And Mario, you're going to bring to the stage some help in the form of Matthias Eibinger and your fiancée, Amanda. All right, come on up. Is Amanda going first? Matthias is going first. Okay. How many do you get? 2. 2 of 10 pulls. Here we go. Now, Matthias.
Let it be gold. Let it be gold.
The biggest gold is 200K left. Rip it out. 40,000. Okay. Next one. Try again. The biggest remaining envelope is gold and is 200K. Just one of those left. 5 100Ks left.
Sorry, Mario. I apologize. He put all his trust into me.
And this was 40K. Well, wait a minute. Draw again, as you can see at the top of this 40K. A bonus pull. Look, Mario loves it like you needed it. 11 total pulls then for Mario as he free rolls 40K. Here we go. Matthias into the bin one more time. White again?
Oh, no.
Another 40K. 120,000, nothing to complain about. All right. So then, 7 left or 8? 8 left. 8 left. Amanda, okay. The director has called Amanda to the stage, and I see 4 tokens for you. Okay, 4. Here we go. The first of 4 for you. Amanda, when you and Mario got engaged, did you think that this would be a part of your relationship, reaching into boxes and pulling out at least 40,000 at a time?
Yeah, I expected it.
All right, here we go. She's very neat. No ripping. Do you reuse Christmas wrapping, just out of curiosity?
Sometimes when it's cute.
Okay, at least she's honest. 40,000, the first one. Okay, everyone can breathe easy. Bravo, bravo. Here we go. Next up, 3 left for Amanda. All right, here we go.
I'm gonna rip it.
You're gonna rip it. I like it.
It's not even ripping.
Oh, it's not ripping. Okay, here we go. 100,000, Amanda, nicely done. And you've still got 2 more left. Okay, you can go ahead and stack them over there if you'd like. 100K envelope. Here we go. Another 100K from Amanda. Mario's got a ringer in his corner. Matthias, she's outplaying you, by the way, just so you know. There's only one place that you can go better than the 200s, and that's the lone 200K envelope remaining. Amanda reaches in and grabs 80K. Very nicely done. A total of 320,000 for Amanda. 4 left. Okay, that's a bonus. Now, Mario's going to do his own work here with the next 4. All right, reach on in there. Grab away. All right. What color is it?
It's white.
It's white, but it's 80,000 for Mario Mosbach. He's putting a dent in the big stuff. Okay, 3 more left for you, sir. Another 80,000 from Mosbach. Everybody's faces are starting to look less happy after this epic 10 bounty draw of yours.
Oh, white. And
Another 80,000 from Mario, guys. He doesn't know how to min cash. Last envelope, I believe. I just need you to understand, if you pull 200K right now, you're going to need security to walk you out of here. Last one.
Oh, it's a white?
Ah, it's white, it's white. I thought it was gold. 40,000. Just 1 min cash for Mario there. A few before that, courtesy of Matthias. Overall, a very nice haul. Congratulations to you. Okay, then, let us march on as we invite Steve O'Dwyer to the box. Guys, this one's going to be quick. Out of the way. Steve, pay the tokens first. There it is. And 3. Here we go. Are you being sarcastic?
I mean, you've seen what's been pulled so far. Okay.
Oh, wait a minute.
That's good. Better.
You moaned it in. 100,000, the first of the pulls for O'Dwyer. This one's white.
I'll take it.
40, 140,000. Wait a minute. Did we gloss over? Oh, Steve.
That's a Bombay.
This is a Bombay thing. The thing is a day on the super yacht along with 5 of your friends.
Okay. Thank you, Bombay.
5 friends. I mean 3 and me and Luca.
Yeah.
All right. Keep going. Oh, wait a minute. Do we have a representative from Bombay here? Come on down. Wait a minute. Let's award the prize officially.
Nice.
Well done. Well played. The yacht will have everything for you prepared. There's also a poker table if you want to bring your playing friends. And it's up to you what you want to use it. Come to me after you finish, and then I'll give you the contact for a VIP manager that will be in contact with you.
I was wearing the Bombay hoodie yesterday during the final table, so I feel like I deserve this.
So far, 100K and a Bombay Super Yacht trip, along with the 40K last envelope for Steve O'Dwyer. That's more the style I'm used to.
Hey.
Another 100K for Mr. O'Dwyer. Are you in a better mood?
Yeah, I hit my equity.
He hit his equity. He's happy. And the yacht overlay.
Yeah, I'm slightly ahead then.
All right. Congratulations to you, Steve. Let's keep things moving then. Michael Soiza, where are you? Come on down.
Is there even anything left for me or not?
What was that?
Is there even anything left for me?
Are you saying you don't even want to bother?
And there's only 7 left. 7 bounties left. Is that right? Or there's a lot more people? Okay. Anyway, that's good.
Another 20 envelope. Let's get the show on the road then, Soiza. Is there anything left for me? He says, you understand that if you pull the 200K, everyone's going to think you moaned it in.
I need to moan it in. I need Danny. Danny's going to help me moan it in. He's a specialist.
All right. Let's get the squeeze going.
It's white.
40,000. Okay, that is the first of 5 pulls for Soiza. Danny Tang being called to the stage now. 4 left for Michael Soiza.
Wow. These
that's
four.
four.
These 4.
Okay.
These 4. You okay, huh? You sure? Yeah. We can put them back. I just happened to grab them and there was 4 in there. So there you go.
All right, so you're going to do the squeezing. Punat Punsri also here, former Triton main event winner. Why are you doing sneak previews?
Huh?
Share. 40K, but wait a minute. Punat has a draw again. Okay, back into the bin we go. So a free 40 so far.
How many goals are there?
1. 200K envelope. 2. Actually, there's 100 left as well.
Okay.
And 80K quickly ripped out. 120 courtesy of Punat. Now, Mike?
Nope. 80?
Another 80K. Nothing to be too upset about. And we've got 2 more envelopes. Lun Lun is joined. Hang on.
Squeeze. Loon.
Squeeze it.
Yeah, I used to squeeze Baccarat, so. Okay. What is the last?
I don't know.
2? Only 2? Okay. Who? Damn!
0 for Lun Lun. But we get a draw again. You get a draw again. Lun. You know we have a largely Chinese-speaking audience, Lun. You have to be careful with the profanity. Okay.
I'll go right now. Okay.
All right, here we go. One more time.
One more time, gold color.
This time, if it's gold, it's for sure either 1 or 200,000.
Yeah, white color.
White, 40,000. But we had some fun. One last envelope pulled in, Luca, for Michael Soiza. White.
GG.
Another 40,000. GG, gentlemen. Thanks for making it fun. Congrats to Michael Soiza. His 5 bounties in the books as we bring up Fakhreddin Mustafov. Okay. And she is, what's your name?
Valentina.
Valentina. Please reach in and collect one of Fakhreddin's 2 bounties. Lucky envelope. And go ahead and open it up for us.
Okay, let's see. Do I have to do it slow?
If you yellow.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Show her how to do it, Fakhreddin. Is it going to be 100 or 200,000 to Mustafov? 100,000. Well done by Valentina. You have a tough act to follow, Fakhreddin. You now get to take your turn here. Yes, you can leave that with us. Good job. Okay. Now, I noticed that you were really encouraging everyone else to get 40s.
Yeah.
So I'm
And
sure...
I take 40 now, yeah?
I'm just saying it could be what goes around comes around.
It's yellow. No.
40,000 for Mustafa, but still, well done for you, my friend, after 2 pulls of the bounties. Jan Zarens is next. Come on down, sir. There he is. Just a 4 bounty pull coming his way. Okay.
I have to say I would have liked to go first, or at least earlier, but...
Well, that's not the way it works. You know the rules. You don't get to choose, but you do get to choose what's left in the bin, and there's still one $200,000 envelope in there. All you need to do is find gold.
I guess I shouldn't rip.
It's okay. Do what you like. 40,000. I'm sure nobody's complaining about that. Go ahead. Keep it moving. 3 more left for Jans.
Hey.
80,000. Okay, not bad. 120 now. There's still 2 80Ks left in there.
It's one 200K and one 100K still left? Or?
No more 100Ks. If it's gold, it's good.
It would be good, yeah.
40K. All right. So a total so far of 160 for Jans. Does that feel heavy?
Oh, it's 2 of them actually. That's why it feels heavy.
Well, you have 2 to pull. You can pull that one too, right?
I did 3, right?
Did you do 3? Oh yeah, you did 3 already.
I mean,
Okay,
I'm
okay.
happy to
Sorry.
pull 2 more,
I'm giving out draw agains up here.
Someone is going to be...
It's white, and it's 40,000. Not too shabby though, Jans. Good job. All right, 160, 200,000 in total, was it? Okay, nice, nice. Official tally for you, and we welcome Julien Sibon to the stage. The French delegation is pulling for you to pull that last gold envelope.
Yeah, that's where I'm here for the last goal. Is there any envelope left?
There are, there are. Okay, the first of 2 pulls for Julien.
No. No. It's fucking white.
That's, you know, LeBlanc. So 1 more envelope left, 40,000.
Let's have a sweat. It looks really white. Damn. It's white. I give it back.
No backsies. 40,000. 80K for Julien. No complaints. 80,000 is 80,000. Congratulations. Okay, moving along then. Another member of the French delegation, Monsieur Jean-Noël Torel. Bienvenue. Okay. JNT. Just 1 token, but 200,000 inside available. Inside reach.
Les gars, il faut pas que je me gourre. Alors, comment ça se fait? Hop, 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 hop.
Uh-oh. Is it? The gold one! $200,000 going to JNT. Ale, good job, my friend. Good job. All right. So obviously, a little bit deflated is the remainder of the field right now as all the biggest prizes have been pulled. But still the difference between 80s and 40s for those that remain. And the first among them is Artur Martirosyan. Come on down. You look sad, Artur.
How I can look?
All right.
I was 100% sure that he will take
the 200?
200, yeah.
He's lucky.
What I can take?
80 or 40? 2 80s left, 140. Two 80s and the rest are 40s. 140 for Artur. That's the first pull. No, no. There's more. There's more. 3 left. Don't look at the screen.
What 3 left? It's 8.
We can tell you it's white. We can tell you.
Last envelope for Artur. Another 40,000. So obviously he's not thrilled, but perhaps somebody coming after him will be. Are we missing anything? Next up is Imad Derwish. Should be 3 envelopes left, Luca? No, you only have 1. Yes. Everything okay?
I believe so.
Okay. He believes so. Here we go. Reach in and touch someone.
Let's see, guys, let's see.
And you find the 80?
No, I don't think so.
80! Optimism. Good. Okay, congratulations to Imad. 80,000 going to him. Is Maher Noira here? There he is, coming down. Is one closed, perhaps? 2 envelopes left, right? Yeah. Okay, so we're good. Everything is good. So, Maher Noira takes 1 of the 2 remaining envelopes in there and pulls 40K. Okay, not too shabby. Still extra money. He says it's okay. We love that attitude. And last but not least is supposed to be Jonathan Jaffe, but I don't see him up here. Orpin is going to be drawing for Jonathan Jaffe.
Left in there, right?
Well, there's still money left in there. I don't know if it's the kind that you were after, Orpin.
It's only 1?
Only 1 envelope left.
That's gonna be tough. I'm guessing 40.
80. All right, there you go. Congratulations to Orpin Kisser-Chikoglu. As that will do it for us here in the Mystery Bounty Draw. We send it back to Henry and Randy.
Henry Kilbane alongside Randy Lou. Thank you for bringing us back to the break desk, Arlene Najad.
I've been called worse, and you know what? We're both Asian, so I guess we'll give him a pass. I don't know.
We're really going to let him off?
No, of course not.
Fantastic showing from our MC, Arlene Najad, commentator / MC, game show host with the bounty pools there. Biggest headlines from the drawing, of course, Mario Mosbach, who took down the 40K Mystery Bounty for his maiden title, actually went on a 720K bounty haul, which was tied with Sammy the Bulldog.
Well, Sammy pulled that 400K. He let his friend do it, for entertainment's sake. I'm sure sometimes your friends and family are like, oh, can I get the feeling of pulling a mystery bounty? But you know what? Nobody is going to do the work better than you can do it yourself. So Sammy had to get in there and pull for himself the top bounty.
I agree. I don't know if I would let people pull for me because, they just feel upset and sad if they pull small bounties.
I wouldn't volunteer for that job because I don't want to get the blame, for pulling them in. It's like there's a lot of glory in it if you pull the big one, but really it's usually just going to end in disappointment.
The downside outweighs the upside.
Exactly.
But Sammy the Bulldog pulling out 720K, which is more than first. He came 7th in the event and pulled the 2nd most money in the tournament with those 4 bounty prizes. Mario obviously pulling 720,000 for his 10 pulls. Aaron's had 4 pulls, got 200K, and he only cashed for 35K. So just goes to show the impacts that the mystery bounty can have as we turn our attention to the penultimate No Limit Hold'em tournament of the series here. 1.58 million up top with Chris Brewer reigning supreme, pole position here in Monaco with 63 big blinds, but he has some very tough competition. Danny Tang, 4 titles this year, currently in 2nd. Ike Haxton, perhaps one of the greatest players without a Triton title, looking for his first. Let's throw it down to the main stage once more as they retake their seats at the final table. And, well, Mulocker and Skemian sub 10. All eyes going to be on those two to make a move sooner rather than later. Ollie with his 2nd final table of the series. Mulocker with his first FT at the Triton stop. Joined us on 4 occasions. A couple of mint cashes in Vietnam. 1 lone cash of 102,000 in Cyprus earlier this year. Didn't join us in London, had online duties to attend to. 0 for 5 here in Monte-Carlo, but now guaranteed at least 198,000 for his efforts, says the chip leader.
On.
Chris Brewer, blind feet blind. Just gonna open rip. into Skemian, who has an ace, Maria, and second to last.
Yeah, certainly in this spot, it's going to be obviously a lot closer than for a middling stack. And Skemian, if that's his real name.
If that's his real name, Brewer knows that he's meant to be jamming super wide here, keeping it balanced with top of range all in, brought to you by BetACR.EU. Skemian, 29% equity to stay alive here on the hunt for his second title as he finds the ace-high flop. Ace 9-9. Brewer looking for a cowboy to shower the German phenom. Doesn't find it. And Ollie.
That's like the most celebration I think I've ever seen from him, actually. And
when everybody's told.
you saw him look over at his friend.
Little matador. Matador
like
pose.
60% chance or something.
That seems silly.
Maybe the Spaniards
Seems silly to them.
been rubbing off on him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know either.
Anything been rubbing off on you? You spend a lot of time in Europe. Do you find yourself saying path and pavement instead of sidewalk, or rubbish instead of trash when you go home? People kind of give you a bit of a side eye. What's she talking about? Spends a few days in Europe and all of a sudden she's forgotten how to speak American.
Yeah, sometimes I'll say water instead of water.
The basis of
You really went there, didn't you? You really went there. Water.
Water. That's like the most American way of saying it. I'm exaggerating. I mean, I don't really say it like that. I say, can I have water, please? But I don't go water. But the way that you guys think we say it.
No, it's not how we think you say it. That's how you guys say it. Like, what's the other one? Aluminum?
Yeah, aluminum.
You're just forgetting the I? It's okay. We don't need to open up this can of worms. I was speaking more culturally.
Well, could it be Malacca's
Skemian.
turn to get a double from Skemian? It's certainly close.
Back-to-back spots for Ollie. Managed to convert the 29% equity with his ace-3 against the Kings. Now with a 60-40. It's his good friend. Can he just hold with the king high? So far, so good, although Mulaka does have
Bad start.
running hearts.
Nine of hearts.
Can't be dead on any turn. That's the good news.
No, no queen.
No jack.
Queen is no good.
King? No king. You don't care?
Mulaka
You don't
one
care about
card
the king?
away from doubling, which he does.
I'm scared about the king.
Lady Luck on the turn. Up to 1.6 million now. Both of them tied at the bottom of the chip counts. But an annoying couple of hands for the likes of Rodrigo, Mustafov, and Pedro. On two occasions.
For
Could have
Brewer,
laddered.
though, happy about this situation. You know, as long as the short stacks stay in. Again, as you mentioned, the more pressure he can exact on the middling stack. So, you know, in this situation, you might think Brewer doesn't like it, but he doesn't mind it. I mean, he doesn't want to be the one doing the doubling up if he could help it. But he doesn't mind the really short stacks doubling.
And the reason for that just allows him to continue doing what he was doing prior to the break.
Right.
3-betting Pedro with hands like King 3-0. Just going after the people that are comfortable due to the ICM pressure. Mulaka and Skemian with both 11 bigs apiece.
Certainly does feel like Skemian's getting his fair share of hands right now. Doesn't make these spots easy because you still don't want to see a run out for your tournament life, but
discount, please.
Oh. Well then.
Prince of Darkness. Hollywood Haxton.
165.
Brewer did open the action here though, so Haxton knows that, of course, he'll have an option when it gets back around to him. But you do expect Brewer, of course, to just be continuing to open quite liberally, and because of that, Haxton is going to just shove the remainder of his stack, about 23 big blinds, so Brewer's going to make the quick fold.
What have you got?
Well, they gonna need to do what he did against Brewer and find an ace-high flop. Mike Haxton looking to eclipse the 15 million in earnings mark for the calendar year of 2023. The top two finish here. To a good start.
Should have got into the king 8-0.
Skimmy looking for an ace. And an ace only. Needs a Barry. Doesn't find it. We have our second elimination of this 50K 8 max. Ollie adding another final table to his short Triton track record. FT'd the 30K here earlier on this series, 457,000 for that third place run. Now, adding 198,000 to his Triton track record. Number 2 will have to wait. I'm a fan of that little dance. He's been hanging out with the Spanish crew. Perhaps learned a trick or two at the players' party the other night. New Locker loving that. It's down to 5 bigs. It's now got 2 ladders so far at this final table, all now guaranteed 270,000 for their efforts. And perhaps more importantly, the storylines emerging here. Mike Haxton with the most earnings in 2023. Brewer in second on that leaderboard. They're both currently sat 1 and 2 with 7 left.
Not to take away anything from anybody else at the table, but man, would I like to see a Brewer and Haxton heads-up match tonight.
Oof. Don't tease us. Don't tease everyone.
And again, you know, if we think about how the first several final tables played out, the person who went in with a chip lead, and a significant one at that, didn't end up becoming the victor at the end. So is there going to be a little bit more of that?
Which makes sense that there's, you know, a bit of a haunting going on around Halloween. Although I will say Brewer wasn't a runaway chip leader.
No,
coming into this FT.
Definitely not, you know, in the sense that Nacho was or Mateus was. And things haven't been, you know, completely smooth sailing for Brewer so far. Would have liked to have those kings hold, of course, but still able to pick some spots where he's able to continue to chip up and chip away at his fellow opponents.
275.
275,000.
Mustafa certainly going to be interested with the presence of some backdoor possibilities to go with his pair, but also understanding that, you know, it's unlikely, I think, multi-way, especially against the Brewer Open, that Haxton isn't going to have a fairly strong holding, not only to continue pre, but to c-bet into 2 players, or to bet, rather, into 2 players on the flop.
Annoying turn card. for the Bulgarian.
It's outside. It's from outside.
Smart.
Hmm?
Smart.
When Mustafov defends from the big blind, of course, he's going to defend pretty much all the suited combos. So certainly a lot of flushes in his range. Haxton also doesn't love the 8x.
Another annoying river card, not to state the obvious, but an undercard to the pair of 5s. Ike did take a stab. Wants check 2. Well, the 8-5 deuce turn went check check when the spades presented themselves. Does Ike now want to pursue some value with the 7s and a spade in hand?
This is a spot where Haxton didn't have Mustafov covered. Of course, then he is probably going to be taking these thinner value spots less often. He does have him covered, which, you know, still did elect to check, which goes to show just how you have to maneuver in these spots.
We have a new chip leader, Maria Ho.
Ooh. Well, well, well.
Prince of Darkness. Ike Haxton up to 6.7 million. Perhaps more importantly, has direct position on Chris Brewer. Second in chips, average stack of 26 big blinds. Mulocker on short stack duties, but still 11 bigs. Bit of breathing room for Wushu.
I have 6.1. You have me covered now.
Yep. I wonder if that was intentional.
Right? Like,
yo, bro, how much you playing
I
over there?
knew full well
That's
that he has Brewer
lose.
covered now, but he just wanted to make sure that Brewer knew.
Ike's too smart to have not known.
Not ideal.
Base 14's expensive.
These are some fast final tables.
What?
These are some fast final tables.
5 seconds.
Rodrigo with an incredibly annoying spot. 4th in chips. +1 against the Danny Tang Open from UTG7.
That is some vigorous gum chewing by Danny Tang.
You're right.
750,000. Fold.
What? Is it not?
No comment, Maria. Get your own ladder.
Just murdering that spearmint
Maple
flavored
syrup all over the table next to me.
dentine ice. Is that what? I don't know. I don't even really know what people.
I don't even think it is chewing gum.
Well,
I think he's just having some food. And he's just like, you know.
He's doing a Patrick Antonius then.
Yeah. There we go. Ace Jack in the mark, Rodrigo.
On average, you are supposed to chew a piece of food like about 30 times before you swallow.
There we go, not just poker insights from Maria. So, I don't even know what you would call that. How you know that fact is beyond me, but it makes sense. I've heard it on a podcast or two.
We actually listen to probably a lot of the same podcasts.
Shout out Stephen Bartlett. Diary of a CEO. Brewer, who was just joking about how expensive it is to raise fold. Coming in with another raise fold, perhaps.
Can I get like some damp paper towels or something?
Sure, Ike. Team's on it.
Garignani now just 20 big blinds. At one point was second in chips. Now below the average stack is just going to shove.
The Brazilian armada.
Like 3 million, right?
So fearless. Widely regarded. Some of the best players in the world when it comes to
Cut off rate.
ICM.
Maybe he's
Yeah,
saving
Information out there.
Not much of a real decision there
Maybe,
for Tang
maybe.
because,
I think so.
you know, you would expect that Garignani is going to be fairly
Pretty
strong
good
to be
hand
shoving
now.
even against a Brewer Open. So even though, you know, 8's certainly a favorite among the Chinese, very lucky in our culture, 8s and 9s, still going to have to fold for 20 bigs there.
I've witnessed some high stakes card peeling, the baccarat rooms around Asia. Brewer won't be race folding this time round. He might be getting frustrated. Things not going his way so far at this FT. What's Ike thinking? Suited king +1. Remains disciplined, thought about it. Perhaps just keen to make Brewer sweat a little bit.
Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 28, 30. I was going to say if he stops right at 30, he listened to the same podcast that I did. Oh, 33. Must have been something a lot more chewy like squid or octopus. It's a real thing.
He's still going. 4-3 deuce rainbow.
Perfect. Yeah.
Spade on
No,
the flop for
perfect.
Brewer. Massive.
Yep.
Overpair for Rodrigo in the form of pocket nines, but he knows that Brewer can still have
Thank you.
aces, kings, queens. Does check through. It's the 3 of spades. Presents itself on the turn. Now giving Brewer the nut flush draw. Danny with the queen of diamonds. It's safe to assume that never has queens here.
Yeah, probably going to be something like Queen Jack suited, King Queen suited, potentially, especially against an under the gun open. Something in the suited connected realm certainly makes sense from the small blind. And Salle really stuck between, you know, perhaps wanting some protection for his hand, but also Brewer in position behind him could always put a lot of pressure.
650,000.
Well, the good news is for Rodrigo, he's on this board texture, closing the action out of the big. He gets to just set the price, knows that in theory should never be getting raised. Even if Brewer did have a big pocket pair that was trapping on the flop or slow playing for pot control. That was close. I thought he found it for a second. Brewer is going to drop down to third. Unless he can find a way to get Rodrigo to fold the nines, and this one's going to check through. There is a legal document that the Brazilian poker players have to sign on their way out of Brazil. And that is, they fold nines in a spot like this, they're not allowed back in the country. True story.
Had 8s, 7s.
No, I would have folded those at his king spades. King spades.
Very annoying start to this FT for Brewer, but still has plenty of chips, 33 big blinds. This final table shaping up to be slightly different to the other ones we've covered so far. Every final table up until now, we've had a runaway chip leader from the start of the FT.
Raise to 350,000. Fold. All in. Play all in. Fold.
Knows that he doesn't have fold equity really against this open from Garignani, but is willing to risk it with a hand as good as King Queen suited.
Yeah, shortest stack by a decent amount. Pedro's going to make the call. Wushu flipping for his tournament life. Brought to you by BetACR.
Who's got what?
.eu.
No, he has 8.
King Queen?
How are we feeling about the King Queen?
Queen of Hearts.
I think
it's
King
cool.
Queen of Spades
Queen
is
of
the
Hearts.
prettiest.
Yeah. He's
King
just calling
Queen
for
suited.
the Queen of Hearts. How about the King of Hearts, Mulocker? Have to agree with you on that one, Maria. It is a beautiful looking hand.
Oh.
Dead on the turn. The eights of Garignani as Mulocker boats up. And with that, moves up to 5th in chips.
1,225,000.
Wushu just bobbing and weaving, ducking and diving from the final table bubble. It's down to 5 bigs.
You know, if we first looked at the chip distribution coming into the final table, we might have thought that there would be a couple of quick bust outs, but now it's really looking like a lot of these shorter stacks have enough to hang around and try to chip up. The path
Did
to
everyone just ignore
victory
me?
might not be a foregone conclusion for any of the big stacks. I thought this was a good question, chat, because I don't know the answer to it. Maybe you do, Henry, but how is the order of the mystery bounty draw determined? Because it wasn't by most bounties.
Thanks for putting me on the spot in front of thousands of people, Maria. I have the answer.
Because
Each player is assigned a number when they register the tournament, and it's given to them on their bounty chip. And then depending on the highest ranked number that you have based off of the bounties that you collect, then means that it's drawn in that order.
And how did this information come to you? Just magically
I
appeared?
already knew this from previous events, but shout out to producer James Dempsey for having my back, having my ass covered whenever Maria throws me a grenade.
450,000.
It's like the old game of hot potato. You remember that at the birthday party?
She's like, I don't want it. I don't want this question.
When the music
throw
stops.
it right back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was definitely rigged, by the way. My parents used to rig that game all the time. Just shouting out some childhood trauma here. It's like
Well,
musical chairs.
You know, the reason why this is different is because in most mystery bounties, it's an ongoing draw where, you know, you can choose to pull it
Yes.
as the tournament is still going on. There's not a specified
That's a
time
great point.
when the draw happens. So it's up to somebody, you know, if they knock someone out, do they want to miss a couple hands
Yep.
to go ahead and pull? Do they want to wait for a break?
Great point.
But here it's done a little bit differently.
We're mixing it up. We like the entire awards ceremony. We want to make sure that the viewers around the world get to watch all of it. And if it was done the way everyone else does it, it would kind of mean that potentially miss out on some of the big draws. Brewer with a big draw of his own. Middle pair, inside straight flush draw on the Jack 10-8. This went limp 450 call. Brewer now check calling a bet. 425,000, 1.9 million in the middle. If he bricks this draw, we're not going to hear the end of it. Understandably so. Disastrous start to this FT.
Yeah, really hoping to stop the bleeding here, but of course, just has pretty mandatory continue with all of the equity presented to him.
5 seconds.
What's Ike going to do here?
Well,
Does have showdown.
yeah, if he tried to bet here, it would only really to be folding out some Jack X's because, you know, his hand is certainly strong enough to be beating all of the other 10 X's. Obviously, from the small blind, there's going to be a lot of these middling cards, part of your continuing range.
5 seconds. Bet.
Does knuckle back. Brewer gets there on the river. Broadway, perhaps more importantly, Ike improving to 2 pair. Still a bunch of draws that brick. The 9X, the spades.
Brewer checking over to Ike. And this is interesting because, you know, Ike, of course, is going to be beating pretty much all other 2 pairs. You don't expect, of course, Brewer to be showing up here at the river with some random hand that couldn't potentially pay off a bet depending on the sizing that you go for.
Ike betting half pot. As Maria mentioned, some value to be had. Now beating hands like King Jack, Jack 10. Great news for Brewer, of course, as gets the check raise and he's going to move up back into pole position with 7 left.
And it's just so hard, I think, to conceivably think of Brewer bluffing in this spot. It's not to say that he's not capable. It's just that this is quite a dicey situation to try to bluff in, considering Ike was the pre-flop aggressor. And Ike also seemed to have a hand where he had enough showdown to check back the turn. So even though Ike gave it just a couple of seconds, still going to release. It's just one of those releases where you'll sleep well at night regardless of whether or not you see it on stream.
An inconceivable bluff in that spot. We know Brewer's capable of finding the crafty bluffs. Back up into the chip lead. On the hunt for his 3rd Triton trophy. Also looking to overtake Ike Haxton on the 2023 earnings leaderboard.
Might just not even be allowed.
Bit of a post-mortem there.
Oh. Oh.
Ugh. Oh, that's such a grim spot.
Yeah, you're not really going to love it, especially when Ceylon opens with Brewer and Eichsten. And
Yep.
Eichsten. Where did I get that from? And Haxton to act behind.
Eichsten.
Eichsten.
I like it.
You know, it's like those celebrity names, you know, celebrity couples, when you just fuse them together. That's what I just did.
Well, how about the Brazilians fusing together, colliding pre-flop for a 4.9 million chip pot?
Good luck, Rodrigo. Actually, good luck.
But do you mean it, though? Do you?
All in brought to you by betacr.eu. Pedro, the only Brazilian to have taken down the Triton title, in good shape on the 10-7-4 board. 2 cards to come. It's the fade an ace or a queen as the King of Clubs now presents additional outs. Ace, queen, jack needed.
So tilted. Queen of spades, 10 of spades.
Doesn't find it, and Pedro Garignani gets the double. We remain 7-handed here.
I believe it. I mean, it might be an equity favorite on the flop. Oh. Pay off or straw together.
Queen 10 of spades.
Yeah.
350,000.
Brewer saying how tilted he would have been had he bricked. I knew it.
You had me on the top.
Equity is fake.
Equity is fake. It doesn't matter.
Equity is fake. You can't buy anything with equity. Apart from false hope.
And the only person that really hasn't gotten too involved so far is Mustafov. Everybody else seemingly getting in big pots, big hands, doubling up, doubling someone else up. And sometimes that's how you'd prefer it. Sometimes in this spot, you'd actually be much happier and feel a lot more comfortable not having decisions. You almost
I agree.
pray to not get a hand. You'd much rather look at something dusty and just know that you can't possibly make a mistake by folding.
Currently 182 big blinds in play. 26 big blind average. And the chips have kind of been spread out around the table now.
Yeah.
To apologize because the Triton Poker Plus app hasn't updated, but I'm fairly sure Brewer has the chip lead.
400,000.
All in.
All in.
No.
Oh.
And just as I said that, Mustafov finds a spot to go all in.
Mustafov saying how easy it is to play against Brazilians. They're always bluffing. I mean, I do think if I had to choose a demographic that is most likely to be up to no good in a hand of poker, and by up to no good, I mean hand in the cookie jar, bluffing, Brazil would be very high up on the list, for sure, but I wouldn't say that makes them easy to play against. Germans as well. Germans and Brazilians. Yeah. Those are the flags you don't want at your table.
I actually feel like there's some people that play online and would prefer to use one of those countries to try to, as an intimidation factor, and not because that's where they're actually from or that's where they're actually residing or playing from. Oh, Henry Kilbane volunteering the information that he is guilty of that, and he is one of those people.
I may.
Wow, Henry.
May have. I had a Brazilian flag for a while when I was out in Brazil. Then moved to Thailand.
And left it as Brazil. It's fine.
No, I haven't played since. Haven't played online poker in quite some time. I'd say I've played less than like 5K hands this year. And it's what, November?
Wow.
Probably even less.
The app is just like completely down.
Can I get still water, please?
Yeah, just hearing from the players at the app.
Stacks are wrong.
It's currently behind, so apologies.
Gotta do it the old-fashioned way.
Got to do it the old-fashioned way. There
You
we
guys
go.
got to count your own chips.
You've got to speak to other people at the table and ask them how much they're playing.
I mean, this
They,
is
like,
why
was fine,
Randy
and they
Lou
just,
doesn't
like,
play live because
randomly
his
something
math
off.
is so bad, apparently.
Honestly, how that man has survived to 2023 still baffles me to this day. How much are we up to in the GG? Wow. 187 runners. Record being broken here in Monte-Carlo. 187 entries in a 25K. If anyone even whispers the words "poker is dead," just send them to this stream, all right?
So no together.
Show them event
First
number
one's
10,
good. I hope it pairs
187
up.
runners.
No, it did not pair up. Me.
Was paying up the only way you could call?
Huh?
Was paying up the only way you could
Pedro
call?
able to just go all in, having all the other stacks behind covered.
Brewer of King 10.
Raise 400,000.
And Jax favoring Haxton today.
Seconds. Fine.
This is second in chips, we believe.
Yeah, it would appear that Brewer does have Ike covered by almost 2 million here.
950. 950.
Still
950,000.
going to put in the 3-bet to 950.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Fold.
Fold. Fold.
That'll narrow the gap slightly.
Haxton on Brewer's left. Not really the player you want to have on your left, let alone at your table.
Not ideal whether you have the chip lead or not.
Well, the winner of this one, not going to be winning one of those custom Triton Jacob & Co. collaborative pieces that the main event champions get, but we'll have enough money to snag one of our official timekeepers' watches. The official timekeeper of the Triton Poker Series. Astronomia Casino with a functioning roulette wheel. We've seen it on the wrists of Thailand's Kanapong. Also seen Phil Nagy rocking a Jacob & Co. And we awarded a special collaboration timepiece to Seibinger, who took down
Something they like reset it the next
the No
hand.
Limit
It's
Holder
very
main
weird.
event.
Fold.
$270,000
Danny.
How much do you have?
thousand locked up.
5.5.
Guys.
5.575.
Need some help.
We're okay. We're okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we're chilling. We're chilling for now. 2 more orbits, not so chilling.
I think Mustafov was trying to talk to us through the mic there to get the app fixed. Now, Maria, I don't mind leaking this because it's not even really a leak anymore.
Okay.
I saw today a certain Lucas Robinson sharing a link to something that GG Poker were putting together, like a game show slash survivor slash poker sit and go kind of format it looked like. I saw you were in the mix. I believe that was filmed, I want to say February of this year or earlier on this year out in Korea. Is there anything that you can perhaps tease a little bit more about that event that you took part in?
Well, it's, you know, under the overall Poker After Dark banner, and as most people, I think, who've been around poker for a while know, that Poker After Dark started as a sit-and-go show.
Didn't know that.
Yeah. So
Learn something new every day.
definitely going to be a big part of the format. But, you know, all will be revealed in due time.
Did you have fun?
I always have fun. I mean, at the end of the day, I love commentating. I love being a part of the broadcast. I love being on this side of things. But I also just love playing. Like, I still love the game as much as I love it as much now as I did 20 years ago when I first played my very first hand of Texas Hold'em. So
20 years ago. I didn't mention it. You did. I just want to put it out there, okay? Because I normally get the blame.
What do you think sounds like worse, 2 decades or 20 years?
That's a good question. Probably 2 decades.
What screams old to you?
A couple of decades ago. It's crazy to me to think that people born in the year 2005 are now 18.
Oh. I know, here I am, like, what comes after Gen Z? Like, what do we call those people? Does it go back to A again?
Zillennials?
Do we just start over?
That's a great question, actually. I don't know. Let me know if you find out the answer. Brewer slowing down. Looks like the chip counts have been updated. Brewer does cover.
Oh, good. Now we don't have to think.
How's that working out for you? I must say, it is very autopilot at times, at least for me. I find myself not using
650.
the brain all that much. Brewer's just
I can tell.
going for it. I know, I don't mind putting that out there. I think we're all guilty of falling into autopilot, especially in poker.
And Brewer certainly putting a lot of pressure here on Ike. And, you know, even though normally 1 and 2 in chips try to stay out of each other's way, they just can't seem to help themselves as Ike does make the call with second pair. Nobody seems to mind. You know, they're like, go on.
Go on, lads. That was a respectful tank call from Ike there as well.
Absolutely.
Like,
in his mind, he's never folding.
He's never folding. He's like, you know, I'm gonna take a little bit of time here, a little 20 seconds. Don't want to just snap call this river bet. Would be disrespectful. So, with that pot, Prince of Darkness back up to first. Brewer back down to second. Average stack and 19 bigs. Rodrigo on short stack duties, but does have the entire country of Brazil behind him, rooting for him and his fellow countryman Pedro.
Yeah, this one. Yeah. No sugar.
No sugar.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're gonna come up with it. We're gonna come up with what we call people after Gen Z. By the end of the night, we're gonna think of something that is fitting.
So that would be people born after the year like 2005, 2010. Like, where is the threshold?
I don't actually know. I feel like, isn't it? It's usually about like what? 10 to 15 years per
I think so, yeah.
generation.
Yeah, so Gen Z is like, what, 1998, 1999. So that'd be like 99 to like 2010, 2011-ish. That makes sense.
I thought Gen Z started earlier than that, though, because I feel like...
No, that would be me. That's not me. I'm kind of like on the spectrum.
You're borderline?
I'm borderline, you know. Do I know how to use hashtags correctly? Yes. Do I use words like based? No. You know, borderline, on the spectrum.
It's kind of like horoscopes and astrology. Like, you're a Pisces with a Leo rising, so you're like you're a Gen Z with a millennial moon.
That's the most LA thing I think I've ever heard.
11. Hello, Brazilian. 12.
Mustafa with the fighting talk.
Well, you know what? I like Mustafa keeping
love
things
him.
light here.
I love it. You see him looking at his watch, taking his time. Bingo. I say bingo, sorry, snap. Same hand.
You know, you can always count on chat. They said Gen Z comprises people born between 1996 and 2010. And then someone else said it's already determined that Gen Alpha will be 2010 to 2024.
There we
so
go.
we're going back. We're going back to the first letter in the alphabet. So, I mean, listen, if the next one after that isn't called beta, I'm out. Like, I'm done with these names.
That's something new every day. 1996 to 2010. Wow, I really am on the spectrum. I love how Mustafa's like, let's go Brazil. And Pedro just rifles it in with 7 high. Brazilian Armada. Hadn't really heard of them until the start of this year. A few of them ventured out to Vietnam and immediately made their presence known. It was just a game of patience and waiting until the Brazilian lifted a trophy. That was Pedro. actually beat his fellow countryman to take down that 30K bounty in London. 459,000 plus bounties.
And have you taken a look, Henry, at just how shallow some of these stacks are now that the app is fully up and running, working? We see that there's 4 people with 13 bigs or less. Only 3 stacks above the average stack of 19 bigs. Running out of a lot of maneuverability post-flop.
Yeah, it's a great point because the difference between 7th and 4th is 315K. We're getting to the stage of the tournament where each ladder, bar this one from here on out, is worth 6 figures. Gonna have ourselves a $510,000 heads-up match, and perhaps the heads-up match that everyone's calling for is Chris Brewer against Ike Haxton to just really, you know, seal the deal on the year 2023.
They want to see Braxton battle.
Braxton.
They want to see...
Have you thought of doing like a talk show where 30% of it is like poker related, but then 70% of it, you know, you just like...
It's absolute utter nonsense.
No, you know, you bring in other demographics, other topics to kind of like get a little crossover.
Yeah. I feel like podcasts, talk shows...
Round of applause, sorry Maria, that you can hear in the background is due to the fact that event number 10, the 25K GG Millions, is a record-breaking 187 entries. And what do you know? $1 million up top in a 25K. Pretty much unheard of outside of the World Series, Maria.
So I'm guessing it's too late to reg, huh?
Aren't you leaving tomorrow? You got a plane to catch?
No, I'm leaving the day after, so I can definitely win this and still make my flight. Thank you very much.
But yeah, if you want to do a talk show, let me know.
You want to be my first guest, or you want to be my co-host?
No, I don't want to be like, I can't commit. I have commitment issues. I can't commit to like a full-time co-host. But I could, you know, loiter. Show up once a month.
You want to be the producer?
Nah, it's too much responsibility.
Looks like not a lot of action going to be given to the aces as Tang bricks with the king 8.
Got a cheeky bet of 200K.
Yeah.
On the flop.
A little something.
That's enough to move him up to 4th in chips. That's how closely packed it is down at the bottom of the chip counts. And Stafford with 3 cashes out of 3 played here in Monte-Carlo. 21st in the 30K for 51,000. 8th in the 40K mystery bounty final table for 88K, then pulled 140K in bounties. So a nice little haul of 228K. Now finds himself guaranteed 270,000. Looking for a career best cash here in this 50K.
Pretty looking hand for Garignani here with Queen Jack suited in the hijack. 2nd in chips, but him and Brewer separated by just 1 big blind. So far, it's been hard for any one player to start pulling away and creating more of a distance between them and the remaining stacks at the final table.
Yeah, no runaway train here. Not yet. There is a chance for a big pot to be played out between Brewer, Haxton and Garagnani as they're all sat in a row. Some potential button v big blind collisions, some blind v blind collisions. What would we call your show? Would it just be the Maria Ho Show? I like that.
Yeah, there's you know, the element of rhyming.
Yeah.
Easy to remember.
It is. I think we should do it. We'll talk off stream.
You got some ideas?
I have got some ideas. I think there's a space in poker for this kind of thing. Genuinely mean it. You just, I mean, you know enough people from different industries as well, where you could make it interesting, where it's not just about poker. There's crossover discussions.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you know, I'm interested. You've piqued my interest.
Yeah,
I'm listening.
I genuinely think
you have my attention.
Yeah, look at what Liv's doing.
Yeah, no, I love what Liv's doing, and I love that, you know, Liv's been able to step away from poker and have such a fruitful endeavor that she has, you know, worked on for a really long time, actually. It's been a long time in the
Brewer's
making.
going to make the call.
Yeah.
Rodrigo, the player at risk, but does have the best of it. Blind v blind. As Maria was alluding to it, this kind of stack depth, not going to take much for the money to go in. All in brought to you by betacr.eu. 3.9 million in the middle. King high still good. On the Jack 7-3 now, improved to a pair of threes. Somewhat irrelevant for the time being. As he turns top and bottom. It does give Brewer an additional 2 outs. For an ace or a 9, doesn't find it. And I've got a funny feeling, Maria, we're going to be here for a while because it's one of the chip leaders giving money to one of the shorter stacks.
Peter?
Rodrigo
Perhaps
doubling up to 18.
You spoke too soon about, you know, that we're going to be throwing it to coverage of day one of the GG Millions, because I think we might just end things on the FT.
Now you've gone and jinxed it, haven't you? Why would you do that?
Oh, I'm the one. I'm the one who jinxed it. If anything, I'm reversing your jinx, I think.
It's 10-15.
That's right. You weren't here for that 2-hour heads-up battle between Adrian Mateos and Matthias Eibinger.
I wish I was. Thanks for the reminder. I tell you what.
It was epic.
I still owe you dinner from London. Let's.
You're right.
Let's wager.
Oh, you want to try to go double or nothing and get 2 free dinners?
I want to go double or nothing on the fact that we do pick up coverage of the GG Millions. You're saying we won't.
I feel like there's somebody you could bribe, though, just to make that happen, regardless of what time.
For a $300
final
dinner.
table ends.
Come on. That's beneath
I don't
me.
put it past. No, I don't put it past you whatsoever.
So let me know if you want the bet. Danny Tang with 8.5 bigs.
Fold.
Gonna let go of the Queen Jack. It's getting a bit cagey out there. Even for 4-time champions, just unable to do anything at the moment. What a trip it's been for Danny, by the way. 2 massive final tables. 6th for 875k in the Invitational. 3rd in the 100k for 1.29 million. Cashing for over 2 million in the 5 events he's played up until this. Guaranteed another 6-figure payout here. Perhaps a 7-figure payout if he can spin the wheel. Bless you, Maria. 270,000 locked up.
Thank you.
Pedro Garagnani. Pole position in Monaco. few players here looking for career best cash. Mustafov's best life cash, 557,000. Rodrigo's coming in London, just north of $1 million in that 60K. Pedro's best life cash could be eclipsed if he can finish 5th or better.
Tang effectively moving his stack in the middle, leaving 50K back just in case some massive collision happens behind him, but this one's just going to get through. Him and Molaker trying to stay out of the bottom spot. 9 and 8 big blinds with Tang as the shortest stack at the moment.
Seven remain. Second to last. No Limit Hold'em tournament of the series. I don't know what did I say now?
You said second to last instead of penultimate because, you know, even some of our producers, Triton staff.
Producer has nothing wrong with it.
They're even saying that they have had it with your excessive use of the word penultimate.
So how often do you get to use the word penultimate? Garagnani's turn to pick up Ace King. Blind v blind against the Bulgarian.
Taking the legal stuff. Then you got to pass the drug test. Really? Is that legal? This is legal to take. Does it help with focus and shit?
You know, I know that sometimes people watch these final tables
Does it do that?
hoping to see
More power?
some post-flop play,
Yeah, then that's illegal
some
substances.
big
You can only
coolers.
drink coffee.
We're sorry to disappoint you. So
you don't
far,
read
it's
the
not really going to be
that guidebook?
that
Every
type
man
of final
takes,
table
like,
as far as how things are shaping up.
drugs. Wow.
I'm pretty sure that is not in the rules.
Well, not sharing to everyone.
Thanks, Danny.
I pass.
I mean, we've had our fair share of legit hands.
Yeah, it's just been hard to get another player to pick up a huge hand behind you. But Haxton seems interested. You know, people might think that we've seen this footage before it goes live on stream, but I swear, we don't.
It oftentimes does feel that way. About these Triton stops.
1,175,000.
Non-stop action as Ike goes for the non-all-in 3-bet. A little bit of a smile there from Pedro. It's almost as if he...
Largest string of words ever announced for a raise.
Oh, Pedro throwing shade. Ike's way. A little bit of shade coming from the chip leader. Imagine if Ike just turned to him and said, "Sorry, did I mumble? Did I stutter?" Action on Rodrigo. Always uncomfortable, but he's third in chips. Ike does have him covered. Jams all in as Ike makes the call, and this is a overwhelming chip lead pot.
Okay. That was a very deep sigh for being flipping. I definitely.
Ike's not lost these since 2000.
I definitely thought you had like.
Yeah.
He's full.
He's been winning these since last August.
He's not winning this one just yet.
Yeah, that's right. Talk about jinxing, Tang. You might have just done it.
Six outs once for Hollywood Haxton to eliminate Rodrigo.
Oh my gosh.
Barry making an appearance.
Well, it was a flip, but you really hate to lose it on the river.
I think we all felt that one. Maria, there was a
Transfer fees?
collective
Maybe a 25K or something?
sigh of pain from the viewers around the world as that ace of hearts made its way to the river. Second v third in chips as Rodrigo Saluan out in seventh. 270,000 for his efforts in this 50K. Got a funny feeling that one's going to sting for quite some time. First cash of the series out of the 5 events played. So a nice little rebate, but hundreds of thousands in equity. And you heard Ike say earlier on, can't buy anything with equity, Maria. Showers for the Brazilian. Ike Haxton.
Genuinely disorienting running this good. I started to feel like
You don't have a Triton
when there was
title, right?
one card left.
What?
So it's genuinely disorienting running this good. I started to feel like it was about to flip when there was one card left.
That's wild. You don't have a title, right?
Yeah, we heard you the first time,
You don't
Danny.
have a title, right?
Third time.
I kind of thought I was going to get thrown this game.
First one's okay. I needed to pair up. And it paired up. It paired up. It really paired up.
Oh, I didn't feel like I was a flip, but I thought it was like
let's go.
43.
And now it's Tang's turn to
Okay, that's good.
try to get a double up. You know, these pocket pairs don't seem to be working out so far,
Sorry.
but a little bit better of a spot
No.
against 2 unders.
I'm sorry. No. None of that.
Sorry, man. Like, you played very well.
No. None of that.
GG's, Daddy.
Like, you're busting such
2,
bad beats, man.
6 ace. There we go. Dead on the turn. 7. Black 7.
7 of hearts.
No, black 7. Black 7. Bing. Okay, sweet.
Dead on the turn. Danny Tang
1.950.
doubling up to 4.2 million, and the wheels are off because Pedro, with that, now down to 24 bigs, and we have a runaway train that is Ike Haxton can now really lean into the field. Mulocker on 7 bigs, Stafford on 13, Brewer on 18.
And I want to go back to what Haxton said before this all-in and call occurred about how he feels like it's genuinely disorienting to run this good. And I just don't even know what that feels like. Like, what does it actually feel like to be running so pure in spots with so much money on the line for this long of a period? It's like, do you just expect it to come? Like, isn't there a part of you just being like, okay, today's the day. Like, this is when it's all going to end. Like, I've already enjoyed my time in the sun. It's already been 16, 18 months. Like, if it all ended today, if the run good stopped, if I lost this flip, if I lost this 2080, like, I'll be fine. But, like, does he even feel that way? Does he even think it's going to stop?
Apparently not, because with 1 card to come, he said he genuinely felt like he was still flipping.
But do you think that that's a result of how long he's been running well, or a result of just the fact that, like, he has nothing to lose, basically? Like, it's like, how
It's too
can you
rich.
be pessimistic in this spot when you've been doing so well? I don't know.
Thank you very
All I
much.
know is I want to be like Ike.
On the hunt for his first Triton trophy is Ike Haxton. There's your chip counts to you by betacr.eu. Blinds 125k, 250k. Mike Haxton in pole position. In Monaco, Mühlhocker on short stack duties. All 6 players guaranteed 363,000 for their efforts. A couple of people looking for a record cash here. Pedro Garagnani with just one more ladder will secure a career best cash. Mustafov needs 4th or better. Mike Haxton currently sits 7th on the all-time money list, looking to eclipse 16 million in live earnings
Should be something like 3-way.
with a win here
Go
today.
Short, mid, and then
Maybe.
leader calls off.
I don't know, that's a bold prediction.
Huh?
That's a bold prediction.
Yeah.
Did you like get the script before the...
Yeah. If you end up being right about that, I'm going to be freaked out. That happens like less than 100 tournaments, I'm pretty sure. A lot less.
Well,
Gets the walk with 7 deuce.
If that happens,
Just another day in the life of Ike.
You're in like great position for this. I'm basically saying that you're gonna win this for now.
I mean, I'm on board with it. I won't complain if that's how it works out. You have like 5.5, Pedro?
So 3 of the 6.
Yeah, 5 behind, I guess.
Yeah.
Can set best live cashes here. Brewer, Tang, and Ike. Not able to, but won't turn the nose up at the 1.58 million that will be going to the champion here. Brewer looking to eclipse the 20 million in live earnings. Danny Tang looking to extend his lead atop of Hong Kong's all-time money list. I would love nothing more than to tie Jason Kuhn on 5 titles for a calendar year.
Six, 16 bigs, just feels like it's better to give up this marginal spot, preserve his chip stack.
It's Pedro in the big.
Point.
Oh, you sicko. Knows that Pedro's calling off range there is going to be incredibly tight. Ike extends.
Yeah, as long as Mühlhocker's sitting there on 5 bigs, Garagnani is incredibly handcuffed. You know, it's not often where the player to your left gets abused by you when you're on their right. But in this situation, it's going to be happening quite often until something gives.
Mühlhocker rocking the classic original blue Triton hoodie. Haven't seen one of those in a while. That one looks brand new.
It's a bit of a flex, right? It's like, I've been here longer than you knew.
Yes.
For all you people who's
I want to
first time Triton.
That was introduced in, I want to say, Cyprus of last year. Started seeing them ones show up. Head over to the Triton store on our website if you want to pick up some Triton merchandise, of course, as Mühlhocker from under the gun gets the jam through. Saw Mustafov kind of raise his eyebrows at that one.
It's a lovely pickup.
What do you think Mühlhocker's first recorded cash was, Maria?
I think it's going to be around the same time as Skemian. I'm going to go with 2011.
2010 in
Yeah.
a 95 euro buy-in. His second recorded cash was in
2.5 million.
the WSOP main.
It certainly feels like they came up at around the same time.
This, of course, grinding online, built quite the resume on the virtual felt. I love scrolling through people's Hendon mobs, especially people like Wushu, who, you know, just been around the block or two. It's fantastic. It's like looking back through a time glass of history, poker history. Best live cash for
3 million.
Wushu. 1.27 million.
That is too much, man.
Wow, Brewer's now in jamming territory. Came in as chip leader. 6 left.
Do you know where that line is?
Big Lebowski.
Huh?
Big Lebowski.
Molocker mulling
No.
it over here from the small blind because he knows that when Brewer commits this many chips up front,
If it pairs up
he's not
there,
really going to have
then a
aces,
nightmare.
right? He's going to be raising aces, kings, some of the premiums. It's going to be, you know, some of the hands where
That's like
he just
too much,
doesn't
man.
want
It's
to
not Big
reopen the
Lebowski.
That's too
action.
much, man.
But still, threes are
maybe
just
it is then.
threes.
I thought for sure it was Big Lebowski.
From BoJack Horseman.
Oh, yeah, Todd says that. Yeah, you're right.
Oh no, yeah, I get it now.
No, that's
Anyone that watches BoJack Horseman
It's from the
Fantastic show.
is
that is
from the
great
TV
show.
show
A
inside
masochist.
BoJack Horseman.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Never even heard of it.
I'm glad you haven't
Yeah,
heard of
he
this.
says it. That's
Yeah,
too
the
much,
girl
man.
says.
Yeah,
Could be a
Sail
huge
Around.
waste of time.
Yeah,
Use
that's a
brain
good,
cells.
That's a good reference, but I would not have.
It's one of my all-time favorite
From a
shows.
TV
but
show
I
inside
did
a
not.
TV show.
It might be my favorite show. It's somehow the best show
What does
on
that
like
say about them? You just
No.
said.
mental
No,
health
no,
issues
no.
while being like an animated cartoon.
Yeah.
Staff off,
Like the
effectively
last-
jamming.
The last like 3 seasons are pretty like hard.
They take you to dark places. It's like the darkest show I've ever watched, but it's also just very good.
But the first seasons are like so funny.
Yeah.
Faradine, uninterested in getting involved in
I
this
like being
conversation,
in the
just
show.
happy
I
to be
like
chipping
the,
up.
Like the in the other show.
Oi, oi.
Where he's like I'm
Money
thinking
man.
about the hanky panky or whatever.
All right, Mosbach picking up 1.4 million and change, courtesy of that victory in the 40K mystery bounty.
Must be on the rail to support Molocker. They both live in Vienna. Surely they're friends.
Quite the haul that crew have had. Ibinger
Yeah.
taking down the main, Fedor and Mosbach final tabling the 200K.
Christoph winning with Ibinger on his rail.
Yeah, 2.8 million, first Triton title for him.
All in?
The excess baggage fees are going to be sky high for the
Yeah.
Austrian-German crew.
Sorry, Newcastle just
Good problem to have.
fold.
How much is it? 1,325.
Weird spot for Ike. He's kind of incentivized to keep Molocker around at the moment.
I think it's just some dirt. There was something on the card. I don't think it's marked.
Ike has to be one of just like my favorite all-time people. Top 10.
I don't want to tell this story yet because I don't want to get his response wrong, but I need to find this
No, I think
Twitter
I
post
shouldn't
and
have said
response
anything. I'm sure it's fine.
and
was a
read it
big
out
piece
loud,
of, like,
just
text or
so we
something.
can firmly cement how much we love Ike. All right.
Please do. It sounds fun. I mean, he's had some bangers.
I have to switch it off.
Definitely had some bangers.
I had it on, it was 0-0. I had it off, it was 0-0. Turn it on, 1-0. Oh shit. Just tried to wind me up, I swear.
Send you on tilt.
Yep.
Danny
So literally I open it, goal.
sweating the
How
football.
does your football bet compare to the prize pool?
Hmm?
How does your football bet compare to the prize pool?
I have 0 money on it.
Oh, okay. You just
Stop betting United.
You're just like one of the teams?
I just like football.
Fair enough.
He's a big football fan. Manchester United fan.
Owen?
Heard him talking about how much United have cost him this season. The past few seasons as Danny takes the jam from the cutoff. Pick up the blinds and a big blind ante, and it's kind of evened out a little bit out there. Pedro, Brewer and Tang all in the middle of the pack. Mustafov and Mulocker dog fighting at the bottom of the chip counts.
Okay, I found it.
Go on.
My tweet was, what's one word that no matter how many times you've seen or written it, you always manage to spell it wrong? Mine is convenient.
I agree.
Ike's response, at risk of being a huge nerd and offering advice where none was requested, if you know the Latin roots, it's easier. Con, with, together. Veni, come, as in veni, vidi, vici. So you get convene, come together. Something convenient has the property of coming together. And, yep, I was like, I actually really appreciated how informative and how well he broke it
1.8.
down, and I will never spell convenient wrong again. But I just love that, like, you know, some people had some fun answers in response.
At risk of being a nerd.
Dan Smith's answer was banh mi, right? And like, you know, people are kind of poking fun and having some answers that are just, you know, one-word answers. But Ike, he came with the explanation.
Veni,
really
vidi,
helped the girl out there.
Bravo, Ike.
Ike's form of Riz, you know?
At least it was
Dropping a little knowledge on the ladies.
Broken down to perfection as well.
Kind of like the way he approaches poker. Very deliberate.
I love how he's just like at risk of being a nerd. It's like, it's okay to be a nerd
Totally.
in 2023.
It's cool to be a nerd, actually.
Gets you a long way in poker. 7th on the all-time money list is Ike. Could close the gap on Dan Smith here with a win today. Would love nothing more than to wrap up the 2023 calendar year with his first Triton title. I think my word is penultimate. Can never spell that one. No, I think it's necessary.
Oh, are you missing a C or an S or both?
You tell me. I mean,
Maybe too many
I just
many
use
S's, not enough
superfluous
Cs.
now.
3 million.
Brewer with the effective jam. That's the stage of the tournament we find ourselves at. Nothing giving at the moment. It's got to take these spots as and when they're presented.
And just a spot where you don't want to be calling off for your tournament life. You'd rather be the person shoving than calling. So even though Molocker, second shortest stack, 10-9 suited with 8 bigs, just cannot get involved.
You could always YOLO.
Hail Mary?
Just YOLO. Like natural 9 call.
That's what I'm saying. We all just want to be rich enough where we could YOLO these spots.
Nah, a lot of these guys don't do it for the money anymore. Money's just a byproduct of playing
I'm
well.
in really good shape against all the natural 9s, I think. Oh, wait, no. Some of them could be flipping.
Not all of them, but some of them.
All in? Medium pale.
I can honestly say that even if there weren't this much money on the line, I would still play poker for the rest of my life. Like, okay, maybe I wouldn't play it for pennies
I mean, maybe I don't know what a natural 9 is. Like King 9
or
is a
candy.
natural 9, right?
I
so
would,
that's flipping.
but I would play
But
it
like 5
for
flipped it
virtually
against
nothing.
me. I shoved a
That's
pail.
how much I love the game.
Just for the sheer competition.
You went all
Yeah.
in with no face cards.
Wow. I had a pocket pail.
That's not bigger than 8s.
What do you mean? Yeah, it's not bigger than 8s, but...
So a 9 in Baccarat is good, yeah? But a natural 9 in Hold'em with 6 left in ICM.
Not as good.
Not as appealing as Mustafa. Wow, Mulaka with the natural 9 again.
How was that little mini spa break?
That
You
little
just took
spruce. Yeah,
feeling fresher for it?
I do. Took a little bit of my Huel. Shout out Huel, by the way. We are looking for more sponsors. So far Red Bull and Huel have been my go-to. If anyone out there from the marketing department wants to reach out to Triton. It's a great product.
Fold.
When you travel, perhaps don't have time
Counting how many
when you're
bigs.
stuck in the booth to have a nutritional meal, get all your vitamins.
No.
Although I know that airport security flag my bag all the time and open the Huel, test the powder. You know, I get it. I wish they would just close the package afterwards. So it doesn't empty into my suitcase. Ike Haxton has now increased his chip lead to more than double what Pedro has, second in chips. Mustafa unfazed. All of these players just taking the spots as and when they arise. Will Mulaka now with the natural 9.
Yeah, it's a real decision because you do just have 5 big blinds. Blinds are going to be coming around shortly.
Is it a natural 9, by the way? Ace a 0 or a 1?
Now you have me confused. No, I think ace is a 1. I think natural 9 is a face card and a 9.
Okay, my bad. I apologize for all the Baccarat pros out there. See if Mulaka wants to run it. Let's run out of time extension chip. Wow, look at this stare down. Mustafa with perhaps the most intimidating stare down of the series so far.
Wow.
I mean,
Is that necessary?
feels incredibly superfluous.
Unnecessary. The only problem is let's say you call as Mulaka here, you'll be slightly ahead, but what happens if somebody calls behind you and then you bust before Mustafa when potentially he could we bust this
I'm out,
hand?
yeah.
Okay, well, not so much as Haxton does fold a big
Show the
blind.
queen jack.
Hide point.
Show queen 10 suited. Ooh, I saw a picture.
Pocket eights.
I saw a picture
of pocket eights. Oh,
It can't be both.
That is fantastic.
Put it on queens. I don't know, man.
Ferry is happy to get that one through. Someone clip that stare down. I mean, that's got to be up there
Ha, 2-0.
with like an Ivy stare down. Kings now for the Bulgarian.
Why did I check?
Just gonna shove again, make it appear a little bit weaker than perhaps raising off of 12 big blinds. Not likely to have a ton of raise folds with some bigger stacks behind.
Easy game.
He's
Back
found
to
the
back
solution.
hands.
Just jammed a level call.
Mustafov now moves up to third in chips. Everyone else in the hurt locker, whilst Mulocker's sat on 5.
Looks like he's taking a little meditation break.
I love it. Didn't
Centering
even
himself.
flinch.
Getting his mind right,
Weird
manifesting some good cards.
I would have been a bit thrown off had I been on the receiving end of that stare down. Mulocker unfazed. Danny Tang, ace queen. 14 bigs.
Talking to.
2.8
No one
million.
cares.
He's going to run it.
No one's mad at you.
It's now 5th in chips. Ike with the A7. Gonna get out of the way, no nonsense.
Thank you.
Danny.
No one has cards, so you can speak any
for
language you want right now.
I didn't speak any
Number
language. I just did a
5.
rock sign.
Would be
First time for 5 days somebody say English.
Yeah.
First time.
quite
This is first year.
quite the year Danny has had. Eclipsed the 20 million in live earnings.
What did he say? No, but what did he say for you to say I hope not?
I'm the first dealer. I told him.
Oh.
Yeah, Mustafov was talking to Israel in Bulgarian. Danielle, one of the best dealers,
Don't go to
not just on tour, in the world. Just saying, hey, Barry, you know, I understand, but during a hand with his cards, English only, please, in between hands. You can talk whatever language you want. Dealer just doing what she's
Yeah.
supposed to.
I definitely appreciate a dealer that runs a tight ship. You know, sometimes, of course, at certain tables with certain personalities, sometimes I think dealers feel a little bit sheepish to call them out on the rules, but that's what they're there for. They're there to enforce the rules.
I agree.
The TD found me. Were you vaping? I was like, yeah, I was inside the bathroom, like, and he was like, you know, it's not allowed. Like, if I see you doing that again, I'm gonna ban you from WSOP forever. I was like, really?
Dude, that's hilarious. I've literally, like, I'm no joke. I've called the full oval and been like,
No, it was the floor man. Floor.
Open ender for
Ban
Mulocker.
from WSOP forever.
yeah, I'm not kidding. I've literally called someone oval and floor and been like, hey, I think this guy's multi-call.
Defending the big.
There's been like multiple ones, and then falls
On the Queen 8-7, Danny's going to run it.
5-6.
Flipping
Very
for his
live.
tournament life.
Probably, yeah.
Queen
Maybe-
first.
Maybe
Queen.
6.
9.
Queen first. No 4,
6,
no 9,
5,
whatever you
or a
want.
4.
What about 10?
10's okay. Wait, is it?
Yeah, it is.
How about a straight flush draw?
Red
From Uloka. Now announcing too many outs.
There's already been a couple straight
Very
flushes
specific
this
now, okay?
series, so definitely
King
not
of
out of the realm of possibility.
Time for one more. Not this time.
That's spooky.
Ace
man.
Jack.
If this ends in a three-way all-in, I swear. Good game. Good game.
Is going to hold. And with Uloka's departure, means everyone now guaranteed 469,000 for their efforts here. Wushu, one of the OGs of the game, going home with 363,000 for his efforts. Getting the monkey off his back here in Monte-Carlo, taking his total Triton earnings just north of 500,000. His fourth Triton cash, first final table, and someone we'll be seeing plenty more of in future events.
This trip? No, not yet. Not yet.
Jacks seem to be a popular hand at this final table. This time, Garignani off of 17 bigs.
$575.
Did hold the chip lead at one point. Then lost the big flip to his fellow countryman, Rodrigo Salle, who then lost all of his chips to Ike Caxton.
What a nightmare. What a nightmare.
Yeah, thought I think that he was in the small blind and
I would have called.
right was
I thought it was a small one.
exactly. Now a little bit easier, of course, for Garignani to range him slightly because he knew that it was a hand he would fold from the small but defend from the big, and just decided a little too awkward at that point to continue.
I was still thinking, if he didn't race, I could jam him. Fuck.
You could jam him.
I definitely could have called.
Why didn't you? Shit.
Because I thought it was a small blind. Did you have a good one?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
Of course. Now I feel good.
Pedro just checking the itinerary of the players behind. Does cover Brewer and Mustafov. Danny tags in the small. Now Danny is in the small. Did we lock in that bet, by the way?
Nope.
Means
When you
that
seem
I'm
a little
right.
too eager to take a bet,
You know I'm right.
I think you're just killing your own action, to be honest.
I didn't seem eager. I said...
All right. Booked.
I said you decide.
Nope.
As
Well,
Pedro scoops in that hand before heading into the scheduled break. Just 5 remaining here. Go on, Maria, go on. What are you going to
I'm
say?
saying I'm booking it. You said you decide, right?
Too late. Shop's closed.
Wow.
Ike Caxton still out in pole position here in event number 9. The 50K 8 max. 36 big blinds for Ike, 18 for Pedro, 16 for Danny Tang. Brewer and Mustafov on short stack duties, but still 10 bigs, 5-handed. Wake up with a hand, all of a sudden you move up to second in chips. 469,000 guaranteed for these final 5 as we welcome you back to the break desk. Maria Hurd alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. It was weird, that frame. There was a bit of a gridlock for the first half of the frame. No one really wanted to give. And then Ike Caxton with that huge elimination against Rodrigo, the ace-king, against the jacks, vaulting him into the lead, and now he's had the opportunity for the back end of that frame to lean into the rest of the pack.
Yeah, and finally, I think with the elimination of Malakar, perhaps the floodgate will open, as we do still have a couple of short stacks in play here. And Chris Brewer finds himself as one of the shortest stack, despite coming in as the chip leader.
Ike Haxton looking to eclipse 16 million in earnings in the year of 2023, hoping to pick up his first Triton title here. A very short 3-minute break here at the Monte-Carlo Casino of Sporting. Don't go too far, we'll return playing down to a champion.
GG Poker. Wow, so many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker.
The biggest poker site.
Larger than all GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high. Jump, 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 jump. No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
$1,580,000. That's what these final 5 players in the 50K are battling it out for. 469,000 guaranteed at present, with Ike Haxton in pole position, and feels like a bit of a fairy tale ending to the year of 2023. Should Haxton go on to win this one, still without a Triton trophy, still regarded as one of the best of the game to not pick up a Triton title, and the year that he's had, the confidence that he's showing, Maria.
We've spent some time talking about, how well Haxton has run in the last 16, 18 months, but that is to not take away a single thing from just how good he is, how well respected he is by his peers, and certainly without having a Triton title, just something that he perhaps is ready to check off that list.
Yeah, currently 7th on the all-time money list. Will cross the 45 million in live earnings here today if he can ladder just one more spot, which he's in a prime position to do. And given the blind level increase as well now, Mustafov on 10 bigs, Brewer on 11, he really just gets to lean into the likes of Danny Tang and Pedro Garignani, who are going to look to, you know, get to heads up and then go from there.
Yeah, unfortunately for those stacks, they have to play it safe right now. And so it's not that exciting for them to have to sit back and fold and watch Ike continue to pull away with the chip lead. But ultimately, it's about trying to find yourself, getting to heads up, and then having a shot at Ike at that time.
Yeah, I mean, to everyone's credit, we just saw in that final frame there, the last hour of that frame, everyone happy to take their re-jam spots, everyone happy to take their open jam spots. So it's not like there's any scared money out there. I mean, we saw Mustafov, Brewer, Tang, Garignani all taking open jam spots, even with Mulocker on the short stack. So really feels like it's anyone's game. Bit of a dogfight at the shorter end of the stacks as we throw it down to the main stage once more. Event number 9, the 50K 8 Max, with 1,580,000 up top. 469,000 guaranteed for the remaining 5. A few of these players looking to take down the best live cash here. Mustafov needs to ladder one more spot. Mulocker needs to win. Pedro has already locked up a career best cash with this 5th place run.
Raised to 675,000.
As Pedro going to kick things off with the ace-deuce of diamonds.
Like 5.5 to start. Yeah.
So non all in, obviously Pedro. 2nd in chips. Ike with 4s in the big.
5 seconds. Call.
Just going to defend. 1.8 million out there. It's his first against 2nd in chips, and you know that the rest of the table just licking their chops at the prospects of these two playing a big pot. Pedro remains pairless on the 10-9-5, 1 diamond on board. Three overs to Ike's pocket 4s. How does Pedro want to proceed here? So much value in picking up these chips here, but also so much value in preserving the 2nd place stack.
Check.
Does decide to check behind. With no diamonds materializing on the turn, perhaps a path to victory for the tournament chip leader, Ike Haxton. Had so many close calls throughout his career. 30 cashes on his Triton track record. 9.8 million in Triton earnings. Have to go through all of the final tables he's made. Had 2 in London. 1 in Cyprus. Had a 2nd, a 3rd, and 2 5th place finishes in Vietnam earlier on this year. Another final table in Cyprus of last year. Had 4 final tables of Madrid of last year. I mean, the list goes on and on. So many crossbars for Ike over the years. We heard him say earlier on just how confident he's feeling in these all-in situations. to the point where he was one card away from doubling Rodrigo Celuan up. Ace-King against Jacks on a 10-high board, and he still felt like he was flipping as he looks to extract value here. 6th pot on the river. What does Pedro want to do? Ace High is going to look him up. Ike extracts value and is up to 11.9 million now. With that, Pedro drops down to 3rd in chips. What a 12 months it's been for Ike Caxton. Just this year alone, 14 million in earnings. In a calendar year, that's pretty unheard of. Reminds me of the runs of Justin Bonomo, Fedor Holtz, Dan Coleman.
$2.9 million.
Brewer says run it. 2.9 million on the button. Ike with an ace. Out of the small. Gonna pass up on the spot.
That looked like a calling place.
I did think I was getting called. Well, if I win.
It was
It's a
close.
real matchup. Whose yo is it really?
Nachos?
Yeah, it might be nachos.
I think blind v blind.
I don't know.
Definitely goes in.
I mean, there's still a lot of tournaments left.
That's still the millie, yeah.
Yeah. Not just the millie, just even like there's 100K at WSOP, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Many tournaments to play. Could be Danny's year.
It is Danny's year. Don't you have like 12 Triton titles this year?
5.
Only 4. Oh, confident.
Only 5 Triton titles.
4. On the way to 5.
Confident.
Okay.
On the way to 5. He's currently got 4.
You're running very bad.
Hmm?
Very bad run. Only 4.
It's not a bad run. Just 4 titles this year for Danny. The year of 2023 sits 11th on the money list, 8 million in earnings. Just ahead of his friend Punat Punsari as Pedro's just fearless. Blind v blind, Mustafov got to make the call out of the big.
Is that 5-6 off?
Yeah,
It's been incredibly patient, waiting to catch his man. You even heard Danny Tang kind of just surprised, perhaps, that Pedro's jamming for 9 bigs effective here with the 6-5 all-in, brought to you by BetACR. The Bulgarian in great shape to double up to 5.5 million. As it comes, Queen 7-3, all hearts. That's 7 of hearts in the window. Bit of a scare card for Mustafov, but has hearts covered. Needs to fade a 6, 5, or a 4 and just turns him dead.
Whoa card, black card.
Chop.
I told you, Brazilian is crazy.
Mustafov with chirping chips now.
2,625,000.
Needle.
Thank you. 2 million.
Thrown Pedro's way. Although, you know, the 6-5. A few people out there with eyebrows raised, perhaps. 469,000 guaranteed. We're on a $116,000 ladder between 5th and 4th. With that double, Mustafov in prime position to beat his career best cash. 557,000 needs 4th or better. Pedro down to 4 bigs on the button. Brewer on 13, Danny Tang on 16, Mustafov on 19, and the chip leader Hollywood Haxton on 39 and perhaps more. Ace 7 of spades.
All in.
All in.
Just says run it. Oh, Pedro does have a hand that wants to put chips in the middle, though, with ICM. How does he feel about Queen Jack suited?
Well, you did call him fearless. So why not run it?
Bad news. A jack busy in Danny Tang's hand. 55-45. High card, low card against the two Broadways. All in brought to you by BetACR.eu, 3.2 million and change in the middle. As Ike retains the equity advantage on the 9-8-7. A pair of 7s, Pedro with the 2 overs, a gut shot. As he just turns Ike dead. Garignani with the double, still shortest stack, but a lifeline.
Five. 8. 1 million.
Haxton's lead starting to shrink a little bit. Second closest stack, Mustafov with 19 bigs.
Second to last Hold'em event, this 50K. We do have that record-breaking 25K GG Millions live edition to look forward to, event number 10. $1 million up top in a 25K and 187 entries as Pedro back in the driver's seat, 11 bigs. And King Queen suited.
All in. All in.
And he's gonna just open rip here off of 11 bigs. Would be most or all of everybody else behind.
It's like 3.1.
In order to call off here. Brewer, though, with a decision with ace-9 of clubs, only has Garignani covered by 2 bigs. Brewer second shortest stack. Must feel awfully close to him in this spot.
3,250,000.
Brewer in the tank. Does make the call, Maria. And it is Pedro all in at risk, but it's a 60-40. Depending on whose way this goes, Brewer would be crippled.
Queen on the river.
So far, so good for Brewer on the 5-4 deuce. Pedro calling for the queen on the river.
You're right.
Tried calling it in, didn't materialize into reality for the Brazilian Triton champion. And with that,
I can count down.
gonna bow out in 5th. Does pick up
Just make sure, but yeah.
a career best cash, 469,000 for his efforts, but title number 2 for the Brazilian will have to wait. With that departure, 4 remaining players now guaranteed 585,000 for their efforts. Pedro Garignani out in 5th, and I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of him throughout this series. 1.58 million go into the eventual champion here. Mike Caxton in great shape, leading the final 4. Danny Tang on short stack duties as things stand with just 14 bigs. Mustafov with 18, Brewer with 24. A difference of $995,000 between 4th and 1st. All to play for here. The Sporting in Monte-Carlo. And a record-breaking 25K to look forward to later on today.
We still have Danny's 3-way all-in to get to.
Yep, I gonna stack you too. Wait, no. What? No.
That's not how the tournament can end then.
Ike stacks you and then stacks us.
No thank
How's
you.
that?
I accept. What can I say?
I have heads up against Ike. You remember?
I remember Barcelona 10K.
Yeah.
I've never played against Ike. I've never. Wait. I don't know if I played against you.
Heads up?
No, right?
We
Not even in-
haven't played heads up.
Not even in shot deck, right?
No, not in short deck. I've played
Have we played
I've
three-way?
played Mike Watson, Wycam, and Richard heads up. And I'm 1 for. I've lost to both Yongs, and I beat Mike.
Makes sense.
I have also lost to, or no, not Richard. I have lost to Winfred and Mike Watson.
Yeah, I lost to them in the same
heads-up short
tournament, back-to-back series, like the 20K short deck or whatever.
Okay, maybe not the best heads-up short deck record for Brewer, but our hope is still alive for perhaps a Haxton and Brewer heads-up match in this one, as they're 1 and 2. Haxton in the small blind with Jack 5 offsuit.
800.
Mustafov in the big blind with 18 bigs.
I'm not Brazilian.
Does not defend the 5-4 against Haxton's raise with Jack 5.
Ike's like destined to win 1 Triton.
Braxton.
I mean,
Braxton!
Heads up match, Mario.
It's
Braxton.
not today, huh?
Today, I mean, maybe he is. I don't know. But like in his life, yeah, I think he's gonna win 1.
Play enough 30-player tournaments. I have to win one of them.
I mean, there's a lot of.
They keep getting bigger though.
It's true.
There's a lot of guys up winning first time this time. So Christoph, Mario, the Hungarian, Bulgarian guy.
Yes.
And then.
Now second Bulgarian.
A little wishful thinking so far.
Everyone laughing. Locking up 585,000. Mustafov does cover.
You have Brazilian blood.
All in.
Oh, you have Brazilian blood. Oh no,
Oh,
no! You Brazilian blood there, man. No, I have a baccarat hand.
Natural 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is good for blackjack. Against 7.
Yeah. Against like a 7, 6. Not too good against a face called.
Yeah.
Not that exciting.
You any good at blackjack?
Am I? you know, a little loose card counting. Nothing that gets me kicked out of casinos or anything.
Of course.
No real bet variations, but just a
You know the
loose
rules.
tally.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
kind of like
I really don't even play that much in the pits, but it's hard not to when you have friends. No, when you have like friends that come to Vegas and they don't normally gamble.
What's that
No,
smell?
no, it's not BS. That's not what you're smelling.
That's why your eyes are brown.
No, I really don't play that much in the pits, but I feel like the least you could do is know the rules in a situation where you don't have an edge.
Story checks out. I've heard other stories from Arlene the Sharp, but you know, I'll let.
Oh, that I'm a pit player.
I've heard you may know your way around the baccarat table.
I may have some friends that enjoy
A
the
little bark.
realm of high stakes baccarat.
No
way.
I don't know what you could be shoving then.
I'm just there for the free food,
Be
you know.
sitting there spectating.
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. You're like me. I go for the free food.
Just feeling lucky.
They're like, yo, we've flown in this Michelin star chef. Here's the menu.
No, that's fair.
Yeah, go on then.
Yeah. Are we not?
Are we not?
You just haven't seen a call below a 6. The
Ace
entire
nine
time.
suited?
I haven't.
Still playing short deck.
King 5 suited for taying off 11 bigs. Shortest stack at the table. Next shortest has him covered by quite a lot, so he's going to be looking for spots to chip up.
Danny, fearless, looking for title number 5. It's cashed for $8,087,000 in 2023. A win here today would practically tie him in earnings with Jason Kuhn. It would tie him with 5 titles in a calendar year with Jason Kuhn.
You have 4.9, right?
What's the orange?
Yeah.
4.5. Okay.
1.7 behind.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't see those. Okay. All in.
So good card.
It's a beautiful hand. You just want to be
Very good.
500 bigs deep in a cash game.
Gamble, huh?
No gamble. I'm not Brazilian, I told you.
You get the countries confused. Both begin with B.
Call with your money.
8, not 9.
Okay.
10x suited.
Okay.
Danny, I'll give you $1,000 if you call it 10-8 suited.
$1,000?
Yeah. I think it's a good deal. I think it's good.
Feels like collusion. How much would you give me to shove dark?
I feel like I don't really need to give you much to do that.
What's going on? Are we playing for 7 figures, Maria?
It doesn't feel like it, but
Talks of shoving dark. I mean, come on. All in. That's a hand that doesn't mind doing it.
yeah, in the light.
Whoop. First one's
Whoop.
good.
Hello.
Pero. I think so.
He thinks so. We think so. Go time. For Danny Tang, there's the shortest stack.
Yep. Let's go.
Okay.
13 bigs and a dream.
7-8 suited. Ace-Jack.
58% equity. with the
AC.
ace jack.
AC. No
Classic race.
flash. No flash and no, actually no trips as well. No trips and no flash. AC.
Every all in.
AC.
Danny's got requests for the dealer.
Is it in there?
Very good.
The jack
Okay.
is.
9 of clubs.
Queen. Queen of hearts. Right?
Queen of sweat.
Queen of hearts. No sweat. No.
5 of clubs for a sweat.
Queen of hearts.
10 of clubs for a sweat.
Queen of hearts. Okay.
Dead.
Let's go.
On the turn is Ike Caxton.
This is not funny.
8.2 million now.
This is not funny.
Actually takes the chip lead with that hand.
I agree. That wasn't
Wow.
funny.
How quickly fortunes can change.
That's how tight it is out there.
3.8.
3.875.
Danny now a favourite. Taking the chip lead to pick up title number 5.
Oh, that's only 2.
That's 2.875.
Yeah, but it, yeah. 3.6.
Did call his shot earlier on. Is that a Christmas? Jingle bells.
It's never too early for Christmas music.
Behave. Okay. You're saying in June it's not too early for Christmas music.
I didn't know you to be such a Scrooge, but okay.
What the hell? I'm the chip leader.
Bar humbug.
Yo, shallow steps, yeah.
Huh? What the hell?
Sounds like Tang is a little surprised to see that he's pretty much tied for the chip lead, slightly ahead of Ike by just 125K in chips.
I'm going to receive a very wordy message from Vara Galfon now. Do apologize to the Galfons.
Oh yeah, she's big into Christmas.
Big into Christmas. Like we're talking August. She's taking stock of Christmas ideas.
What's his name? Who was
Respect the hustle.
Yeah, some of the...
Yeah,
some of
it's
the guys
reasonable.
don't.
It's
Some of the
absolutely
guys don't.
reasonable. You know?
Limping out the small.
Yeah.
I don't care.
I mean, I could just do that.
We're checking.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh my. 10-10-9. Disastrous development for Brewer. Connecting on this board. Danny Tang with the 95% lock.
This will not go well because, again, just in terms of ranges, pretty open, but 10s and 9s still quite strong. Gonna be quite a few continues. Depends on if Tang wants to slow play or not, but with the call, of course, can just have a lot of 1-over card, backdoor straight possibilities. Doesn't really need to be as strong as trips in this spot. Some of those Jack X, Queen X type hands certainly going to continue, along with other 9X that Brewer has outkicked.
There's a very dirty river card in the deck. Deuce of Hearts would certainly see Brewer showered. Does pick up additional outs on this 5 of Hearts turn. He's out firing 2/3. How does Danny want to play this one?
Yeah, it doesn't block any of the straight draw or flush draw possibilities. You know, still fairly deep in what Brewer has back in the stack. So it looks like he's going to just come with the call and...
That's disgusting.
Oh.
Blind v blind, limped pot. Danny fresh off of a double against Ike. Double paired board, 3.5 million in the middle.
And once Danny calls twice there, of course, there's going to be some 10Xs, going to be some 9Xs, which, of course, you're now chopping against all other 9Xs. What about some high card combinations? Would Danny perhaps
2.5 million.
have shoved some of those pre-flop, having Chris covered, or would he have just limped? What do you really expect to get called by in this situation? And some chops here with Danny having some 9X. Gonna have some high card combos.
All in.
Gonna have 10s full, unfortunately, in this particular spot.
You definitely was supposed to stack me this hand, but you might not now.
Bro, with a little bit of a needle.
Yeah, that much is true in the
This is
sense of
silly.
just this check raise on the end. Seems so incredibly strong. You don't think Danny's going to be doing that with
Right, when
nines
you've got a
full.
9 in your
Right.
hand, like.
So Brewer basically saying that he probably couldn't get away on the turn, but can get away on the river to the check shove by Danny.
Well, perhaps something for
Shoot at 9, huh?
DT
Big fucking 9 with a flush draw on the tone.
to reflect on. Brewer thinks that he should have been stacked there. Not with the line Danny Tang took, but he doesn't care. As he chips up to 13 million now. And with that, now has over half the chips in play.
What a dumb spot that is.
Brewer down to just 6 bigs.
Guess he did go all in a 10-8.
Mustafav gonna come for a min. Blinds have gone up to 200k, 400k. He's currently third.
Just hoping to pick up the blinds and antes here. Clearly not going to be raised, calling it off with Queen 9 suited when Brewer has 5 bigs. What does Haxton want to do?
Fold.
Just going to give it up in the face of the fact that Mustafov could potentially have some traps there.
It's 25 minutes level?
7-3 suited.
Ah, okay.
Doesn't want to continue.
Chris Brewer, just 4 bigs. Danny Tang up to 13 million. Just really goes to showcase when we get to this kind of,
You Brazilian, yeah?
well, stage of the tournament. I love how light-hearted Mustafov is in a moment such as this.
All in.
He knows that Ike's going to be jamming close to range out of the small.
Very American all in.
Yeah, I know, but I'm joking.
Very American
know
holding,
yourself.
not the Brazilian kind, not the
American.
5-4.
Very strong.
An American all-in. Is that, what's that, a picture card at least?
Yeah, we're reasonable people, Henry. We're not just
Whoa,
out there
whoa,
willy-nilly.
Whoa. What does that say about the Brazilians jamming 6-5?
Listen, they're tough to play against, but they are out of line. Paxton, ace 3. Pretty nice spot. After Brewer folds, still in there with 4 bigs.
800.
800.
Can't just be ripping there into Tang's big blind when he has him covered now, but certainly Mustafov is going to be folding from the small blind at a very high frequency with the chip distribution the way that it is right now.
Yeah, I'll get it out though.
$585,000 guaranteed for these final 4 players. Danny gonna jam
Jack high.
3 bigs effective. Brewer snaps.
Are da si hodi to.
I feel I'm doubling you. Really. I'm not even going to shuffle that. I just feel I'm doubling you.
Danny doing his best to jinx it. As it comes 966. Brewer. Drawing.
Plays from like 5 straight live cashes. It's a pretty impressive streak.
Does have hope on the turn. 4th place in his past 4 live caches. It's going to be the case here in the 50K. Came in as chip leader. Had Ike to deal with on his left. Had Pedro Garagnani to deal with on his left. A few raise folds along the way. Brought him down to the middle of the chip counts, and then it got tight. It got cagey.
Single big blind.
Was unable to do anything, really. I mean, the King 9 against the 10 deuce is going to be one of the key hands there. A hand where we heard Brewer kind of say that he believes he should have been stacked. Managed to save himself a few chips, but unable to spin it back up. Adding 585,000 onto his 2023 earnings. He's just closing in on the 14 million mark now. Just shy of 14 million.
And also you're funny. This is very important.
Just another final table this series where the chip leader coming in has fallen short.
Owen.
Aces?
Only aces go?
It's not aces.
The haunted house.
I might have called less, but I would have liked to have aces.
No, it's
Fitting series
I would have called pretty quickly.
for that to be the
I would
storyline.
have called pretty quickly.
Yeah, I know.
But it's always more relaxing to have aces.
Yes.
How about this for a flop for the Bulgarian? Middle pair, nut flush draw, 2.2 million out there.
Tang. Gonna start betting these backdoor potential. And obviously thinks that he would have likely heard from Mustafov in the big blind if he had most of the ace-X combos.
What a ridiculous turn card.
Wow.
We talk time and time again about how much variance plays a role in these final tables when it gets this shallow. The trip sixes to send Brewer home, the trip tens now turn into pair in a spot where things are looking incredibly bleak on the ace-king 8.
Unblocking ace-X, king-X, all the likely hands that are going to continue. And this sizing asking for the majority of Mustafov's stacks, and he is going to oblige, putting the remainder in here.
9.1 million in the middle as Mustafov's other half looks on. All in brought to you by betacr.eu. We heard Mustafov say, what a turn. What a turn indeed. Needs a spade, king or a 9, doesn't find it.
GG, man.
And with that, the Bulgarian gets his best live cash to date. 715,000 for his efforts. Third cash in a row in as many tournaments. Played 3, cash 3, 2 final tables here in Monte-Carlo. Up to over 1 million in Triton earnings now with his 4th cash. The 7-figure payout will have to wait for Mustafov, who I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty more of. And, well, how about this for a heads-up match? Ike Haxton with over 14 million in live earnings this year. Danny Tang with 4 titles and over 8 million in earnings. I did say at the start of the series, forget the money. I want to tie Jason Kuhn's record of 5 titles in a calendar year. That's what he's going to look to do here. Does have some tough competition in Ike Haxton. Danny Tang will be playing 48 bigs. Ike Haxton playing 20 with 1.58 million up top. Surprised, Maria?
Well, Tang did a really good job of just hanging in there when he had about 10 to 15 big blinds and allowing for some of the other players to be eliminated before him. And now just has had a rush of cards, you know, seemingly going his way. And of course, after doubling through Ike, has overtaken the chip lead and now is in firm control of the heads-up match.
2 of the most winningest players of 2023 going to lock horns here in event number 9. Going on a very short 2-minute break. Don't go too far. When we return, we're playing down to a champion. Danny Tang against Ike Haxton.
GG Poker. Why so many players? This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker site.
larger than all of GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
So many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker
the biggest poker
now
site.
larger than all of GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Heads up in event number 9, the 50K 8 Max. Danny Tang, 4-time Triton champion, taking down 4 titles in the year of 2023. Ike Haxton, currently the most winningest, Henry, do you speak English? Player of 2023, with over 14 million in live earnings, looking for his first title. Maria, how do you call this one when you have these 2 titans locking horns heads up?
Well, not only are both of them great players, but of course we keep talking about how well Haxton has run throughout the last year and a half. But Danny Tang, you know, not to be overshadowed, 5 titles, 4 titles, going for his 5th title. So obviously going to be one of those battles where, you know, we see that Haxton has 20 big blinds, but we know nowadays people can maneuver even off of shorter stacks. And I feel like Haxton's not going to be ready to give up the chance at his first title too easily.
100%, especially on the back end of the year that he's had as we've entered the month of November. I mean, over 14 million in a calendar year, reminiscent of the runs of Fedor, Coleman, Bonomo. Guaranteed to eclipse the 15 million in earnings here. Both players locked up $1,070,000 for their efforts. We got ourselves a little $510,000 heads-up match between Danny Tang and Ike Haxton. And Danny did say when he came out to this series here in Monte-Carlo that his main goal for the series was to tie Jason Kuhn for 5 titles in a year. Let's throw it down to the main stage once more. Danny Tang squaring off against Ike Haxton for the 1.58 million here in event number 9, the 50K 8 Max, after what has been, you know, a bit of a roller coaster of a final table. There was a bit of a gridlock at one stage, and then, as you mentioned, the floodgates just seemed to open, and we had a flurry of bust-outs to get us here. 2.5 to 1 chip lead. Danny Tang looking for title number 5. You start talking about manifesting. Called his shot earlier on when Mustafov was asking him how many titles he's got. He called it. It's like, yo, this is title number 5 right here. It's been a hell of a series for him. Cashing for over 2 million already in 5 events played. Now guaranteed another 7-figure payout.
1.5.
Tang gonna raise bottom of range, and Haxton can't defend with the 10-4.
Maria?
Yes. How can I help you?
As if this 510k heads-up battle wasn't enough, there's probably people out there now questioning, you know, stateside, what am I going to do with the rest of my day? Don't fret. Maria and I have got you covered. Event number 10, the record-breaking 25k GG Millions Live Edition with 187 entries and $1 million up top in a 25k. That is unheard of outside of the series. We're going to be picking up coverage of that at the conclusion of this heads-up match, which, as many of you probably recall, means that I win that bet that we placed earlier on.
Come on, bro.
Bro.
Don't make them roll the tapes. Don't make them roll the tapes
All right,
where
mate.
you said no bet when I tried to take it.
Message received. Bro.
That's what I call my friends when I'm real pissed. It's like the equivalent of saying their full name, you know?
I got you, mate. Flashbacks to when my mum used to call me by my full name. Always knew I was in for rough shape as Ike Haxton. In rough shape with the Queen 3. We've just...
You have a big hand? Yeah. I don't have that, but not big.
Ike making Danny sweat.
Am I dead?
Yeah.
Dead. Crushed.
Just crushed.
Oh. Ace Queen is not crushing me.
Revealing.
No.
Fuck.
Not revealing his hand. Making Danny sweat. Danny has made the call.
I'm going to hit a king.
Just waiting for Luca Vivaldi,
Not aces though, right?
No, not aces.
our tournament director, to come over.
Haxton not giving too much away, just wants to make Danny sweat it a little bit, even though we could see that Haxton has very much a non-premium hand.
That's hilarious. He's been caught with his hand in the cookie jar. 18 big blind rejam from Ike.
We need some help.
Danny genuinely thinks he's in rough shape here. Little does he know, it's a 68% favorite
Ace of club? No.
to pick up his 5th Triton title.
Oh my god. You completely, like, I believe you. I completely believe you. Oh my god.
I believe it.
He's like, I'm crushed.
I mean, I love to see the lightheartedness and banter between both.
I think we've got the 3 of diamonds in the door.
Such a huge moment. Ike Haxton looking for his first Triton trophy. Danny Tang looking for number 5. As it comes 10, 6, deuce, couple of spades, 1 heart.
Gonna need a low one.
King 嘅話就贏。
King would seal it. Jack on the turn.
Queen.
3 outs once for Ike Haxton to stay alive, otherwise Danny Tang's going to become a 5-time Triton champion. Which he does.
Let's go. Let's go.
Joining Phil Ivey in the 5-time champion clubs.
What a year, though. What a year.
Yeah.
Sick.
I completely believe you yourself.
So sick.
Gotta have some fun with the Queen 3
As the two embrace and shake hands. Love to see the sportsmanship shown at the end. Ike adding another seven-figure cash to his 2023 year, up to over 15 million in earnings now. But Danny Tang up to 9.7 million in earnings this year. Fifth Triton title, tying Jason Kuhn's record for most trophies in a year, and joining Phil Ivey in the Triton Champion Club.
Hugs all around for Danny. Putting a stop to the Ike train today.
How about it? 1.58 million for Danny Tang. Ike Haxton with another crossbar finish in a Triton event. His first title will have to wait. You have to ask. Ike Haxton just unable to close one out yet again, Maria.
And I just have to say that it doesn't feel like it's of any fault to him. I think that that was just one of those situations, you know, he took one of those hand combos that could essentially, you know, of course, blocking some of the big hands that Danny could have. It's going to be tough for Danny to call off in that spot. Danny just found it. And I think Ike is just going to continue to play poker at a high level. And if he keeps running the way that we've seen him run in all-ins, then I think he will get his title very soon. Perhaps in the PLO portion.
Perhaps, as some players have shown up specifically for that, including very tough Laszlo Bojtas, known for his prowess in the PLO streets. He's currently playing event number 10, the 25K GG Millions, a record-breaking field that we're going to be picking up coverage after we have a word with our champion of the 50K. Don't go too far after this interview. We'll be diving straight in. $1 million up top up in that one. But for now, Ali Najad with five-time Triton champion, Danny Tang.
Well, it seems like we're going to have to add an additional line item to the Zodiac calendar because 2023 is the year of Danny Tang. Danny, this is your third final table, your fifth Triton title, tying you with Phil Ivey all-time, your 25th career Triton cash, $1.5 million plus, bringing you to almost 14 million. It seems like just the other day, you were young and grinding small stakes up in Manchester at dusk till dawn, and look at you now. Could you have ever have dreamed this?
I mean, it's a surreal, surreal 12 months. Well, it's not been 12, it's been 11. But yeah, I mean, everyone say the year of Nacho, the year of Ike, the year of Chris Brewer. We had two of them on the table today. And I didn't have huge expectations. I was just, one hand at a time. And then I felt it. And then I felt it, when I won the ace-jack against Ike's 7-8 suited. And then I had trips against Chris when he had boat over boat. Then a jack-8, faded a lot of outs against King-9 of spades, and I just felt it. At the time, I didn't even want to go on a break. I felt the heat, and I just wanted to continue. Try to keep it all together. And then beat the great Ike.
You say I felt it, and I feel like I know what you mean. You stated your intentions this year to win the Player of the Year award, and you know who it's named after, Ivan Liao. Do you feel as though he has a hand at your back in these moments?
Oh, 100%, 100%. I feel like he's looking after all of us, not just me, but our whole crew. Webster, Kiat, Loon, Soiser, and I've just been the lucky one that's been closing these events lately.
When someone wins a title, obviously there are those who are first to jump forward and show their love and support. I don't know if you guys caught a glimpse of it, but Punat Punsri dove into your arms, and so many followed him to celebrate this victory. Yours is a big tribe here at Triton. Why is that?
I guess I'm just a people's people, right? I mean, when it's the other way around, I do the same. When, I treat a lot of these guys like my brothers, and I'm happy to see them do well, and they're likewise, they're happy to see I'm doing well. So,
well, we too are in turn happy to see you doing well, and that happiness comes in the form of gold. As I bring Luca Vivaldi forward, something he is getting used to, presenting you with a title. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Danny Tang, your 50K 8 Max champion, with a special celebration.
tying Jason Koon's record. I mean, it's getting to the point now where we see Danny Tang's name at a feature table, running deep, final 2 tables, a final table, and we're just expecting him to close them out. So consistent this year. 5th title in 2023 with more events to be played. And well, all eyes on Jason Koon now in the PLO half of the series as well, because you know that's going to get him fired up. The 9-time champion will look to try and just get one over DT. But for now, massive congratulations to Danny. Maria, we teased the 25K. We're about to jump into it.
Yeah, bro. I guess we are going to show some of this 25K.
Yeah, mate. Mate, we're ready. We're ready to throw it down to the floor. We have Kenny, Bradley, Yaroshevsky, Orpin, Smith, Punsri, and Rezai all at the feature table for this record-breaking field as we throw it down for about 2 more hours of high-stakes poker here in Monte-Carlo. As
they get different. Yeah, I'll take them.
I'm coming. Throw it down.
Check. Do we have a cutlery?
The set situation.
This madness. Straight into the action.
What on earth?
I don't care.
Bradley apparently just
it's the sprint.
Flat called.
Yeah, he's in hand, he's in hand.
Pre-flop. With the aces from +2 against the +1 open. It's come ace, queen, 9s, 6 on the turn.
No.
Couple of draws possible. Jack 10, King Jack, backdoor spades presenting itself here.
This is amazing because Bryn checked flop. Bradley bet 32K. Call.
Wow.
Kenny saying he had a feeling. Single raise pot. As cold as it gets for #1 on the all-time money list.
Ready, demiking as the river rolls off a deuce.
Close, I think we are.
GG's Bryn Kenny. And #1 of our coverage here. 25K, showers. Bradley up to 716,000. Tournament chip leader is Steve O'Dwyer. 2.2 million, good for 100.
You won the pot
14
and
bigs.
you won his tenders.
The tenders.
Yeah, they're behind you.
Are they worth it? Worth the calories?
I don't know.
They're worth, no? Don't do it.
This is not a normal one, right? Open.
No, this is
they are good.
It looks different because I had one. That was good.
This is like
From the beginning, yeah.
This is nothing.
I made the re-entry.
This looks like a schnitzel, like a thin one.
These are the frozen ones. They're just
probably just like they're made for the burger.
I didn't.
Okay.
They give me
Yeah, like the burger patty, like the burger.
Like real chicken.
Burger one, right?
You had them, yeah?
No,
I had the proper
give-
one
no,
before.
I took only
It's
this.
good, yeah.
They gave me this, and they told me they will give me this at the table, but now I realize they didn't give me.
Unavoidable cooler. Money was always going to go in if it didn't pre-flop. And that flop pretty much guaranteed it.
It's not too bad.
It's like a schnitzel, not a tender.
Yeah, it's still not bad. If you don't want it, I eat it.
You eat it, you eat it, you eat it.
I don't care.
Top 3
No,
chip
no,
stack
you eat it.
sitting there.
I don't really like to eat when
Pretty
I
off
You bust
that
the guy, I get the food.
1.7
Fine.
million stack, very comfortable at this stage in the tournament.
Those chicken tenders.
Let me back.
Oh, good. Do rate them.
It's a crowd fave. Actually, Henry, today I thought I was going to switch it up and perhaps before the night is over get myself a little scoop of ice cream. You know, I've tried to shy away from the dessert options on the menu, the sweets table that is so convenient and within arm's reach to the commentator's desk. But it kind of feels like one of those days.
Go on then, bro.
Вот, мне сказали,
I have your blessing.
Grab yourself some ice cream.
Да.
Мне не дали, я поставил
I don't
флешку
think
и
I've
ушел.
ever been called bro in the booth.
I don't think I've ever called
No.
my co-commentator
It's
bro.
all downhill
now
from
you
here
know
to you.
what happens when you get on my bad side, Henry Kilbane.
Message received.
Remember like an hour ago when Ali came by, you told him that I was
The
in a
devilish moves today.
You ain't seen nothing yet. That was before I even called you bro. Can you imagine what else could happen in the next hour and a half?
Here's me trying to get eyeballs on the Maria Ho show before we've even launched it, you know, hyping it up, and I'm just catching strays left, right, and center.
This
Uncalled
is
for,
only
but
the second time we've worked together, Henry, and you might think that at this point there's nowhere else to go but up, but I have to tell you, you might be in for a rude awakening. But, you know, put some chocolate gelato in front of me and maybe everything will turn around.
saying that
I can be easily bribed.
the hole gets deeper. Those of you just joining us,
Raise to 40,000.
the final No Limit Hold'em event of the series. Just saw Danny Tang take down the penultimate No Limit Hold'em event of the series for his 5th Triton title. This 25K, record breaker. 187 entries in this one, with $1 million going to first.
Now, I would never leave you high and dry in the booth, but I have to say, if there was one time when I thought maybe I could play one of these events.
I don't know where you're going with this, but go on.
No, just I would just never leave you alone in here, but I gotta say, I'm pretty sad that I could not play this one.
Yeah, I feel ya. 46 million chips in play. I don't think there's ever been that many chips in play at a Triton event.
Can I get double espresso, please? Yeah, double, yeah.
Set of queens for the GG qualifier. Satubayev, one of 5 qualifiers, winning a package.
Are you going to play the PLO?
On GG.
No?
No, going home.
Yeah.
For the weekend and then Rodford off.
Your table will be moved to main room.
Thank you.
Yeah. Not the last level?
No,
we play two more.
We will have chip race.
Okay.
By all phones.
On break, right? Like not now.
Yeah.
That'd be weird.
Yeah. Give it to me.
Much chattier over here.
It's the usual day one, end of day,
281.
lightheartedness, followed by Dan Smith ordering a Macallan in short order, as he did the other day.
Raise to 40,000.
Hunsrey rocking the Jacob & Co. Picked that collaborative timepiece up, taking down the main in Cyprus. Gonna let go of the 5s from early position. Smith opening off of 15 bigs. Igor Yaroshevsky currently 3rd in chips overall.
Smith raising off of 16 bigs. Sometimes we'll have raised folds in the spot, but of course, traps certainly available as well. Never gonna open rip top of his range off of that stack.
I'm still going with my read that Yaroshevsky's on Interpol's most wanted list. Yet to see his face. Even the profile picture in the bottom left-hand corner of the screens, the cameraman couldn't really get a clean mugshot.
Not Yaroshevsky's first mugshot either, according to you.
I'm fairly sure as I walked through Nice airport, I actually saw the same mugshot on one of the walls. As both players turn top pair. 5 kicker does currently play. $160,000 in the middle.
And when Yaroshevsky calls from the small blind, of course, he could have some hands containing a queen.
Check.
You know, queen jack suited, king queen suited, queen 10 suited. Well, it's a rather boring run out, but seems fair given the fact that neither player loved their kicker when the ace came off on the turn.
So 28,000.
Little 15% block. Yaroshevsky with what he believes is an in-juice.
Right, and Dan wondering if some queens full of aces might take this sizing as well, and would he be able to get some additional value from that type of hand?
It's a peculiar lead.
Dan, though, losing to ace queen and pocket queens, but those likely would have been heard from.
5 seconds. 140.
He's going to go ahead and target some of the other queens full type holding. Doesn't really feel like a spot where Yaroshevsky's going to re-raise here, so likely just taking some time and then going to make the call. Huh.
Chop it up. Only losing to quads. Yaroshevsky's just like, you know what? Got a couple of ladies over there.
So be it.
So be it. 61 remain. This record-breaking 187 runner. 25K. Casual million.
Знаешь, там то есть 3 знать.
Dan gracing us with one of his fun shirts.
Always brings the flavor. It's definitely got to be up there for best dressed.
Well, he did say that he had some custom pajamas made in Vietnam.
He did. I've seen him. Strong. A lot of the guys. It was McBoyfin, Linus Love, Dan. Trying to think who else. They basically found this tailor and made his year. All of them just rocked up with custom pieces.
5 seconds.
Go.
Okay, well, I mean, listen, I'm just going to have to use everybody's first name because this is a bit of a tongue twister to say these last names back to back to back. Am I wrong?
Igor Yaroshevsky, Orpin Kisachoglu, and Shingis Satubayev.
No. You have to say it 3 times fast. That's how tongue twisters work.
Igor Yaroshevsky, Orpin Kisachoglu, and Shingis Satubayev. Igor Yaroshevsky, Orpin Kisachoglu, and Shingis Satubayev.
Fumbled.
Igor
Did not stick the
Yaroshevsky,
landing.
Orpin Kisachoglu. Okay, you got me.
Okay, 25,000. Go.
King 9-7 top pair for Yaroshevsky.
Shingis can certainly call here and turn some backdoor straight possibilities.
Go.
I feel like Shingis' surname should be Khan. Yaroshevsky, 100% lock on the hand and perhaps troublesome development here.
Ja.
Satubayev, the online qualifier.
Was dir gar nicht so bequem, in 4 Minuten sind wir weg, ja.
Interesting.
30,000.
Looks like he's going to lead here. Feeling like perhaps a kings and nines going to be good here and trying to get a little bit of value from ace high. Couple of draws possible. Certainly opens things up for Igor to go ahead and call in this situation, waiting to raise the river, it would seem, with the slow play. 5 of clubs doesn't really fill in all that much. Yeah, the 8-6 gets there. Some missed hearts still, but also some other busted straights in the form of 10-8.
Check.
Queen Jack, Jack, but Shingis does end up checking.
57,000.
I'll play a bit of a guessing game. Yaroshevsky goes for peculiar sizing again. 57 into 190.
It almost feels like with the 10 of hearts, he should have gone bigger on the river. It's just such
feels
a key
like a
card.
Big bet spot for sure. Pretty surprised. So many draws brick.
Yeah, Yaroshevsky just blocking busted straights, busted flush draws. The fact that Shingis is taking this long to think about a sizing of this kind of relatively reasonable nature, you know, certainly giving Igor a lot of credit. Most of the times, I would have put the calling chips in already against that sizing.
Does make the call, and perhaps Yaroshevsky knows something we don't know. That milky sizing, getting paid up to 2 million now. To second in chips overall.
The big one, yeah.
Yep.
Well, well, well. Danny Tang, the man of the hour. 5 titles. Just saw the post over on Triton Poker's Instagram. Shout out to
20,000.
the social media and marketing team.
Quick turnaround.
Yeah, clip in hands, behind the scenes content, interviews with some of your favorite players,
40,000.
Instagram stories as well, all of the Triton news available. There's a video from the players party as well. Bit nightmarish. That was a Halloween theme. Once you got Pete as well.
Yeah.
Our in-house comedian.
He's
the man always coming up with really creative pieces of work, short form content. Yeah, Shevsky skipping a beat. Ride the wave. When it's hot, it's hot. Nice to see a flop with the King Jack suited.
Interesting spot for Sutabayev. Down to 20 big blinds. Is facing an under the gun open and a flat.
Damn. Wakes up with a defendable one. Getting an insane price on a call, 8-1. I'm going to be thrilled about it with 970 four ways. But is on short stack duties.
5 seconds. Oh.
Wow, that's some discipline there. Take note, ladies and gentlemen.
Trying to make it till whiskey level.
Is that the incentive?
I
It's like
certainly
fold his way to whiskey o'clock.
Well, let me tell you, I had a table at the World Series of Poker this year where somebody at the table door dashed pizza, and I was on a short stack, and I was like, can you please tell me the ETA of when this pizza you ordered is going to get here, because I don't want to bubble
the
pizza delivery.
Hold on, because Sutabayev once more coming with a precarious lead.
Yeah, and I just think that this could be ill-advised against an under-the-gun range. Punsri probably looking to shut out
5 seconds.
Yarashevsky behind him.
125,000. Close.
Does raise to 125,000, and now in no man's land for the eights. One overcard to the board, but obviously Punsri can have a lot of overpairs in this spot. Okay. You know, if you're going to bet fold, then I don't mind it. Does make you potentially exploitable in the future, but in that spot with someone to act behind, it's a little more credible that Punsri did have
Where's
top of
everyone
range.
gone?
Oh,
We just taking
they're going to get ice cream. They're going to get pizza.
Everyone's gone.
I'm going to take a break.
Go on, you.
I'll be right back.
Go on, mate. Go on, bro. You go for a little walk around. But yeah, couldn't agree more. Sutabayev with that lead. If you are going to lead, then fold. Feels a little bit exploitable though. You know, if you're leading there with eights and then Punsri just applies pressure because he opened from under the gun. But here we are. I'm in here. They're out there. As I'm not too sure. Players are standing up, unmiking, as it looks like we're heading into a break. So I'm going to throw it to a break. We'll be back in 15 minutes time for more action here in this 25K. See you all very shortly.
crushed
Why?
more and more.
So many players. This is a crazy. It's a do.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker
Now
site.
larger than all other GG Poker's casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Side pot brewing. Pedro content to just check this one over to brewer.
Yeah,
Try and get the showdown.
Yeah, there's a lot of value in him being able to show it down cheaply. There's also going to be some 9x that he's going to call with from the big blind. Brewer exercising some pot control.
Well, we are going to be having our first elimination of the final table, one of the two Austrians to make it to the FT. Daniel Rezai getting the monkey off his back. The cash here.
Is that his first ever cash? I need to pull up his profile.
It is his first ever cash.
Wow.
Could call it his first ever series. Joined us in Cyprus 2022 for one event. This has been the first series where he's actually come out and played multiple, his first six-figure cash at a Triton super high roller series. 158,200. Couldn't get anything going, of course, coming in with sub-1 bigs. First player eliminated, and with that departure, it's everyone now guaranteed 100, and that just allows him to continue doing what he was doing prior to the break.
Right.
3-betting Pedro with hands like King 3-0. Just going after the people that are comfortable due to the ICM pressure. Bulocker and Skemian with both 11 bigs apiece.
Certainly does feel like Skemian's getting his fair share of hands right now. Doesn't make these spots easy because you still don't want to see a run out for your tournament life, but oh. Well then.
Prince of Darkness. Hollywood Haxton.
165.
Brewer did open the action here though, so Haxton knows that, of course, he'll have an option when it gets back around to him. But you do expect Brewer, of course, to just be continuing to open quite liberally, and because of that, Haxton is going to just shove the remainder of his stack, about 23 big blinds, so Brewer's going to make the quick fold.
What have you got?
Oh, they're going to need to do what he did against Brewer and find an ace-high flop. Mike Haxton looking to eclipse the 15 million in earnings mark for the calendar year of 2023. The top two finish here. To a good start.
Should have got into the King 8-0.
Skimmy looking for an ace. And an ace only. Needs a Barry. Doesn't find it. We have our second elimination of this 50K 8 max. 198,000 to his Triton track record. Number 2 will have to wait. I'm a fan of that little dance. He's been hanging out with the Spanish crew. Perhaps learned a trick or two at the players' party the other night. Runaway chip leader from the start of the FT.
Raised to 350,000. Fold.
All in?
Play all in. Fold.
Knows that he doesn't have fold equity really against this open from Garignani, but is willing to risk it with a hand as good as King Queen suited.
Yeah, shortest stack by a decent amount. Pedro's going to make the call. Wushu flipping for his tournament life. Brought to you by BetACR.
Who's got what?
.eu.
No, he has eight.
King?
How are we feeling about the King Queen?
Queen of hearts.
I think King Queen of Spades
Queen
is
of
the
Hearts.
prettiest.
Yeah. He's
King
just calling
Queen
for
suited.
the Queen of Hearts. How about the King of Hearts, Mulocker? Have to agree with you on that one, Maria. It is a beautiful looking hand.
Oh.
Dead on the turn. The 8s of Garignani as Mulocker boats up. Ike Haxton on the 2023 earnings leaderboard.
Might just not even be allowed.
300,000.
Bit of a post-mortem there.
Fold.
Ugh. Such a grim spot.
Yeah, you're not really gonna love it, especially when Ceylon opens with Brewer and Eichsten. And
Yep.
Eichsten. Where did I get that from? And Haxton to act behind.
Eichsten.
Eichsten.
I like it.
You know, it's like those celebrity names, you know, celebrity couples, when you just fuse them together. That's what I just did.
Well, how about the Brazilians fusing together colliding pre-flop for a 4.9. New player entering the field, Ikeston Haxton, jumping into the Triton Super High Roller Series. The highlights from that 50K where we saw Danny Tang take down his 5th Triton title for $1,580,000. Maria Ho, alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, for the call here in this record-breaking 25K. Heading into the final frame of the evening, we have very entertaining feature table, perhaps. I mean, this has been cherry-picked, okay? We've got Boldajin, we've got Boss Paul, we've got Volkman, we've got Bogdanov, we've got Theologis, all in the mix. Then on the outer table, table 1, Chen, Mosbog, Aarons, Lee, Lin, O'Dwyer, and Mateos, just to name a few of the players in the mix. Steve O'Dwyer, chip leading the 55 players that still remain in the hunt for the $1 million that will be going to the eventual champion. 187 runners in this one. Maria, this feels like a little bit of a wind down here in the later hours of the evening. A lot of banter and table talk going on, and understandable given that this is still day one.
Yeah, and also, not to mention, this is the last No Limit Hold'em event, as tomorrow we will begin the PLO portion of the series, one that you're very excited about.
Yeah, the previous event was the penultimate No Limit Hold'em.
This is the ultimate.
This is the ultimate.
The ultimate,
the record-breaking 187 runners. Amazing to see these turnouts here in 2023. The support from the players around the world continuing to just grow the game at the Triton Super High Roller Series. And if anyone says that poker is dead, send them the link to this stream. 187 players ponying up 25K here in Monte-Carlo as we look to throw it down to the main stage for a final time here tonight, event number 10, 25K GG Millions live edition with some star players in the mix. Julian Bogdanov, Vyacheslav Boldajin, Paul Kua, all on the blue table. Steve-O, 92 big blinds, chip leader. 31 places paid here, do apologize. Min cash of 41,000. VBV, rocking the Bombay hoodie. Nice to see Alex Theologis venturing out to a Triton Super High Roller Series. Has been with us since the start here in Monte-Carlo. Qualified online. We talk about online legends. Don't want to throw the term around too loosely with Maria here in the booth with me, but
yeah, maybe let's try Phenom.
Alex
that
Theologis,
one I didn't mind.
Poondiddy, bit of a crusher. Nice to see him here on the live scene. We'll stick with Phenom. One of the most decorated Greek players of all time.
You know, in 2023, you got to be careful. People get triggered pretty easily. You know, now you know my words.
No, I don't. I know one. Bro.
No, that triggered you. It doesn't trigger me.
Theologis. Online qualifier.
Hi.
Not much of a resume when it comes to live earnings. Bruno Volkman with the check raise, by the way, on the Queen 5-4. And it's a sizable check raise.
Yeah, you don't see that too often with top pair against an early position opener and continue, but that actually ends up shutting out Boldajin from seeing the turn and perhaps turning some backdoor equity.
How are you?
The Brazilian Armada, known for check raising flops. Typically up to no good when that happens, but sometimes they throw in a top pair.
I got.
Yeah, maybe they just check raise so much with bluffs that they need to be balanced there. It's the Brazilian way.
It's tough to balance. Oh, is that KCG? Jumping in the mix. Got Taharkani with the shades and hoodie combo. I'm a fan. Yulian Bogdanov, part of the Bulgarian crew here. KCG jumping straight in. The ace-9 of hearts.
How much play?
15 bigs for KCG.
All in?
That's enough for Volkman to shove, having him well covered, as well as having Paul in the big blind covered, the 18 big blind stack.
KCG folds is going to be down to just 12.5 bigs. Do apologize. Cutting you off there, Maria. Sorry, bro.
And of course, with these stack sizes, you'd imagine that Volkman will have some smaller, middling pairs there. Sometimes you will show up with 2 overs. Plus it was suited, but just didn't quite want to go with it, even in the presence of having decent equity against some of Volkman's shoving range. You think that's just tea, or you think that it's spiked? You think there's a little something since it's beer level? A hot toddy, perhaps.
Sorry, a hot what?
It's one of those drinks that you can find people sipping on in a lodge, perhaps at a ski resort. It's tea, it's whiskey, it's actually...
Yeah, I'm too working class for that, Maria,
No,
sorry.
what?
Didn't get to go to the French Alps, the Swiss Alps growing up. It was more of a, there you go, son, there's a football. There's a pair of football boots. You know, be gone for the next 2 months. Don't want to see you during the summer holidays. Great childhood.
Or like, you know, here's a stick.
Yeah.
Use your imagination.
You think you're joking. Let's get my mum on the phone. A hot toddy. I think it's a tea. Based on...
That's a bit boring, isn't it?
Well, is it? It's 1 o'clock in the morning.
That's the perfect time for a nightcap.
I think we need to stage an intervention.
These are true professionals.
In the booth.
Oh. I thought you were just... I thought that it wasn't a dig on me as more of a compliment to the player's professionalism, but low blows just because I called you bro.
We can we can order some hot toddies to the booth. I won't be able to join, unfortunately, but it is beer level. Record-breaking field, why not? Crack open a bottle. KCG. Getting the massage. 12 bigs. 6s from the low jack. Pitches it. Remains disciplined. Well-timed discipline as well. As Paulius has woken up some snowmen.
50,000.
Volkman giving him a bit of a stare down.
That was some weird ASMR.
Yeah, just because he's, look at him, he's just, these Brazilians, I knew it.
125,000.
And I knew it wasn't a legit hand as well.
How much you play?
435. 435.
Just tell. They had a type of holding that he couldn't resist. He wouldn't be let back into the country. Brazil, that is.
5 seconds.
Mandatory 3-bet. When at the TV table.
I like it a lot. Thank you.
Bowles again taking some time in the small blind.
Go on, VBV.
Smells a little fishy to him, just given maybe the positions and how big Volkmann's stack is and
Nice shirt.
5 seconds.
Very nice shirt.
how pretty Boldigan's hand is.
More classic.
All things to
Yes.
consider.
Yeah.
Not going to be an insta-fold, it
The
appears.
Italian? The Italian?
I'm French, quarter Italian.
Ah.
No, I'm not perfect.
And goes for it.
I'm Persian. Iran.
How about that?
VBV, ladies and gentlemen. Finds the cold 4-bet for 25 bigs.
I just don't think eights feel all that good here in this spot, especially because Volkmann is going to be closing the action as the 3-better. You got to pitch it, and the ace-4 of hearts has to go away as well. What a nice pickup there for Boldigan. Great spot.
Yeah, Paulius just letting out a bit of a sigh when he saw the Volkmann snap fold. As Volkmann was up to no good, would have been happy to run it with the eights.
Flip. Flip.
The 200k man, Jan Zarens, had one bounty pull, cashing 35k in the mystery bounty. Mateos, #1 on Spain's all-time money list. Came second in the 125k main.
5 seconds.
Yeah, 21 bigs.
Player announces only.
Happy to take this spot against Steve-O. Let's have a few players behind to worry about.
Hold.
Water, please. Yeah, thank you.
Mateos still looking for his first Triton title. Got heads up against Ibinger after holding a pretty significant chip lead going into the final table. Pulled off actually a really nice play where he bet very small sizing on the river, and it allowed Ibinger to decide to raise kings on the end for value, and then Mateos turned his hand into a bluff with some boat and straight blockers. But that was not enough for him to take it down. Did have his parents here. His dad, I believe, was on the rail for him.
You had family, parents come out to watch a show or see you at NFT?
Yeah, my parents have come out probably a handful of times, like 2 or 3. Once when I got a heads up for a WSOP bracelet. Once when I was playing the heads up championships when it was on NBC.
Oh, that was like 2 decades ago.
Okay, relax.
Bro. I remember those though. I mean, that was the cream of the crop. When it came to televised poker back in the day, the
You're really
Phil Hellmuth blow-ups.
balancing your digs and compliments range when it comes to me, thanks.
Yeah, you know, it's like, I can't even say that on air. It's fine. 200k in the middle. There is one very famous hand, actually, I do recall, Hellmuth against Dwan. And I'm fairly sure Hellmuth ended the round by saying to Dwan, this kid's not even going to be around in 5 years. It's kind of aged really well.
Very, very poorly.
And over the years. Steve O'Dwyer with just king high, perhaps happy to try and show this one down. Does James Chen. I'm trying to extract some value here now. It's been checked to him 3 times.
Excuse me, thank you too much. Could I get a water as well? Okay, 75,000 fold.
Seems to know exactly where he's at.
Yeah, this is a really nice bet here by Chen. And if O'Dwyer doesn't feel like Chen would be value betting hands like this here and hoping to get paid off by high cards, then he might end up calling with that busted flush draw from the flop.
Getting a good price on the call, but does have Queen of Diamonds blocking some of the hands he'd want Chen to bluff with, like Queen Jack, Queen 10.
5 seconds.
Chopping against other King X, but he's ultimately unable to get away from it. Nod of approval.
Yeah, a little bit of
Steve.
respect there.
Yeah, it's like, okay.
You got me this time.
Steve and Mosmok at the same table.
Can I have it a little bit higher? Okay. Yes, sir. Raised 55,000.
This table not quite as chatty
Fold.
as the previous one. As we head into the early hours of the morning. Been a long old series for some of these guys. Catley's actually asleep at the table.
I know that feeling. It's a little bit of that mental fatigue and exhaustion that just inevitably sets in after you've been playing, you know, day after day, 10 to 12 hours a day. And it's like you're in a fog. You really just sit there and you feel like you're floating, and sometimes you're not able to put 2 and 2 together. You're just really hoping that all the reps you've gotten in throughout the years and playing for so long is going to help you reach the right decision, but nothing that just one good night's of rest won't fix.
5 seconds.
With the 3-bet, wouldn't have minded some action. Happy to take down the pot pre. Head into the final 2 levels of play. Hour left on the clock for today. Igor Yarashevsky leading the 52 players here. Last Hold'em event of the series. Scanning through the Triton Poker Plus app, so many new faces. Karen Sang from Hong Kong.
And not all of these are qualifiers, right? Just people that have come to play this event.
Yeah, no, 100%. There's only 5 qualifiers into this one. Panastrava, Jan Zarens, Satubayev, who we saw at the feature table earlier on. Alex Theologis. Online phenom. But yeah, a lot of new names. Alexandra Botez flying out to her first Triton series.
That's a nice trick.
Sylvester Fortuna, a name that I've never seen until now. Giuseppe Zarba,
Yeah.
Clement Deng, Brock Wilson, Lucky Chewy. Hopefully see a lot of these names in the PLO.
Raised to 60,000.
Mateos, 21 big blinds in the small with ace-6 off. Looks like he is gonna jam against O'Dwyer's button open. Chen taking, I think, with the King-Jack offsuit.
5 seconds.
This feels a bit, you know, OOL. Late in the day, patience, wearing thin perhaps. A6-0, end of the series, in it goes.
5 seconds.
Dwyer really mulling this one over. Knows that Mateos is going to have broadways. That jam from the small. Makes the call. Mateos, a slight equity favorite. 20 big blind rejam out of the small. Gonna chop this one up a decent amount of the time. That felt like a it's 1 AM in it goes kind of situation.
Well.
The 3 outer at 1 AM, all the more painful. Mateos showered late in day one. Number 1 on Spain's all-time money list. Not going to cash this final Hold'em event of the series. Perhaps see him in the PLO streets. Remains to be seen. Steve O'Dwyer extends his lead. Top of the chip counts.
Gamble no future. Wow, dangerous. I don't bluff you anymore.
Ren, saying what perhaps some people are thinking.
詹姆斯扣得动吗？跟不动哈。
No gamble, no future announced at 1 AM. It only took us
不是我说
9 events.
给你跟不动。
不是跟不动的问题，是我觉得我读的会比他准。
9 events to get here. I wish Ren was at every feature table.
Oh, such a delight to watch.
Ren, Barbero, Danny.
I feel like
It'd be
they're
too
all
much.
great individually, but if you put them all together, it's like, what would happen to our ears? I feel like we'd have to turn down the decibel and the volume of
No, we just mute the mics
said
and go home.
condo. Okay, that's true. That's a good point. Just thought that maybe it would get a little loud.
I wonder if any of Mario's friends were like, yo, bro, you have a bit of a neck tail. And then ever since then,
Maybe not. I think no.
he's just started rocking the hoodie as a scarf combo. Have you ever had someone come up to you and be like, hey, Maria, didn't want to tell you at the table, but you have a bit of a live read. Your left ear twitches when you've got the nuts.
No, but one time Daniel Negreanu told me that he had a read on me at the table.
And you couldn't sleep for 2 weeks.
Well, and we were friends, and we had been playing, like we had already played against each other plenty of times, but in this particular tournament, we ended up at the same table for maybe 8 or 10 hours. And then at the end of the day, I asked him, I was like, okay, will you tell me what it is? And he was like, because he said it, well, he also said it to the rest of the table. So everybody just thought that Daniel had this read on me, but of course Daniel wasn't sharing that information with anyone else. But at the end of the day, I was like, oh, hey, so what about that tell? What is it? And he was like, well, I actually, like, towards the end of the day, it wasn't consistent, so maybe it wasn't a tell anymore. I was like, okay, what is it, though? Well, I'm not telling you guys, that's for sure.
All right, D-Negs.
Very mysterious.
Very sus. Steve O'Dwyer at the top of the chip count with 118 bigs. Second in chips at the table, James Chen with 47. As we head into final 53 minutes of play here in event number 10, 25K GG Millions live edition. With $1 million up top in a 25K. Record-breaking 187 entries. Massive shout out to all the players. Obviously helped make this a reality. Continuing to show up and support the Triton series.
How many players do you think will be left for today?
36.
I was gonna my snap answer was also like 37.
I say that's what I say.
It's a great point. It is 31 paid. We're down to 50.
I'm crushing, right?
Yeah.
Obviously going to be tough to lose
Well,
40% of the field in the next level and a half, but we could get close to the money bubble.
Under 45?
Oh, 45.
45 or 40?
49.
Oh, 40.5.
40 or less, yeah.
Oh, that's not.
Who is this you're always betting against?
Yeah.
Like, literally every day. You're like asking a question like this.
Particle.
You bet against Monaco?
I mean, I just get it.
Because I'm winning from him. I was just letting him chase to get even.
So he set the line, or?
We both like set,
Right.
like, take turn to set. Actually, setting the line is like giving away a handicap. I think setting the line is pretty hard.
I think you're cruising, yeah.
Because when you're setting the line, you can choose over it.
No, setting the line, you're always worse off. Setting the line, you're always worse off.
Yes. It's like giving handicap.
Yeah.
I was setting for the entries 183.5. And you bet over.
When did you bet? Like at the beginning of the tournament, or?
No, like 11-7.
You didn't bet so much that you have to actually start busting people the last few hands, right? Or?
No, yeah. We was gonna bet much, but we thought of it, so we just bet like this.
Yeah.
Like, funny thing
it becomes a bounty tournament.
The funny thing is, like, yesterday we have a bet for the 50K, and it was like 38.5, 37.5. So 37.
It was 39, right? Or what?
And Parokov was the 38. And end of the day.
That's strong.
Sounds like Cat Lee's got
Get extra
Ponakov's
payout for that.
So imagine if you bet like 10K, maybe like this.
Yeah.
Ponakov's apparently down in prop bets to Lee. The current bet for this one is how many players make day 2. It sounded like the line was at 40.5. Lee with the overs. Could be close actually. 49 left. 9 more eliminations. Seems unlikely. Ponakov's perhaps sweating this one. Don't know how much money they've got on it, but
Good structure though for this, you know, even I believe the 50K was 35-minute levels, but this one boasting 40-minute levels, if I'm not mistaken.
another way to play. There's more player to interest. You can just like everyone pick their line and we pose it on the same time. When we get closer, just
I think it just levels yourself up. You know, you always have to, whatever you say has to be the line that the other person can call.
no, we just post. Everyone posts at the same time. Everyone just wrote out maybe a table or whatever.
Yeah.
So you have to be in the same time. You can't be like seeing like somebody.
Yeah, but like if you say, let's say 40, and he says no, it's gonna be 42. You can
5
call
seconds.
42. Be like, it's gonna be under, or he could have called 40. It's gonna be under. You know, you just at some point, you know. That way it's like fair, and you can always increase a little bit.
Check.
Trust money man Mosbok to know about line setting. Started playing.
Oh, online.
You were up?
No, I mean like playing this game.
You were up a lot, or?
No, not much. 2K. We only played them for 1K. Actually, no, 3K. He sent me last time.
Really?
That's 100,000.
There's only one level after this?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know if I...
Bet
And you have 40 point, under 40.5?
Yeah, 40 I win.
Yeah.
Diamond.
I don't know anymore.
Turn.
Yeah, I think it's... I don't think it's 37 anymore. Probably more like...
The door.
40 is actually going to be pretty close.
Bounce. It's a relatively small bet, 100 into 330.
Yeah, and it's only 40 minutes per level.
Where's the confidence of 36?
I'm still taking the under on 40.5.
Let's get the better hand.
Question of bluff. Wow. Okay.
Pretty big card. Ace of diamonds shown.
Almost
Not
lose.
even 5 minutes, you guys just lost the confidence.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, usually
No, I
someone
didn't.
busts in 5 minutes.
No, I looked at stacks after, and then they were like
not as shallow as I thought.
Yeah, actually, I made a mistake. I forgot this is like 250k starting stake instead of 200.
Yeah. It's 38 big
I'm really enjoying this table talk. Everyone's suddenly woken up.
Oh.
It always just takes
Super
one person
Mario.
to get the combo started.
Oh, that's the empty? Oh, okay. Oh, that's the present.
55,000.
We should start prop betting in the booth.
I'm in.
See a certain Phil Ivey in the mix with a healthy stack. Currently sat in 19th with 40 bigs.
Yes.
Justin Bonomo in 6th, Lewis
Here,
Spencer.
I get my money back.
5th, Ren Lin. Try and get his money back against Steve-O, who's open from under the gun. 9-7 of clubs. We may go 3 ways to a turn here.
Yeah, pretty good board for the 3s and the 6s, and also Dwyer interacting a lot with, of course, the 8 of clubs. Can easily turn a ton of equity. Can also have all of the overpairs in his range as well. Less so, you know, on the 8x variety. Only going to be opening ace-8 suited, perhaps 9-8 suited.
Holy. With the sauce. North to 170.
And trying to get some clarity with the small pair in his hand. Wow, just the cold call from Ren. You know, I was thinking perhaps that might end up shutting Ren out because, again, Dwyer uncapped here, opening from under the gun. You never know if you put in the call as Ren, what's going to happen behind you, but
I believe the graphics are actually off. So 130k check raise. 170 did feel a bit steep. As Ren Lin finds Jin on the turn. 6 of spades. Now I want Steve O'Dwyer back in the hand.
yeah, that resilience paying off from overcalling on the flop. Lee's going to slow down now. Perhaps giving Ren credit for, of course, having something like trips in that spot to be able to overcall the check raise. And Ren going to have more 8x's, going to have more trips here than Kiat Lee does, calling from the small blind. Deuce is full of possibility as well.
A small bet and a snap mark from Lee, no nonsense. Ren Lin up to 1.3 million. He can stay, Maria. We're Team Lin.
You know, Ren Lin and Randy Liu have similar taste in jackets. Do you remember Randy coming in with the jacket that looked awfully similar?
Fire jacket.
It is.
VPV. Put him from under the gun with the ace jack of diamonds. He's going to find himself a customer. Battle of the Bombay hoodies.
Listen, Steve O'Dwyer wore the Bombay hoodie in the mystery bounty, ended up pulling the mystery bounty with the Bombay prize. So It's pretty much a free roll if you just wear the Bombay hoodie.
Him
every
and
time
5
there's
friends.
a Bombay prize on the line. If it just even ups your chance that much more of being on a yacht, why not?
It's a nice yacht. It's a very nice yacht. VBV, an incredibly awkward spot. Opening off of 18 bigs.
Yeah, you just wish that it was offsuit because it would feel easier to pitch, I think. But suited wants to see 3.
Well, suited, but diamondless. Here's the 5-3 deuce board. See how Greenwood proceeds at this SPR. Just pop behind for VBV.
I think off of that stack, Greenwood recognizes that Boldigan will have some of these speculative type hands that are suited, connected in nature, Broadway combos. Looks back, perhaps checking for a spade, doesn't have one, moves all in.
Bit of time, but we got there.
Are you having a chicken tender crash, Henry?
No, it's just, it's funny sometimes when it's so easy when you can see the whole cards, right? Like confirmation bias and all that. But just seeing how players navigate these spots in real time, the facial micro expressions as they try and recall the game tree that they downloaded on Monka or Pio. It could be tough, you know? Keeping the hippocampus and prefrontal cortex awake at 1 o'clock in the morning, you know? And Green was just like, you know what? Forget all that, I'm just all in. 48 players remain. Are you having a crash over there?
No, because I
You're waking
haven't
up.
ordered my ice cream. If I did, I would be on a sugar crash right now. But
Let's get one. Go on. Get the ice creams in.
maybe I'll wait until tomorrow. Feels too late to be having sugar.
What a tease.
Gotta remain disciplined
Disciplined for what?
for my last day in the booth tomorrow. Gotta be fresh as a daisy. You gonna miss me? Are you bummed I'm leaving early?
Like a thorn in my side.
You gonna miss me calling you bro?
Blinds going up to 15,000, 30,000. The final level of the evening. Here in event number 10, 25K GG Millions Live Edition. The record-breaking field. $1 million. Going to be going to the champion. Be crowning tomorrow. And as Maria alluded to, some 4-card fun.
Oh, sure. Henry, gonna order ice cream and pretend like it was just for my benefit and not that he wanted one himself.
I mean, you can't mention ice cream and then
What
not
flavor,
get
though?
I went for the old-fashioned vanilla.
Oh my gosh, what is wrong with you? I'm never letting you order my ice cream again.
Can't do anything right.
There's a reason why people use the word vanilla with a negative connotation, Henry.
It's
You're-
1 o'clock in the morning.
You're boring, mate.
You're boring. You're banned. It's all right, I'll have them both.
No. I didn't say I don't
No.
want it. I
No.
just said that there's so
That
many
ship
other
has
flavors you could have
sailed.
chosen from.
47 left. Ice cream on the way for 1. 187 runners. Just insane.
255.
Compared to the start of the year. VBV says run it. Alex Theologist, no nonsense, just marking the 6s. And Bogdanov with a cuspy hand. Eight and a half bigs. Oh, KCG's getting a tickle. That's 25k well spent. Bogdanov. Ace 10 suited, we snap. Ace Jacko, we snap. Ace 10-0, we've opened from under the gun. 8-handed. Let's it go. VPV will take it. No showdown. Rare raise fold.
Yeah, you gotta love it. Don't even have to see a run out, but increase your stack by 40%. 50%. It's here. Without sprinkles, without any toppings. You know, just plain old vanilla. Like, could she have set it farther away from me, though?
Yeah, it's not for you. Na zdrowie. Greenwood in the small. Jack 10-0. 40 pigs deep. Does cover Bogdanov. Gonna just complete from the small blind. Try and see a flop against the Bulgarian. That's one of those hands that doesn't mind checking, doesn't mind 3xing, trying to take it down pre. We're gonna see 3. Bulgarian flops top pair.
Different one.
90k out there. Limped pot. Top pair. Start building. Putting money in the middle. Does he want to be tricky?
Ooh, he does.
Third spade. Both players without a spade in hand. Greenwood with just jack high. 0% equity.
Still gonna check it over, and now I think Bogdanov should definitely start betting, can still get value from 4x and 3x that would play this way. Also, some hands containing 1 spade.
Yeah, Greenwood, no nonsense. Happy to just check, fold with the jack high. Oh, blind v blind pickup for Julian. Igor Yarashevsky currently out in front, leading the 47 players here. Did play a few events here. Played a full schedule, actually. Just the lone cash, 9th in the 30K for 100,000.
Yeah, well, certainly could use a trip saver here.
Really could. Yeah, it's one of those ones where if you don't play PLO, this really is your last chance at redemption.
Baldigan staying active off the short stack. Moves it into the middle with ace-jack offsuit. KCG is not going to participate.
VBV is loving life, just picking up money without being at risk. Couple of jams getting through now. Bit more playability.
Thank you.
Up to around 15 bigs. betacr.eu, where you can elevate live sports engagement experience. Exclusive live action, prediction options on Triton events with 15% free play, up to $250. We've had our fair share of big names running deep in these Triton events so far. Would expect multiple people to have had money on Mosbach, Ibinger, Vogelsang, Dan Smith. How about Danny Tang, 5-time champion? Be silly to not have money on a man that has picked up that many titles in a year.
Yeah, not somebody that I think is getting slept on these days.
You know, for someone that was really showering vanilla ice cream, you've done well over there.
Listen, ice cream is ice cream. I've got to say this is pretty good vanilla. You know, as good as vanilla can be.
I can't wait to get a compliment from you one day. Just a thank you.
I would.
It'll come.
I wouldn't
Maybe
hold your breath, though.
Trip 4.
Henry, I care about your health enough to give you the heads up. Do not hold your breath.
KCG with a little 2.5x. I need a massage.
It was nice from you, actually. I just it's a dynamic. Thank you.
Very quickly became not just the fan favorite, but one of our favorite players on tour when he first joined us in Cyprus last year. Came as a VIP on the VIP side of the bracket, the $200,000 Coin River Invitational that Sam Grafton went on to take down. Came third in that for 2.6 million. And the very next day, played a cash game, had never played short deck before, caught the bug, entered the 40K short deck, which he won for 565,000. And ever since then, just had so many fans around the world. 3 cashes for him here. KCG.
KCG definitely going to be one of those players that's going to miss the short deck portion of the series, but I have a feeling that PLO is also going to be up his alley. A little bit of gamble, a little bit of variance in that game as well.
Certainly hope so. I'd love nothing more than to see KCG lift his second title. 4 million in Triton earnings.
哇，有点，因为这个浪很高，有点难。
Back over to
有点难度。
red feature table.
40多少的20个。
Actions on Putra. Just asking Seidel for a count. Seidel starting the hand with around 14 bigs.
Seidel doesn't love it. You know, if you were on the button, sure, it's an easy call, maybe in the cutoff. Okay, hijack. I do think it gets a little bit murky with the king jack. Still gonna go with it. Definitely close. Just unfortunate that he ran into top of range for Putra.
Well, this is a time where I don't mind throwing the term legend out there. Eric Seidel.
I don't mind you throwing the
Thanks.
term legend.
True legend in rough shape and even rougher shape now. On the A7 deuce. That is
gamble too much today.
Tough one to win. Dead on the turn.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, where are you rooting for?
Ran in.
It's gonna be very...
With another needle. Saying there's a lot of gambling going on. We're gambling too much. I don't know. Maybe it's just a 25K.
It's feeling a little similar to the whole when somebody leaves the table and the dealer calls seat open before they've walked away. It's like, maybe not. Maybe.
Really? Is that a problem?
Really? You don't think that that's a
never
problem?
crossed my mind. I've never heard someone.
I don't think I like it.
Okay. You like just wait for them to leave the building, leave the country.
I mean, not even leave the building, just perhaps walk 1 or 2 tables away. It's because people will look. People from the other tables will be like, oh, look who busted, especially if it's at a pivotal point, like getting close to the money. And, you know, I don't really need people's necks breaking to see that I
shouldn't have busted the tournament then, should you?
perhaps got caught bluffing and am sheepishly walking away now from the table with my head hanging. I just don't think that, you know, we need to call attention to these things.
The word soft comes to mind. Part of the game. You bust, people know. They've got the app.
Right, but the people who are looking at the app, for the most part, are not also staring you right in the face as you walk past them.
All right. I can see it. I can see it. Jan Zarens hasn't bowed down to a 3-bet spot with the ace-5 since he first started playing cards 10 years ago. Graph Deckle.
Yeah, once solvers came out, it was over.
I don't believe you.
The ace-5 suit has never gone in the mud.
Hi, my friend. Laughing too much, no future.
Oh man, we need red lid at every feature table. This
He only
guy is a
bluffing
hero.
GG.
Yeah, waking up his table mates
This
here
is
in
G-
the
this
last
is-
level of the night.
Yeah, even at like 20 to 2 in the morning, he's still the same player, the same chatty character.
You know, can't say the same for us in the booth without the help of some ice cream.
So, it was a good call. Could have done with some like peanut butter or something.
Okay, like, do you hear what you're saying? See, if you have to put stuff on vanilla ice cream, then you shouldn't get vanilla ice cream. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see why I was like, why did you pick that flavor? If you're going to have to put chocolate sauce on it, sprinkles.
What car do you drive?
I don't understand. Are you going to go key it? Like, what's this? How is this question relevant to our conversation?
Curious. What car do you drive?
I have a Tesla.
Case closed, ladies and gentlemen. Enough said. Jack 9-7. Couple of spades, couple of gut shots, blind v blind. Alex Theologius start applying pressure with that gut shot. Just the lone 10 high.
Theologis's first time at a Triton event, but did play quite a few events out here in Monaco.
Yeah, qualified into this event, won a package on GG. Goes by the name Diddy online. As VBV looks to put him in the bin. Little 2.5x check raise with the King 8. How does Alex want to proceed now if he ever thinks that VBV's up to no good? Gets incredibly awkward with this stack depth, but look at this.